90. The Spirit of the Hills. A man named Li of Aitu was once crossing the hills when he came upon a number of persons sitting on the ground engaged in drinking. As soon as they saw Li, they begged him to join them and vied with each other in filling his cup. Meanwhile, he looked about him and noticed that the various trays and dishes contained all kinds of costly food. The wine only seemed to him a little rough on the palate. In the middle of their fun up came a stranger with a face about 3 feet long and a very tall hat, whereupon the others were very much alarmed and cried out, "The hill spirit! The hill spirit!" running away in all directions as fast as they could go. Li hid himself in a hole in the ground, and when by and by he peeped out to see what had happened, the wine and food had disappeared, and there was nothing there but a few dirty potsherds and some pieces of broken tiles with efts and lizards crawling over them. Footnote: Mr. Li had, doubtless, taken a drop too much before he started on his mountain walk. 91. Ingratitude punished. Ku Tayu was a native of the Yang district and managed to get a military appointment under the command of Tsu Shushan. The latter treated him most kindly and finally sent him as major general of some troops by which he was then trying to establish the dynasty of the usurping Chows. Ku soon perceived that the game was lost and immediately turned his forces upon Tsu Shushan, whom he succeeded in capturing after Tsu had been wounded in the hand, and whom he at once forwarded as a prisoner to headquarters. That night, he dreamed that the judge of purgatory appeared to him, and reproaching him with his base ingratitude, bade the devil lictors seize him and scald his feet in a cauldron of boiling oil. Ku then woke up with a start and found that his feet were very sore and painful, and in a short time they swelled up and his toes dropped off. Fever set in, and in his agony he shrieked out, "Ungrateful wretch that I was indeed," and fell back and expired. Footnote: of whom I can learn nothing. 92. Smelling essays. Now as they wandered about the temple they came upon an old blind priest sitting under the veranda, engaged in selling medicines and prescribing for patients. "Ah!" cried Sung, "there is an extraordinary man who is well versed in the arts of composition," and immediately he sent back to get the essay they had just been reading, in order to obtain the old priest's opinion as to its merits. At the same moment up came their friend from Yuhang, and all three went along together. Wang began by addressing him as Professor, whereupon the priest, who thought the stranger had come to consult him as a doctor, inquired what might be the disease from which he was suffering. Wang then explained what his mission was, upon which the priest smiled and said, "Who's been telling you this nonsense? How can a man with no eyes discuss with you the merits of your compositions?" Wang replied by asking him to let his ears do duty for his eyes, but the priest answered that he would hardly have patience to sit out Wang's 3 sections, amounting perhaps to some 2,000 and more words. "However," added he, "if you like to burn it, I'll try what I can do with my nose." Wang complied and burnt the first section there and then, and the old priest, snuffing up the smoke, declared that it wasn't such a bad effort, and finally gave it as his opinion that Wang would probably succeed at the examination. The young scholar from Yuhang didn't believe that the old priest could really tell anything by these means, and forthwith proceeded to burn an essay by one of the old masters. But the priest no sooner smelt the smoke than he cried out, "Beautiful indeed! Beautiful indeed! I do enjoy this. The light of genius and truth is evident here." The Yuhang scholar was greatly astonished at this and began to burn an essay of his own, whereupon the priest said, "I had had but a taste of that one, why change so soon to another?" "The first paragraph," replied the young man, "was by a friend, the rest is my own composition." No sooner had he uttered these words than the old priest began to retch violently, and begged that he might have no more, as he was sure it would make him sick. The Yuhang scholar was much abashed at this and went away, but in a few days the list came out and his name was among the successful ones, while Wang S. was not. He at once hurried off to tell the old priest, who, when he heard the news, sighed and said, "I may be blind with my eyes, but I am not so with my nose, which I fear is the case with the examiners. Besides," added he, "I was talking to you about composition. I said nothing about destiny." Footnotes: the following extract from a long and otherwise tedious story tells its own tale. Wang is the modest man, and the young man from Yuhang the braggart. Sung is merely a friend of Wang's. This is one of our author's favorite shafts a sneer at examiners in general. and those who rejected him in particular. 93. His father's ghost. A man named Tien Tizusie Chang of Changning was crossing the Tungtiang Lake when the boat was capsized and he was drowned. His son, Liang Esu, who towards the close of the Ming dynasty took the highest degree, was then a baby in arms, and his wife, hearing the bad news, swallowed poison forthwith and left the child to the care of his grandmother. When Liang Esu grew up, he was appointed magistrate in Hupei, where he remained about a year. He was then transferred to Hunan on military service, but on reaching the Tungtiang Lake, his feelings overpowered him, and he returned to plead inability as an excuse for not taking up his post. Accordingly, he was degraded to the rank of assistant magistrate, which he at first declined, but was finally compelled to accept, and thenceforward gave himself up to roaming about on the lakes and streams of the surrounding country without paying much attention to his official duties. One night he had anchored his boat alongside the bank of a river, when suddenly the cadence of a sweetly played flageolet broke upon his ear. So he strolled along by the light of the moon in the direction of the music, until, after a few minutes walking, he reached a cottage standing by itself, with a few citron trees round it and brilliantly lighted inside. Approaching a window, he peeped in and saw 3 persons sitting at a table, engaged in drinking. In the place of honor was a graduate of about 30 years of age. An old man played the host, and at the side sat a much younger man playing on the flageolet. When he had finished, the old man clapped his hands in admiration, but the graduate turned away with a sigh, as if he had not heard a note. "Come now, Mr. Liu," cried the old man, addressing the latter, "kindly favor us with one of your songs, which I know must be worth hearing." The graduate then began to sing as follows. "Over the river the wind blows cold on lonely me, each fleuret trampled underfoot, all verdure gone. At home 1,000 li away, I cannot be, so towards the bridge my spirit nightly wanders on." The above was given in such melancholy tones that the old man smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, these must be experiences of your own," and, immediately filling a goblet, added, "I can do nothing like that, but if you will let me, I will give you a song to help us on with our wine." He then sung a verse from Li Tiaipo, and put them all in a lively humor again, after which the young man said he would just go outside and see how high the moon was, which he did, and observing Liang Esu outside, clapped his hands and cried out to his companions, "There is a man at the window who has seen all we have been doing." He then led Liang Esu in, whereupon the other 2 rose and begged him to be seated and to join them in their wine. The wine, however, was cold, and he therefore declined, but the young man at once perceived his reason and proceeded to warm some for him. Liang Esu now ordered his servant to go and buy some more, but this his host would not permit him to do. They next inquired Liang Esu's name and whence he came, and then the old man said, "Why then, you are the father and mother of the district in which I live. My name is River. I am an old resident here. This young man is a Mr. Tu of Kiangsi, and this gentleman," added he, pointing to the graduate, "is Mr. Rushton, a fellow provincial of yours." Mr. Rushton looked at Liang Esu in rather a contemptuous way, and without taking much notice of him, whereupon Liang Esu asked him whereabouts he lived in Chiangning, observing that it was strange he himself should never have heard of such an accomplished gentleman. "Alas," replied Rushton, "it is many a long day since I left my home, and I know nothing even of my own family. Alas, indeed." These words were uttered in so mournful a tone of voice that the old man broke in with, come now, talking like this, instead of drinking when we're all so jolly together, this will never do." He then drained a bumper himself and said, "I propose a game of forfeits. We'll throw with 3 dice, and whoever throws so that the spots on one die equal those on the other 2 shall give us a verse with a corresponding classical allusion in it." He then threw himself, and turned up an ace, a 2, and a 3, whereupon he sang the following lines. "An ace and a deuce on one side just equal a 3 on the other. For Fan a chicken was boiled, though 3 years had passed, by Chang's mother. Thus friends love to meet." Then the young musician threw, and turned up 2 twos and a 4, whereupon he exclaimed, "Don't laugh at the feeble illusion of an unlearned fellow like me. 2 deuces are equal to a 4. 4 men united their valor in the old city. Thus brothers love to meet." Mr. Rushton followed with 2 aces and a 2, and recited these lines. 2 aces are equal to a 2. Lu Xiang stretched out his 2 arms and embraced his father. Thus father and son love to meet. Liang then threw and turned up the same as Mr. Russian, whereupon he said, "Two aces are equal to a two." Mao Yong regaled Lin Sung with 2 baskets. Thus host and guest loved to meet. When the party was over, Liang Su rose to go, but Mr. Russian said, "Dear me, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't had a moment to speak of the old place. Please stay, I was just going to ask you a few questions." So Liang Su sat down again and Mr. Russian proceeded. "I had an old friend," said he, "who was drowned in the Tungtiang Lake. He bore the same name as yourself. Was he a relative?" "He was my father," replied Liang Su. "How did you know him?" "We were friends as boys together, and when he was drowned, I recovered and buried his body by the riverside." Liang Su here burst into tears and thanked Mr. Russian very warmly, begging him to point out his father's grave. "Come again tomorrow," said Mr. Russian, "and I will show it to you. You could easily find it yourself. It is close by here and has 10 stalks of water rush growing on it." Liang Su now took his leave and went back to his boat, but he could not sleep for thinking of what Mr. Russian had told him, and at length, without waiting for the dawn, he set out to look for the grave. To his great astonishment, the house where he had spent the previous evening had disappeared. But hunting about in the direction indicated by Mr. Russian, he found a grave with 10 water rushes growing on it, precisely as Mr. Russian had described. It then flashed across him that Mr. Russian's name had a special meaning, and that he had been holding converse with none other than the disembodied spirit of his own father. And, on inquiring of the people of the place, he learnt that 20 years before a benevolent old gentleman, named Cao, had been in the habit of collecting the bodies of persons found drowned and burying them in that spot. Liang then opened the grave and carried off his father's remains to his own home, where his grandmother, to whom he described Mr. Russian's appearance, confirmed the suspicion he himself had formed. It also turned out that the young musician was a cousin of his, who had been drowned when 19 years of age. And then he recollected that the boy's father had subsequently gone to Kiangsi, and that his mother had died there and had been buried at the bamboo bridge, to which Mr. Russian had alluded in his song. But he did not know who the old man was. Footnotes: this would be regarded as a very meritorious act by the Chinese. The Byron of China. Chinese wine, or more correctly, spirits, is always taken hot, hence the term wine kettle, which frequently occurs in these pages. The magistrate, who is supposed to be towards the people what a father is to his children. This singularly un-Chinese surname is employed to keep up a certain play upon words which exists in the original, and which is important to the denouement of the story. River is the simple translation of a name actually in use. Chinese dice are the exact counterpart of our own, except that the ace and the 4 are colored red. The ace because the combination of black and white would be unlucky, and the 4 because this number once turned up in response to the call of an emperor of the Tiang dynasty, who particularly wanted a 4 to win him the party. All letters, dispatches, and such documents have invariably something red about them, this being the lucky color, and to the Chinese, emblematic of prosperity and joy. Alluding to an ancient story of a promise by a Mr. Fan that he would be at his friend Chang's house that day 3 years. When the time drew near, Chang's mother ridiculed the notion of a man keeping a 3 years appointment, but, acceding to her son's instances, prepared a boiled chicken, which was barely ready when Fan arrived to eat of it. Alluding to the celebrated oath of confederation sworn in the peach garden between Quan Yu or Quan Ti, see no. I. Note 39, Chang Fei, see no. LZI. Note 357, Liu Pei, who subsequently proclaimed himself emperor, AD 221, and Chuko Liang, his celebrated minister, to whose sage counsels most of the success of the undertaking was due. The whole story is one of the best known of Chinese historical romances, bringing about, as it did, the downfall of the famous Han Dynasty, which had endured for over 400 years. Alluding to the story of a young man who went in search of his missing father. Lin Sung saw his host kill a chicken which he thought was destined for himself. However, Mao Yong served up the dainty morsel to his mother, while he and his guest regaled themselves with 2 baskets of common vegetables. At this instance of filial piety, Lin Sung had the good sense to be charmed. The Chinese recognize no act more worthy of virtuous man than that of burying stray bones, covering up exposed coffins, and so forth. By such means the favor of the gods is most surely obtained, to say nothing of the golden opinions of the living. This is merely our author's way of putting the question of the old man's identity. He was the spirit of the waters. His name, it will be recollected, was River Just, in fact, as we say Old Father Thames. 94. The Boat Girl Bride. Wang Qiliangan was a young man of good family. It happened once when he was traveling southwards and had moored his boat to the bank that he saw in another boat close by a young boat girl embroidering shoes. He was much struck by her beauty and continued gazing at her for some time, though she took not the slightest notice of him. By and by he began singing. The Loyang lady lives over the way, to attract her attention, and then she seemed to perceive that he was addressing himself to her. But after just raising her head and glancing at him, she resumed her embroidery as before. Wang then threw a piece of silver towards her, which fell on her skirt. However, she merely picked it up and flung it onto the bank as if she had not seen what it was, so Wang put it back in his pocket again. He followed up by throwing her a gold bracelet, to which she paid no attention whatever, never taking her eyes off her work. A few minutes after her father appeared, much to the dismay of Wang, who was afraid he would see the bracelet. But the young girl quietly placed her feet over it and concealed it from his sight. The boatman let go the painter, and away they went downstream, leaving Wang sitting there, not knowing what to do next. And having recently lost his wife, he regretted that he had not seized this opportunity to make another match. The more so, as when he came to ask the other boat people of the place, no one knew anything about them. So Wang got into his own boat and started off in pursuit. But evening came on, and, as he could see nothing of them, he was obliged to turn back and proceed in the direction where business was taking him. When he had finished that, he returned, making inquiries all the way along, but without hearing anything about the object of his search. On arriving at home, he was unable either to eat or to sleep, so much did this affair occupy his mind. And about a year afterwards he went south again, bought a boat, and lived in it as his home, watching carefully every single vessel that passed either up or down, until at last there was hardly one he didn't know by sight. But all this time, the boat he was looking for never reappeared. Some 6 months passed away thus, and then, having exhausted all his funds, he was obliged to go home, where he remained in a state of general inaptitude for anything. One night he dreamed that he entered a village on the riverbank, and that, after passing several houses, he saw one with a door towards the south and a palisade of bamboos inside. Thinking it was a garden, he walked in and beheld a beautiful magnolia, covered with blossoms, which reminded him of the line, "And Judas tree in flower before her door." A few steps farther on was a neat bamboo hedge, on the other side of which, towards the north, he found a small house with 3 columns, the door of which was locked, and another, towards the south, with its window shaded by the broad leaves of a plantain tree. The door was barred by a clothes horse, on which was hanging an embroidered petticoat, and on seeing this, Wang stepped back, knowing that he had got to the ladies' quarters. But his presence had already been noticed inside, and in another moment, out came his heroine of the boat. Overjoyed at seeing her, he was on the point of grasping her hand, when suddenly the girl's father arrived, and in his consternation Wang waked up and found that it was all a dream. Every incident of it, however, remained clear and distinct in his mind, and he took care to say nothing about it to anybody, for fear of destroying its reality. Another year passed away, and he went again to Jinjiang, where lived an official named Hsu, who was an old friend of the family, and who invited Wang to come and take a cup of wine with him. On his way thither, Wang lost his way, but at length reached a village which seemed familiar to him, and which he soon found, by the door with the magnolia inside, to be identical in every particular with the village of his dream. He went in through the doorway, and there was everything as he had seen it in his dream, even to the boat girl herself. She jumped up on his arrival, and, shutting the door in his face, asked what his business was there. Wang inquired if she had forgotten about the bracelet, and went on to tell her how long he had been searching for her, and how, at last, she had been revealed to him in a dream. The girl then begged to know his name and family, and when she heard who he was, she asked what a gentleman like himself could want with a poor boat girl like her, as he must have a wife of his own. "But for you," replied Wang, "I should indeed have been married long ago." Upon which the girl told him if that was really the case, he had better apply to her parents, "although," added she, "they have already refused a great many offers for me." The bracelet you gave me is here, but my father and mother are just now away from home. They will be back shortly. You go away now and engage a matchmaker, when I dare say it will be all right if the proper formalities are observed." Wang then retired, the girl calling after him to remember that her name was Mering Yun and her father's Mering Changlai. He proceeded at once on his way to Mr. Hsus, and after that sought out his intended father-in-law, telling him who he was, and offering him at the same time 100 ounces of silver as betrothal money for his daughter. "She is already promised," replied the old man, upon which Wang declared he had been making careful inquiries and had heard on all sides that the young lady was not engaged, winding up by begging to know what objection there was to his suit. "I have just promised her," answered her father, "and I cannot possibly break my word." So Wang went away, deeply mortified, not knowing whether to believe it or not. That night he tossed about a good deal, and next morning, braving the ridicule with which he imagined his friend would view his wished-for alliance with a boat girl, he went off to Mr. Hsu and told him all about it. "Why didn't you consult me before?" cried Mr. Hsu. "Her father is a connection of mine." Wang then went on to give fuller particulars, which his friend interrupted by saying, "Changlai is indeed poor, but he has never been a boatman. Are you sure you are not making a mistake?" He then sent off his elder son to make inquiries, and to him the girl's father said, "Poor I am, but I don't sell my daughter. Your friend imagined that I should be tempted by the sight of his money to forgo the usual ceremonies, and so I won't have anything to do with him. But if your father desires this match, and everything is in proper order, I will just go in and consult with my daughter and see if she is willing." He then retired for a few minutes, and when he came back, he raised his hands in congratulation, saying, "Everything is as you wish." Whereupon a day was fixed, and the young man went home to report to his father. Wang now sent off betrothal presents with the usual formalities and took up his abode with his friend Mr. Hsu until the marriage was solemnized, 3 days after which he bade adieu to his father-in-law and started on his way northwards. In the evening, as they were sitting on the boat together, Wang said to his wife, "When I first met you near this spot, I fancied you were not of the ordinary boating class. Where were you then going?" "I was going to visit my uncle," she replied. "We are not a wealthy family, you know, but we don't want anything through an improper channel, and I couldn't help smiling at the great eyes you were making at me, all the time trying to tempt me with money. But when I heard you speak, I knew at once you were a man of refinement, though I guessed you were a bit of a rake. And so I hid your bracelet and saved you from the wrath of my father." "And yet," replied Wang, "you have fallen into my snare after all," adding, after a little pressure, "for I can't conceal from you much longer the fact that I have already a wife belonging to a high official family." This she did not believe until he began to affirm it seriously, and then she jumped up and ran out of the cabin. Wang followed at once, but before he could reach her, she was already in the river. Whereupon he shouted out to boats to come to their assistance, causing quite a commotion all round about, but nothing was to be seen in the river, save only the reflection of the stars shining brightly on the water. All night long Wang went sorrowfully up and down, and offered a high reward for the body, which, however, was not forthcoming. So he went home in despair, and then, fearing lest his father-in-law should come to visit his daughter, he started on a visit to a connection of his, who had an appointment in Honan. In the course of a year or two, when on his homeward journey, he chanced to be detained by bad weather at a roadside inn of rather cleaner appearance than usual. Within he saw an old woman playing with a child, which, as soon as he entered, held out its arms to him to be taken. Wang took the child on his knee, and there it remained, refusing to go back to its nurse. And when the rain had stopped and Wang was getting ready to go, the child cried out, "Papa gone." The nurse told it to hold its tongue, and at the same moment, out from behind the screen came Wang's long-lost wife. "You bad fellow," said she, "what am I to do with this?" pointing to the child, and then Wang knew that the boy was his own son. He was much affected, and swore by the sun that the words he had been uttered in jest, and by and by his wife's anger was soothed. She then explained how she had been picked up by a passing boat, the occupant of which was the owner of the house they were in, a man of 60 years of age, who had no children of his own, and who kindly adopted her. She also told him how she had had several offers of marriage, all of which she had refused, and how her child was born, and that she had called him Kaishang, and that he was then a year old. Wang now unpacked his baggage again, and went in to see the old gentleman and his wife, whom he treated as if they had actually been his wife's parents. A few days afterwards, they set off together towards Wang's home, where they found his wife's real father awaiting them. He had been there more than 2 months and had been considerably disconcerted by the mysterious remarks of Wang's servants. But the arrival of his daughter and her husband made things all smooth again, and when they told him what had happened, he understood the demeanor of the servants, which had seemed so strange to him at first. Footnotes from a poem by Wang Wei, a noted poet of the Tiang dynasty. The second line is not given in the text. From a poem by Pian Tiangshan, which runs, "Her rustic home stands by the Tung Tiang lake. Ye, who would there a pure libation pour, look for mud walls a roof of rushy make and Judas tree in flower before the door." The Chinese believe that the Judas tree will only bloom where fraternal love prevails. I have already observed that men and women should not let their hands touch when passing things to each other. See No. XL. Note 233. Neither is it considered proper for persons of different sexes to hang their clothes on the same clothes horse. See Appendix, Note 736. With regard to shaking hands, I have omitted to mention how hateful this custom is in the eyes of the Chinese, as in vogue among foreigners, without reference to sex. They believe that a bad man might easily secrete some noxious drug in the palm of his hand, and so convey it into the system of any woman, who would then be at his mercy. Alluding to Wang's breach of etiquette in visiting the father himself, instead of sending a go-between, who would have offered the same sum in due form as the usual dowry or present to the bride's family. Witnesses in a Chinese court of justice take no oath, in our sense of the term. Their written depositions, however, are always ended with the words, "The above evidence is the truth." In ordinary life, people call heaven and earth to witness, or, as in this case, the sun, or they declare themselves willing to forfeit their lives, and so on if their statements are not true. Saucer breaking is one of those pleasant inductions from probably a single instance, which may have been the fancy of a moment. At any rate, it is quite unknown in China as a national custom. Cock-killing usually has reference to the ceremonies of initiation performed by the members of the numerous secret societies which exist over the length and breadth of the empire, in spite of government prohibitions, and the penalty of death incurred upon detection. Adoption is common all over China and is regulated by law. For instance, an adopted son excludes all the daughters of the family. A man is not allowed to marry a girl whom he has adopted until he shall have given her away to be adopted in a family of a different surname from his own, after which fictitious ceremony his marriage with her becomes legal. See No. Roman 15, Note 109. For the child adopted takes the same surname as that of the family into which he is adopted, and is so far cut off from his own relations that he would not venture even to put on mourning for his real parents without first obtaining the consent of those who had adopted him. A son or daughter may be sold, but an adopted child may not. Neither may the adopted child be given away in adoption to anyone else without the specific consent of his real parents. The general object in adopting children is to leave someone behind at death to look after the duties of ancestral worship. For this, boys are preferred, but the fortunate union gives an instance in which these rites were very creditably performed by the heroine of the tale. 95. The two brides. Now Kai Shang, or Wang's son, was one of the cleverest young fellows in the district, and his father and mother, who had foreseen his ability from the time when, as a baby in long clothes, he distinguished them from other people, loved him very dearly. He grew up into a handsome lad. At 8 or 9 he could compose elegantly, and by 14 he had already entered his name as a candidate for the first degree, after which his marriage became a question for consideration. Now his father's younger sister, Yang, had married a gentleman named Chang Tizu Xiechao, and they had a daughter called Qiu, who was extremely pretty, and with whom Kai Shang fell deeply in love, being soon unable either to eat or to sleep. His parents became extremely uneasy about him and inquired what it was that ailed him, and when he told them, they at once sent off a matchmaker to Mr. Chang. The latter, however, was rather a stickler for the proprieties, and replied that the near relationship precluded him from accepting the offer. Thereupon Kai Shang became dangerously ill, and his mother, not knowing what to do, secretly tried to persuade Yang to let her daughter come over to their house. But Mr. Chang heard of it and was so angry that Kaisheng's father and mother gave up all hope of arranging the match. At that time, there was a gentleman named Chang living nearby who had 5 daughters, all very pretty, but the youngest, called Wu Ko, was singularly beautiful, far surpassing her 4 sisters. She was not betrothed to anyone when one day, as she was on her way to worship at the family tombs, she chanced to see Kaisheng, and at her return home spoke about him to her mother. Her mother guessed what her meaning was and arranged with a matchmaker, named Mrs. Yu, to call upon Kaisheng's parents. This she did precisely at the time when Kaisheng was so ill, and forthwith told his mother that her son's complaint was one she, Mrs. Yu, was quite competent to cure, going on to tell her about Miss Wu Ko and the proposed marriage, at which the good lady was delighted, and sent her in to talk about it to Kaisheng himself. "Alas!" cried he, when he had heard Mrs. Yu's story, "you are bringing me the wrong medicine for my complaint." "All depends upon the efficacy of the medicine," replied Mrs. Yu. "If the medicine is good, it matters not what is the name of the doctor who administers the draught, while to set your heart on a particular person, and to lie there and die because that person doesn't come, is surely foolish in the extreme." "Ah," rejoined Kaisheng, "there's no medicine under heaven that will do me any good." Mrs. Yu told him his experience was limited, and proceeded to expatiate by speaking and gesticulating on the beauty and liveliness of Wu Ko. But all Kaisheng said was that she was not what he wanted, and, turning round his face to the wall, would listen to no more about her. So Mrs. Yu was obliged to go away, and Kaisheng became worse and worse every day, until suddenly one of the maids came in and informed him that the young lady herself was at the door. Immediately he jumped up and ran out, and lo! There before him stood a beautiful girl, whom, however, he soon discovered not to be Kuihu. She wore a light yellow robe with a fine silk jacket and an embroidered petticoat, from beneath which her 2 little feet peeped out, and altogether she more resembled a fairy than anything else. Kaisheng inquired her name, to which she replied that it was Wu Ko, adding that she couldn't understand his devoted attachment to Kuihu, as if there was nobody else in the world. Kaisheng apologized, saying that he had never before seen anyone so beautiful as Kuihu, but that he was now aware of his mistake. He then swore everlasting fidelity to her, and was just grasping her hand, when he awoke and found his mother rubbing him. It was a dream, but so accurately defined in all its details that he began to think, if Wu Ko was really such as he had seen her, there would be no further need to try for his impracticable cousin. So he communicated his dream to his mother, and she, only too delighted to notice this change of feeling, offered to go to Wu Ko's house herself. But Kaisheng would not hear of this, and arranged with an old woman who knew the family to find some pretext for going there, and to report to him what Wu Ko was like. When she arrived, Wu Ko was ill in bed, and lay with her head propped up by pillows, looking very pretty indeed. The old woman approached the couch and asked what was the matter, to which Wu Ko made no reply, her fingers fidgeting all the time with her waistband. "She's been behaving badly to her father and mother," cried the latter, who was in the room. "There's many a one has offered to marry her, but she says she'll have none but Kaisheng. And then when I scold her a bit, she takes on and won't touch her food for days." "Madam," said the old woman, "if you could get that young man for your daughter, they would make a truly pretty pair. And as for him, if he could only see Miss Wu Ko, I'm afraid it would be too much for him. What do you think of my going there and getting them to make proposals?" "No, thank you," replied Wu Ko. "I would rather not risk his refusal." Upon which the old woman declared she would succeed, and hurried off to tell Kaisheng, who was delighted to find from her report that Wu Ko was exactly as he had seen her in his dream, though he didn't trust implicitly in all the old woman said. By and by, when he began to get a little better, he consulted with the old woman as to how he could see Wu Ko with his own eyes. And, after some little difficulty, it was arranged that Kaisheng should hide himself in a room from which he would be able to see her as she crossed the yard supported by a maid, which she did every day at a certain hour. This Kaisheng proceeded to do, and in a little while out she came, accompanied by the old woman as well, who instantly drew her attention either to the clouds or the trees, in order that she should walk more leisurely. Thus Kaisheng had a good look at her, and saw that she was truly the young lady of his dream. He could hardly contain himself for joy, and when the old woman arrived and asked if she would do instead of Kuihu, he thanked her very warmly and returned to his own home. There he told his father and mother, who sent off a matchmaker to arrange the preliminaries, but the latter came back and told them that Wu Ko was already betrothed. This was a terrible blow for Kaisheng, who was soon as ill as ever, and offered no reply to his father and mother when they charged him with having made a mistake. For several months he ate nothing but a bowl of rice gruel a day, and he became as emaciated as a fowl, when all of a sudden the old woman walked in and asked him what was the matter. "Foolish boy," said she, when he had told her all, "before you wouldn't have her, and do you imagine she is bound to have you now? But I'll see if I can't help you, for were she the emperor's own daughter, I should still find some way of getting her." Kaisheng asked what he should do, and she then told him to send a servant with a letter next day to Wu Ko's house, to which his father at first objected for fear of another repulse. But the old woman assured him that Wu Ko's parents had since repented, besides which no written contract had as yet been made. "And you know the proverb," added she, "that those who are first at the fire will get their dinner first." So Kaisheng's father agreed, and 2 servants were accordingly sent, their mission proving a complete success. Kaisheng now rapidly recovered his health and thought no more of Qexiu, who, when she heard of the intended match, became in her turn very seriously ill, to the great anger of her father, who said she might die for all he cared, but to the great sorrow of her mother, who was extremely fond of her daughter. The latter even went so far as to propose to Mr. Chang that Qexiu should go as second wife, at which he was so enraged that he declared he would wash his hands of the girl altogether. The mother then found out when Kaisheng's wedding was to take place, and, borrowing a chair and attendants from her brother under pretense of going to visit him, put Qexiu inside and sent her off to her uncle's house. As she arrived at the door, the servants spread a carpet for her to walk on, and the band struck up the wedding march. Kaisheng went out to see what it was all about, and there met a young lady in a bridal veil, from whom he would have escaped had not her servants surrounded them, and before he knew what he was doing, he was making her the usual salutation of a bridegroom. They then went in together, and to his further astonishment, he found that the young lady was Qexiu, and being now unable to go and meet Wu Ko, a message was sent to her father, telling him what had occurred. He, too, got into a great rage and vowed he would break off the match, but Wu Ko herself said she would go all the same, her rival having only got the start of her in point of time. And go she did, and the 2 wives, instead of quarreling, as was expected, lived very happily together like sisters, and wore each other's clothes and shoes without distinction, Qexiu taking the place of an elder sister as being somewhat older than Wu Ko. One day, after these events, Kaisheng asked Wu Ko why she had refused his offer, to which she replied that it was merely to pay him out for having previously refused her father's proposal. "Before you had seen me, your head was full of Qexiu, but after you had seen me, your thoughts were somewhat divided, and I wanted to know how I compared with her, and whether you would fall ill on my account as you had on hers, that we mightn't quarrel about our looks." "It was a cruel revenge," said Kaisheng, "but how should I ever have got a sight of you had it not been for the old woman?" "What had she to do with it?" replied Wu Ko. "I knew you were behind the door all the time. When I was ill I dreamt that I went to your house and saw you, but I looked upon it only as a dream until I heard that you had dreamt that I had actually been there, and then I knew that my spirit must have been with you." Kaisheng now related to her the particulars of his vision, which coincided exactly with her own, and thus, strangely enough, had the matrimonial alliances of both father and son been brought about by dreams. Footnotes: this story is a sequel to the last. The surnames would in this case be different, and no obstacle could be offered on that score. See No, Roman 15, Note 109. The Denouement of the Yu Chiaolai, a small novel which was translated into French by Ray Musat, and again by Julian under the title of Les Deux Cousins, is affected by the hero of the tale marrying both the heroines. 96. A supernatural wife. A certain Mr. Ko, of Ca Changshan, lodged in a family of the name of Ti. He was very badly off and, falling sick, was brought almost to death's door. One day they moved him into the veranda, that it might be cooler for him, and when he awoke from a nap, lo, a beautiful girl was standing by his side. "I am come to be your wife," said the girl, in answer to his question as to who she was, to which he replied that a poor fellow like himself did not look for such luck as that, adding that, being then on his deathbed, he would not have much occasion for the services of a wife. The girl said she could cure him, but he told her he very much doubted that. And even, continued he, should you have any good prescription, I have not the means of getting it made up. I don't want medicine to cure you with, rejoined the girl, proceeding at once to rub his back and sides with her hand, which seemed to him like a ball of fire. He soon began to feel much better, and asked the young lady what her name was in order, as he said, that he might remember her in his prayers. I am a spirit, replied she, and you, when alive under the Han dynasty as Chu Suiliang, were a benefactor of my family. Your kindness being engraven on my heart, I have at length succeeded in my search for you, and am able in some measure to requite you. Kao was dreadfully ashamed of his poverty-stricken state, and afraid that his dirty room would spoil the young lady's dress. But she made him show her in, and accordingly he took her into his apartment, where there were neither chairs to sit upon, nor signs of anything to eat, saying, You might, indeed, be able to put up with all this. But you see my larder is empty, and I have absolutely no means of supporting a wife. Don't be alarmed about that, cried she, and in another moment he saw a couch covered with costly robes, the walls papered with a silver-flecked paper, and chairs and tables appear, the latter laden with all kinds of wine and exquisite viands. They then began to enjoy themselves, and lived together as husband and wife, many people coming to witness these strange things, and being all cordially received by the young lady, who in her turn always accompanied Mr. Kao when he went out to dinner anywhere. One day there was an unprincipled young graduate among the company, which she seemed immediately to become aware of, and after calling him several bad names, she struck him on the side of the head, causing his head to fly out of the window while his body remained inside. And there he was, stuck fast, unable to move either way, until the others interceded for him and he was released. After some time, visitors became too numerous, and if she refused to see them, they turned their anger against her husband. At length, as they were sitting together drinking with some friends at the Tuanyang festival, a white rabbit ran in, whereupon the girl jumped up and said, The doctor has come for me. Then, turning to the rabbit, she added, You go on, I'll follow you. So the rabbit went away, and then she ordered them to get a ladder and place it against a high tree in the backyard, the top of the ladder overtopping the tree. The young lady went up first, and Kao close behind her, after which she called out to anybody who wished to join them to make haste up. None ventured to do so with the exception of a serving boy belonging to the house, who followed after Kao, and thus they went up, 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 until they disappeared in the clouds and were seen no more. However, when the bystanders came to look at the ladder, they found it was only an old doorframe with the panels knocked out, and when they went into Mr. Kao's room, it was the same old, dirty, unfurnished room as before. So they determined to find out all about it from the serving boy when he came back. But this he never did. Footnotes: the sexes do not dine together. On the occasion of a dinner party, private or official, the ladies give a separate entertainment to the wives of the various guests in the inner or women's apartments, as an adjunct to which a theatrical troupe is often engaged, precisely as in the case of the opposite sex. Singing girls are, however, present at and share in the banquets of the roués of China. This occurs on the 5th of the 5th moon and is commonly known as the Dragon Boat Festival, from a practice of racing on that day in long, narrow boats. It is said to have been instituted in memory of a patriotic statesman, whose identity, however, is not settled, some writers giving Wu Yun, see the Middle Kingdom, Volume Roman II, p. 82. Others see Chu Yuan, see the Chinese Reader's Manual, p. 107, as the hero of the day. A hare or rabbit is believed to sit at the foot of the cassia tree in the moon, pounding the drugs out of which is concocted the elixir of immortality. An allusion to this occurs in the poems of Tu Fu, one of the celebrated bards of the Tiang dynasty. The frog is not drowned in the river, the medicine hare lives forever. 97. Bribery and corruption. At Pouting Fu there lived a young man, who having purchased the lowest degree was about to proceed to Peking in the hope of obtaining, by the aid of a little bribery, an appointment as district magistrate. His boxes were already packed, when he was taken suddenly ill and was confined to his bed for more than a month. One day the servant entered and announced a visitor, whereupon our sick man jumped up and ran to the door as if there was nothing the matter with him. The visitor was elegantly dressed like a man of some position in society, and, after bowing thrice, he walked into the house, explaining that he was Kongsun Acha, tutor to the 11th prince, and that he had heard our Mr. So-and-so wish to arrange for the purchase of a magistracy. If that is really so, added he, would you not do better to buy a prefecture? So-and-so thanked him warmly, but said his funds would not be sufficient, upon which Mr. Kongsun declared he should be delighted to assist him with half the purchase money, which he could repay after taking up the post. He went on to say that being on intimate terms with the various provincial governors, the thing could be easily managed for about 5,000 taels, and also that at that very moment Charenting Fu being vacant, it would be as well to make an early effort to get the appointment. So-and-so pointed out that this place was in his native province, but Kongsun only laughed at his objection and reminded him that money could obliterate all distinctions of that kind. This did not seem quite satisfactory. However, Kongsun told him not to be alarmed, as the post of which he was speaking was below in the infernal regions. The fact is, said he, that your term of life has expired, and that your name is already on the death list. By these means you will take your place in the world below as a man of official position. Farewell, in 3 days we shall meet again. He then went to the door and mounted his horse and rode away. So-and-so now opened his eyes and spoke a few parting words to his wife and children, bidding them take money from his strong room and go buy large quantities of paper ingots, which they immediately did, quite exhausting all the shops. This was piled in the courtyard with paper images of men, devils, horses, and sea, and burning went on day and night until the ashes formed quite a hill. In 3 days Kongsun returned, bringing with him the money. Upon which so-and-so hurried off to the Board of Civil Office, where he had an interview with the high officials, who, after asking his name, warned him to be a pure and upright officer, and then calling him up to the table handed him his letter of appointment. So-and-so bowed and took his leave, but recollecting at once that his purchased degree would not carry much weight with it in the eyes of his subordinates, he sent off to buy elaborate chairs and a number of horses for his retinue, at the same time dispatching several devil lictors to fetch his favorite wife in a beautifully adorned sedan chair. All arrangements were just completed when some of the Charenting staff came to meet the new prefect, others awaiting him all along the line of road, about half a mile in length. He was immensely gratified at this reception, when all of a sudden the gongs before him ceased to sound and the banners were lowered to the ground. He had hardly time to ask what was the matter before he saw those of his servants who were on horseback jump hastily to the ground and dwindle down to about a foot in height, while their horses shrunk to the size of foxes or raccoons. One of the attendants near his chariot cried out in alarm, "Here's Quan Ti." And then he, too, jumped out in a fright, and saw in the distance Quan Ti himself slowly approaching them, followed by 4 or 5 retainers on horseback. His great beard covered the lower half of his face, quite unlike ordinary mortals. His aspect was terrible to behold, and his eyes reached nearly to his ears. "Who is this?" roared he to his servants, and they immediately informed him that it was the new prefect of Charenting. "What?" cried he. "A petty fellow like that to have a retinue like this." Whereupon so-and-so's flesh began to creep with fear, and in a few moments he found that he too had shrunk to the size of a little boy of 6 or 7. Quan Ti bade his attendants bring the new prefect with them, and went into a building at the roadside, where he took up his seat facing the south and calling for writing materials told so-and-so to write down his name and address. When this was handed to him, he flew into a towering passion and said, "The scribbly scrawl of a placeman, indeed. Can such a one be entrusted with the welfare of the people? Look me up the record of his good works." A man then advanced and whispered something in a low tone, upon which Quan Ti exclaimed in a loud voice, "The crime of the briber is comparatively trifling. The heavy guilt lies with those who sell official posts for money." So-and-so was now seized by angels in golden armor, and 2 of them tore off his cap and robes, and administered to him 50 blows with the bamboo until hardly any flesh remained on his bones. He was then thrust outside the door, and lo! His carriages and horses had disappeared, and he himself was lying, unable to walk for pain, at no great distance from his own house. However, his body seemed as light as a leaf, and in a day and a night he managed to crawl home. When he arrived, he awoke as it were from a dream, and found himself groaning upon the bed. And to the inquiries of his family, he only replied that he felt dreadfully sore. Now he really had been dead for 7 days, and when he came round thus, he immediately asked for a lien, which was the name of his favorite wife. But the very day before, while chatting with the other members of the family, Alian had suddenly cried out that her husband was made prefect of Chernting and that his lictors had come to escort her thither. Accordingly, she retired to dress herself in her best clothes, and when ready to start, she fell back and expired. Hearing this sad story, so-and-so began to mourn and beat his breast, and he would not allow her to be buried at once, in the hope that she might yet come round. But this she never did. Meanwhile, so-and-so got slowly better, and by the end of 6 months was able to walk again. He would often exclaim, "The ruin of my career and the punishment I received all this I could have endured, but the loss of my dear alien is more than I can bear." Footnotes, by which he would become eligible for government employ. The sale of degrees has been extensively carried on under the present dynasty as a means of replenishing an empty treasury. Kung Sun is an example of a Chinese double surname. Such is the common system of repaying the loan, by means of which an indigent nominee is enabled to defray the expenses of his journey to the post to which he has been appointed and other calls upon his purse. These loans are generally provided by some Western merchant, which term is an ellipsis for a shanty banker, shanty being literally west of the mountains. Some one accompanies the newly made official to his post and holds his commission in pawn until the amount is repaid, which settlement is easily effected by the issue of some well-understood proclamation, calling, for instance, upon the people to close all gambling houses within a given period. Immediately the owners of these hells forward presents of money to the incoming official, the shanty banker gets his principal with interest, perhaps at the rate of 2%. Per month, the gambling houses carry on as usual, and everybody is perfectly satisfied. Which fact would disqualify him from taking the post. Literally, square hole. A common name for the Chinese cash, see number Roman 2, note 42. In the case of wealthy families, these strong rooms often contain, in addition to bullion, jewels to a very great amount belonging to the ladies of the house. And, as a rule, the door may not be opened unless in the presence of a certain number of the male representatives of the house. Pieces of silver and gold paper made up to represent the ordinary Chinese shoes of bullion see no. Roman 18, note 133, and burnt for the use of the dead. Generally known to foreigners in China as joss paper. See no, Roman 7, note 54. In this case, the reference is to a similar board in the infernal regions. These would be sure to sneer at him behind his back. A compliment usually paid to an incoming official. See no, I note 39. The retinue of a mandarin should be in accordance with his rank. I have given elsewhere, see no. LVI, note 315, what would be that of an official of the highest rank? See number LXXV, note 431. Good writing holds a much higher place in the estimation of the Chinese than among Western nations. The very nature of their characters raises calligraphy almost to the rank of an art. The commentator here adds a somewhat similar case, which actually occurred in the reign of Kang Hsi, of a viceroy modestly attended falling in with the gorgeous retinue of a magistrate and being somewhat rudely treated by the servants of the latter. On arriving at his destination, the viceroy sent for that magistrate and sternly bade him retire from office, remarking that no simple magistrate could afford to keep such a retinue of attendants unless by illegal exactions from the suffering people committed to his charge. 98. A Chinese Jonah. A man named Sun Paichern was crossing the river when a great thundersquall broke upon the vessel and caused her to toss about fearfully, to the great terror of all the passengers. Just then, an angel in golden armor appeared standing upon the clouds above them, holding in his hand a scroll inscribed with certain characters, also written in gold, which the people on the vessel easily made out to be 3 in number, namely Sun Paichern. So, turning at once to their fellow traveler, they said to him, "You have evidently incurred the displeasure of heaven. Get into a boat by yourself, and do not involve us in your punishment." And without giving him time to reply whether he would do so or not, they hurried him over the side into a small boat and set him adrift. But when Sun Paichern looked back, lo, the vessel itself had capsized. Footnotes. The Yangtze, sometimes spoken of as the Long River. The full point of this story can hardly be conveyed in translation. The The man's surname was Sun, and his prenomen Paichern, which in Chinese follows the nomen, might be rendered must be saved. However, there is another word meaning struck, precisely similar in sound and tone, though written differently to the above Chern, and as far as the ear alone is concerned, our hero's name might have been either Sun must be saved or Sun must be struck. That the merchants mistook the character Chern, saved, for Chern, struck, is evident from the catastrophe which overtook their vessel, while Mr. Sun's little boat rode safely through the storm. 99. Cheng Puliang. A certain trader who was traveling in the province of Chilai, being overtaken by a storm of rain and hail, took shelter among some standing crops by the wayside. There he heard a voice from heaven, saying, "These are Chang Puliang's fields, do not injure his crops." The trader began to wonder who this Chang Puliang could be, and how, if he was Pu Liang, not virtuous, he came to be under divine protection. So when the storm was over and he had reached the neighboring village, he made inquiries on the subject and told the people there what he had heard. The villagers then informed him that Chang Puliang was a very wealthy farmer, who was accustomed every spring to make loans of grain to the poor of the district, and who was not too particular about getting back the exact amount he had lent, taking, in fact, whatever they brought him without discussion, hence the sobriquet of Puliang, no measure, i.e., the man who doesn't measure the repayments of his loans. After that, they all proceeded in a body to the fields, where it was discovered that vast damage had been done to the crops generally, with the exception of Chang Puliang's, which had escaped uninjured. Footnote: here again, we have a play upon words similar to that in the last story. 100. The Dutch carpet. Formerly, when the Dutch were permitted to trade with China, the officer in command of the coast defenses would not allow them, on account of their great numbers, to come ashore. The Dutch begged very hard for the grant of a piece of land, such as a carpet would cover, and the officer above mentioned, thinking that this could not be very large, acceded to their request. A carpet was accordingly laid down, big enough for about 2 people to stand on, but by dint of stretching, it was soon enough for 4 or 5, and so they went on stretching and stretching until at last it covered about an acre, and by, with the help of their knives, they had filched a piece of ground several miles in extent. Footnotes: we read in the history of Am, in the year 1622, the red-haired barbarians seized the pescadores and attacked Amoy. From the pescadores they finally retired, on a promise that trade would be permitted, to Formosa, whence they were expelled by the famous Koxinga in 1662. Red-haired barbarians, a term now commonly applied to all foreigners, was first used in the records of the Ming dynasty to designate the Dutch. Our author would here seem to have heard of the famous bull, Eshide, which is mentioned in the first book of the Aeneid. In any case, the substitution of stretching is no improvement on the celebrated device by which the bull's hide was made to enclose so large a space. 101. Carrying a corpse. A woodsman who had been to market was returning home with his pole across his shoulder, when suddenly he felt it become very heavy at the end behind him, and looking round he saw attached to it the headless trunk of a man. In great alarm, he got his pole quit of the burden and struck about him right and left, whereupon the body disappeared. He then hurried on to the next village, and when he arrived there in the dusk of the evening, he found several men holding lights to the ground as if looking for something. On asking what was the matter, they told him that while sitting together a man's head had fallen from the sky into their midst, that they had noticed the hair and beard were all draggled, but in a moment the head had vanished. The woodsman then related what had happened to himself, and thus one whole man was accounted for, though no one could tell whence he came. Subsequently, another man was carrying a basket when someone saw a man's head in it and called out to him, whereupon he dropped the basket in a fright, and the head rolled away and disappeared. Footnote: the common method of porterage in China is by a bamboo pole over the shoulder with well-balanced burdens hanging from each end. I have often seen children carried thus, sitting in wicker baskets, sometimes for long journeys. 102. A Taoist devotee. Chu Yaoju was a Qingchu man who, when his wife died, left his home and became a priest. Some years afterwards he returned dressed in the Taoist garb and carrying his praying mat over his shoulder, and after staying one night he wanted to go away again. His friends, however, would not give him back his cassock and staff, so at length he pretended to take a stroll outside the village, and when there, his clothes and other belongings came flying out of the house after him, and he got safely away. Footnotes: it would be more usual to renew the guitar string, as the Chinese idiom runs. In the paraphrase of the first maxim of the sacred edict, we are told that the closest of all ties is that of husband and wife, but suppose your wife dies, why, you can marry another. But if your brother were to die, and see. This, as well as the staff mentioned below, belongs to Buddhism. See no. Roman 4, note 46. 103. Justice for rebels. During the reign of Shun Qi, of the people of Tierney, 7 in 10 were opposed to the Manchu dynasty. The officials dared not touch them, and subsequently, when the country became more settled, the magistrates used to distinguish them from the others by always deciding any cases in their favor, for they feared lest these men should revert to their old opposition. And thus it came about that one litigant would begin by declaring himself to have been a rebel, while his adversary would follow up by showing such statement to be false, so that before any case could be heard on its actual merits, it was necessary to determine the status both of plaintiff and defendant, whereby infinite labor was entailed upon the registrars. Now it chanced that the yammern of one of the officials was haunted by a fox, and the official's daughter was bewitched by it. Her father, therefore, engaged the services of a magician, who succeeded in capturing the animal and putting it into a bottle. But just as he was going to commit it to the flames, the fox cried out from inside the bottle, "I'm a rebel?" At which the bystanders were unable to suppress their laughter. Footnote: the first Manchu ruler of the Empire of China. He came to the throne in AD 1644. 104. Theft of the peach. When I was a little boy, I went one day to the prefectural city. It was the time of the spring festival, and the custom was that on the day before, all the merchants of the place should proceed with banners and drums to the judge's yammern. This was called bringing in the spring. I went with a friend to see the fun. The crowd was immense, and there sat the officials in crimson robes arranged right and left in the hall. But I was small and didn't know who they were, my attention being attracted chiefly by the hum of voices and the noise of the drums. In the middle of it all, a man leading a boy with his hair unplaited and hanging down his back walked up to the dais. He carried a pole on his shoulder and appeared to be saying something which I couldn't hear for the noise. I only saw the officials smile, and immediately afterwards an attendant came down and in a loud voice ordered the man to give a performance. "What shall it be?" asked the man in reply. Whereupon, after some consultation between the officials on the dais, the attendant inquired what he could do best. The man said he could invert the order of nature. And then, after another pause, he was instructed to produce some peaches. To this he assented, and taking off his coat, laid it on his box, at the same time observing that they had set him a hard task, the winter frost not having broken up, and adding that he was afraid the gentleman would be angry with him, and see his son here reminded him that he had agreed to the task and couldn't well get out of it. So after fretting and grumbling a while, he cried out, "I have it. With snow on the ground we shall never get peaches here, but I guess there are some up in heaven in the royal mother's garden, and there we must try." "How are we to get up, father?" asked the boy, whereupon the man said, "I have the means," and immediately proceeded to take from his box a cord some tens of feet in length. This he carefully arranged, and then threw one end of it high up into the air where it remained as if caught by something. He now paid out the rope, which kept going up higher and higher until the end he had thrown up disappeared in the clouds, and only a short piece was left in his hands. Calling his son, he then explained that he himself was too heavy, and handing him the end of the rope, bid him go up at once. The boy, however, made some difficulty, objecting that the rope was too thin to bear his weight up to such a height, and that he would surely fall down and be killed, upon which his father said that his promise had been given, and that repentance was now too late, adding that if the peaches were obtained, they would surely be rewarded with 100 ounces of silver, which should be set aside to get the boy a pretty wife. So his son seized the rope and swarmed up, like a spider running up a thread of its web, and in a few moments he was out of sight in the clouds. By and by down fell a peach as large as a basin, which the delighted father handed up to his patrons on the dais, who were some time coming to a conclusion whether it was real or imitation. But just then down came the rope with a run, and the affrighted father shrieked out, "Alas! Alas! Someone has cut the rope. What will my boy do now?" And in another minute down fell something else, which was found on examination to be his son's head. "Ami," said he, weeping bitterly and showing the head, "the gardener has caught him, and my boy is no more." After that, his arms and legs and body all came down in like manner, and the father, gathering them up, put them in the box and said, "This was my only son, who accompanied me everywhere, and now what a cruel fate is his. I must away and bury him." He then approached the dais and said, "Your peach, gentlemen, was obtained at the cost of my boy's life. Help me now to pay his funeral expenses, and I will be ever grateful to you." The officials, who had been watching the scene in horror and amazement, forthwith collected a good purse for him, and when he had received the money, he rapped on his box and said, "Papa, why don't you come out and thank the gentleman?" Thereupon, there was a thump on the box from the inside, and up came the boy himself, who jumped out and bowed to the assembled company. I have never forgotten this strange trick, which I subsequently heard could be done by the White Lily sect, who probably got it from this source. Footnotes. It is worth noting that the author professes actually to have witnessed the following extraordinary scene. The vernal equinox, which would fall on or about the 20th of March. A fabulous lady, said to reside at the summit of the K'un-Lun mountain, where, on the border of the gem lake, grows the peach tree of the angels, the fruit of which confers immortality on him who eats it. One of the most celebrated of the numerous secret societies of China, the origin of which dates back to about AD 1350. Its members have always been credited with a knowledge of the black art. Of Chinese jugglers, Ibn Battuta writes as follows: "They produced a chain 50 cubits in length, and in my presence threw one end of it towards the sky, where it remained, as if fastened to something in the air. A dog was then brought forward, and being placed at the lower end of the chain, immediately ran up, and reaching the other end immediately disappeared in the air. In the same manner a hog, a panther, a lion, and a tiger were alternately sent up the chain, and all equally disappeared at the upper end of it. At last they took down the chain, and put it into a bag, no one ever discerning in what way the different animals were made to vanish into the air in the mysterious manner above described. This, I may venture to affirm, was beyond measure strange and surprising. Apropos of which passage, Mr. Maskelyne, the prince of all black artists, ancient or modern, says, "These apparent effects were, doubtless, due to the aid of concave mirrors, the use of which was known to the ancients, especially in the East, but they could not have been produced in the open air." 105. Killing a serpent. At Kukai Island in the Eastern Sea, there were camellias of all colors which bloomed throughout the year. No one, however, lived there, and very few people ever visited the spot. One day, a young man of Ternchu, named Chang, who was fond of hunting and adventure, hearing of the beauties of the place, put together some wine and food, and rowed himself across in a small open boat. The flowers were just then even finer than usual, and their perfume was diffused for a mile or so around, while many of the trees he saw were several armfuls in circumference. So he roamed about and gave himself up to enjoyment of the scene, and by and by he opened a flask of wine, regretting very much that he had no companion to share it with him, when all of a sudden a most beautiful young girl, with extremely bright eyes and dressed in red, stepped down from one of the camellias before him. "Dear me," said she on seeing Mr. Chang, "I expected to be alone here, and was not aware that the place was already occupied." Chang was somewhat alarmed at this apparition, and asked the young lady whence she came, to which she replied that her name was Chai Chang, and that she had accompanied thither a Mr. Hai, who had gone off for a stroll and had left her to await his return. Thereupon Chang begged her to join him in a cup of wine, which she very willingly did, and they were just beginning to enjoy themselves when a sound of rushing wind was heard, and the trees and plants bent beneath it. "Here, Mr. Hai," cried the young lady, and jumping quickly up, disappeared in a moment. The horrified Chang now beheld a huge serpent coming out of the bushes nearby, and immediately ran behind a large tree for shelter, hoping the reptile would not see him. But the serpent advanced and enveloped both Chang and the tree in its great folds, binding Chang's arms down to his sides so as to prevent him from moving them, and then raising its head, darted out its tongue and bit the poor man's nose, causing the blood to flow freely out. This blood it was quietly sucking up, when Chang, who thought that his last hour had come, remembered that he had in his pocket some fox poison, and managing to insert a couple of fingers, he drew out the packet, broke the paper, and let the powder lie in the palm of his hand. He next leaned his hand over the serpent's coils in such a way that the blood from his nose dripped into his hand, and when it was nearly full, the serpent actually did begin to drink it. And in a few moments the grip was relaxed. The serpent struck the ground heavily with its tail and dashed away up against another tree, which was broken in half, and then stretched itself out and died. Chang was a long time unable to rise, but at length he got up and carried the serpent off with him. He was very ill for more than a month afterwards, and even suspected the young lady of being a serpent, too, in disguise. Footnote: see No. LXXI, Note 408. 106. The resuscitated corpse. A certain old man lived at Tsi Tine in the Yangtze district. The village was some miles from the district city, and he and his son kept a roadside in where travelers could pass the night. One day, as it was getting dusk, 4 strangers presented themselves and asked for a night's lodging, to which the landlord replied that every bed was already occupied. The 4 men declared it was impossible for them to go back, and urged him to take them in somehow. And at length the landlord said he could give them a place to sleep in if they were not too particular, which the strangers immediately assured him they were not. The fact was that the old man's daughter-in-law had just died, and that her body was lying in the women's quarters, waiting for the coffin, which his son had gone away to buy. So the landlord led them round thither, and walking in, placed a lamp on the table. At the further end of the room lay the corpse, decked out with paper robes and in the usual way, and in the foremost section were sleeping couches for 4 people. The travelers were tired, and throwing themselves on the beds, were soon snoring loudly, with the exception of one of them, who was not quite off when suddenly he heard a creaking of the trestles on which the dead body was laid out, and opening his eyes, he saw by the light of the lamp in front of the corpse that the girl was raising the coverings from her and preparing to get down. In another moment she was on the floor and advancing towards the sleepers. Her face was of a light yellow hue, and she had a silk kerchief round her head, and when she reached the beds she blew on the other 3 travelers, whereupon the 4th, in a great fright, stealthily drew up the bedclothes over his face and held his breath to listen. He heard her breathe on him as she had done on the others, and then heard her go back again and get under the paper robes, which rustled distinctly as she did so. He now put out his head to take a peep, and saw that she was lying down as before, whereupon, not daring to make any noise, he stretched forth his foot and kicked his companions, who, however, showed no signs of moving. He now determined to put on his clothes and make a bolt for it, but he had hardly begun to do so before he heard the creaking sound again, which sent him back under the bedclothes as fast as he could go. Again the girl came to him, and breathing several times on him, went away to lie down as before, as he could tell by the noise of the trestles. He then put his hand very gently out of bed, and, seizing his trousers, got quickly into them, jumped up with a bound, and rushed out of the place as fast as his legs would carry him. The corpse, too, jumped up. But by this time the traveler had already drawn the bolt and was outside the door, running along and shrieking at the top of his voice, with the corpse following close behind. No one seemed to hear him, and he was afraid to knock at the door of the inn for fear they should not let him in time. So he made for the highway to the city, and after a while he saw a monastery by the roadside, and, hearing the wooden fish, he ran up and thumped with all his might at the gate. The priest, however, did not know what to make of it, and would not open to him. And as the corpse was only a few yards off, he could do nothing but run behind a tree which stood close by, and there shelter himself, dodging to the right as the corpse dodged to the left, and so on. This infuriated the dead girl to madness, and at length, as tired and panting they stood watching each other on opposite sides of the tree, the corpse made a rush forward with one arm on each side in the hope of thus grabbing its victim. The traveler, however, fell backwards and escaped, while the corpse remained rigidly embracing the tree. By and by the priest, who had been listening from the inside, hearing no sounds for some time, came out and found the traveler lying senseless on the ground, whereupon he had him carried into the monastery, and by morning they had got him round again. After giving him a little broth to drink, he related the whole story, and then in the early dawn they went out to examine the tree, where they found the girl fixed tightly to the tree. The news being sent to the magistrate, That functionary attended at once in person and gave orders to remove the body. But this they were at first unable to do, the girl's fingers having penetrated into the bark so far that her nails were not to be seen. At length they got her away, and then a messenger was dispatched to the inn, already in a state of great commotion over the 3 travelers, who had been found dead in their beds. The old man accordingly sent to fetch his daughter-in-law, and the surviving traveler petitioned the magistrate, saying, "4 of us left home, but only one will go back. Give me something that I may show to my fellow townsmen." So the magistrate gave him a certificate and sent him home again. Footnotes. This instrument, used by Buddhist priests in the musical accompaniment to their liturgies, is said to be so called because a fish never closes its eyes, and is therefore a fit model of vigilance to him who would walk in the paths of holiness and virtue. The duties of coroner belong to the office of a district magistrate in China. Without such certificate, he would be liable to be involved in trouble and annoyance at the will of any unfriendly neighbor. 107. The Fisherman and His Friend. In the northern parts of Tizuchu there lived a man named Hsu, a fisherman by trade. Every night when he went to fish he would carry some wine with him, and drink and fish by turns, always taking care to pour out a libation on the ground, accompanied by the following invocation: "Drink too, ye drowned spirits of the river." Such was his regular custom, and it was also noticeable that, even on occasions when the other fishermen caught nothing, he always got a full basket. One night, as he was sitting drinking by himself, a young man suddenly appeared and began walking up and down near him. Hsu offered him a cup of wine, which was readily accepted, and they remained chatting together throughout the night, Hsu meanwhile not catching a single fish. However, just as he was giving up all hope of doing anything, the young man rose and said he would go a little way down the stream and beat them up towards Hsu, which he accordingly did, returning in a few minutes and warning him to be on the lookout. Hsu now heard a noise like that of a shoal coming up the stream, and, casting his net, made a splendid haul that he caught being over a foot in length. Greatly delighted, he now prepared to go home, first offering his companion a share of the fish, which the latter declined, saying that he had often received kindnesses from Mr. Hsu, and that he would be only too happy to help him regularly in the same manner if Mr. Hsu would accept his assistance. The latter replied that he did not recollect ever meeting him before, and that he should be much obliged for any aid the young man might choose to afford him, regretting, at the same time, his inability to make him any adequate return. He then asked the young man his name and surname, and the young man said his surname was Wang, adding that Hsu might address him when they met as Wang Liulang, he having no other name. Thereupon they parted, and the next day Hsu sold his fish and bought some more wine, with which he repaired as usual to the river bank. There he found his companion already awaiting him, and they spent the night together in precisely the same way as the preceding one, the young man beating up the fish for him as before. This went on for some months, until at length one evening the young man, with many expressions of his thanks and his regrets, told Hsu that they were about to part forever. Much alarmed by the melancholy tone in which his friend had communicated this news, Hsu was on the point of asking for an explanation, when the young man stopped him, and himself proceeded as follows: "The friendship that has grown up between us is truly surprising, and, now that we shall meet no more, there is no harm in telling you the whole truth. I am a disembodied spirit, the soul of one who was drowned in this river when tipsy. I have been here many years, and your former success in fishing was due to the fact that I used secretly to beat up the fish towards you, in return for the libations you were accustomed to pour out. Tomorrow my time is up. My substitute will arrive, and I shall be born again in the world of mortals. We have but this one evening left, and I therefore take advantage of it to express my feelings to you." On hearing these words, Hsu was at first very much alarmed. However, he had grown so accustomed to his friend's society that his fears soon passed away, and, filling up a goblet, he said, with a sigh, "Liu Lang, old fellow, drink this up, and away with melancholy. It's hard to lose you, but I'm glad enough for your sake, and won't think of my own sorrow." He then inquired of Liu Lang who was to be his substitute, to which the latter replied, "Come to the river bank tomorrow afternoon, and you'll see a woman drowned. She is the one." Just then the village cocks began to crow, and with tears in their eyes, the two friends bade each other farewell. Next day, HSU waited on the riverbank to see if anything would happen, and lo, a woman carrying a child in her arms came along. When close to the edge of the river, she stumbled and fell into the water, managing, however, to throw the child safely onto the bank, where it lay kicking and sprawling and crying at the top of its voice. The woman herself sank and rose several times, until at last she succeeded in clutching hold of the bank and pulled herself, dripping, out. And then, after resting a while, she picked up the child and went on her way. All this time, HSU had been in a great state of excitement and was on the point of running to help the woman out of the water. But he remembered that she was to be the substitute of his friend and accordingly restrained himself from doing so. Then, when he saw the woman get out by herself, he began to suspect that Liu Lang's words had not been fulfilled. That night, he went to fish as usual, and before long the young man arrived and said, "We meet once again, there is no need now to speak of separation." HSU asked him how it was so, to which he replied, "The woman you saw had already taken my place, but I could not bear to hear the child cry, and I saw that my one life would be purchased at the expense of their two lives, wherefore I let her go, and now I cannot say when I shall have another chance. The union of our destinies may not yet be worked out." "Alas," sighed HSU, "this noble conduct of yours is enough to move God Almighty." After this, the two friends went on much as they had done before, until one day Liu Lang again said he had come to bid HSU farewell. HSU thought he had found another substitute, but Liu Lang told him that his former behavior had so pleased Almighty Heaven that he had been appointed guardian angel of Wuchern in the Kaoyuan district, and that on the following morning he would start for his new post. "And if you do not forget the days of our friendship," added he, "I pray you come and see me in spite of the long journey." "Truly," replied HSU, "you well deserve to be made a god, but the paths of gods and men lie in different directions, and even if the distance were nothing, how should I manage to meet you again?" "Don't be afraid on that score," said Liu Lang, "but come," and then he went away, and HSU returned home. The latter immediately began to prepare for the journey, which caused his wife to laugh at him and say, "Supposing you do find such a place at the end of that long journey, you won't be able to hold a conversation with a clay image." HSU, however, paid no attention to her remarks and traveled straight to Kaoyuan, where he learned from the inhabitants that there really was a village called Wuchern, whither he forthwith proceeded and took up his abode at an inn. He then inquired of the landlord where the village temple was, to which the latter replied by asking him somewhat hurriedly if he was speaking to Mr. HSU. HSU informed him that his name was HSU, asking in reply how he came to know it, whereupon the landlord further inquired if his native place was not Tizuchu. HSU told him it was, and again asked him how he knew all this, to which the landlord made no answer, but rushed out of the room. And in a few moments the place was crowded with old and young, men, women, and children, all come to visit HSU. They then told him that a few nights before they had seen their guardian deity in a vision, and he had informed them that Mr. HSU would shortly arrive, and had bidden them to provide him with traveling expenses. And CHSU was very much astonished at this, and went off at once to the shrine, where he invoked his friend as follows: "Ever since we parted, I have had you daily and nightly in my thoughts. And now that I have fulfilled my promise of coming to see you, I have to thank you for the orders you have issued to the people of the place. As for me, I have nothing to offer you but a cup of wine, which I pray you accept as though we were drinking together on the riverbank." He then burnt a quantity of paper money, when lo, a wind suddenly arose, which, after whirling round and round behind the shrine, soon dropped and all was still. That night HSU dreamed that his friend came to him, dressed in his official cap and robes, and very different in appearance from what he used to be, and thanked him, saying, "It is truly kind of you to visit me thus. I only regret that my position makes me unable to meet you face to face, and that though near we are still so far. The people here will give you a trifle, which pray accept for my sake, and when you go away, I will see you a short way on your journey." A few days afterwards HSU prepared to start, in spite of the numerous invitations to stay which poured in upon him from all sides, and then the inhabitants loaded him with presents of all kinds and escorted him out of the village. There a whirlwind arose and accompanied him several miles, when he turned round and invoked his friend thus: "Liu Lang, take care of your valued person. Do not trouble yourself to come any farther. Your noble heart will ensure happiness to this district, and there is no occasion for me to give a word of advice to my old friend. By and by the whirlwind ceased, and the villagers, who were much astonished, returned to their own homes. Hsu, too, traveled homewards, and being now a man of some means, ceased to work any more as a fisherman. And whenever he met a Koyuan man, he would ask him about that guardian angel, being always informed in reply that he was a most beneficent god. Some say the place was Shike Ernchuang, in Changxiachin. I can't say which it was myself. Footnotes. See No, Roman 45, note 267. We have in this story the keynote to the notorious and much to be deprecated dislike of the Chinese people to assist in saving the lives of drowning strangers. Some of our readers may, perhaps, not be aware that the government of Hong Kong has found it necessary to insert a clause on the junk clearances issued in that colony, by which the junkmen are bound to assist to the utmost in saving life. The apparent apathy of the Chinese in this respect comes before us, however, in quite a different light when coupled with the superstition that disembodied spirits of persons who have met a violent death may return to the world of mortals if only fortunate enough to secure a substitute. For among the crowd of shades, anxious all to revisit their sweet sons, may perchance be some dear relative or friend of the man who stands calmly by while another is drowning, and it may be that to assist the drowning stranger would be to take the longed-for chance away from one's own kith or kin. Therefore, the superstition-ridden Chinaman turns away, often perhaps, as in the story before us, with feelings of pity and remorse. And yet this belief has not prevented the establishment, especially on the river Yangtze, of institutions provided with lifeboats, for the express purpose of saving life in those dangerous waters. So true is it that when the Chinese people wish to move en masse in any given direction, the fragile barrier of superstition is trampled down and scattered to the winds. As there are good and bad foxes, so may devils be beneficent or malicious according to circumstances. And Chinese apologists for the discourtesy of the term foreign devils, as applied to Europeans and Americans alike, have gone so far as to declare that in this particular instance the allusion is to the more virtuous among the denizens of the infernal regions. See No, Exive, note 505. A phrase constantly repeated in other terms by a guest to a host who is politely escorting him to the door. 108. The priest's warning. A man named Chang died suddenly and was escorted at once by devil lictors into the presence of the king of purgatory. His Majesty turned to Chang's record of good and evil, and then, in great anger, told the lictors they had brought the wrong man and bade them take him back again. As they left the judgment hall, Chang persuaded his escort to let him have a look at purgatory, and accordingly the devils conducted him through the 9 sections, pointing out to him the knife hill, the sword tree, and other objects of interest. By and by they reached a place where there was a Buddhist priest, hanging suspended in the air head downwards by a rope through a hole in his leg. He was shrieking with pain and longing for death, and when Chang approached, lo, he saw that it was his own brother. In great distress, he asked his guides the reason of this punishment, and they informed him that the priest was suffering thus for collecting subscriptions on behalf of his order, and then privately squandering the proceeds in gambling and debauchery. Nor, added they, will he escape this torment unless he repents him of his misdeeds. When Chang came round, he thought his brother was already dead and hurried off to the Hsing-fu monastery, to which the latter belonged. As he went in at the door, he heard a loud shrieking, and on proceeding to his brother's room, he found him laid up with a very bad abscess in his leg, the leg itself being tied up above him to the wall, this being, as his brother informed him, the only bearable position in which he could lie. Chang now told him what he had seen in purgatory, at which the priest was so terrified that he at once gave up taking wine and meat and devoted himself entirely to religious exercises. In a fortnight he was well, and was known ever afterwards as a most exemplary priest. Footnotes. The spiritual lictors who are supposed to arrest the souls of dying persons are also believed to be armed with warrants signed and sealed in due form as in the world above. Literally, the 9 dark places, which will remind readers of Dante of the 9 balgi of the Inferno. This is a cliff over which sinners are hurled, to alight upon the upright points of knives below. The branches of the sword tree are sharp blades which cut and hack all who pass within reach. A crime by no means unknown to the clergy of China. That is, when the lictors had returned his soul to its tenement. See number Romans 6, note 52. 109. Metempsychosis. Mr. Lin, who took his master's degree in the same year as the late Mr. Wern Pai, could remember what had happened to him in his previous state of existence, and once told the whole story, as follows: I was originally of a good family, but after leading a very dissolute life, I died at the age of 62. On being conducted into the presence of the King of Purgatory, he received me civilly, bade me be seated, and offered me a cup of tea. I noticed, however, that the tea in His Majesty's cup was clear and limpid, while that in my own was muddy, like the lees of wine. It then flashed across me that this was the potion which was given to all disembodied spirits to render them oblivious of the past. And accordingly, when the king was looking the other way, I seized the opportunity of pouring it under the table, pretending afterwards that I had drunk it all up. My record of good and evil was now presented for inspection, and when the king saw what it was, he flew into a great passion and ordered the attendant devils to drag me away and send me back to earth as a horse. I was immediately seized and bound, and the devils carried me off to a house, the door sill of which was so high I could not step over it. While I was trying to do so, the devils behind lashed me with all their might, causing me such pain that I made a great spring, and lo and behold, I was a horse in a stable. The mare has got a nice colt. I then heard a man call out, but although I was perfectly aware of all that was passing, I could say nothing myself. Hunger now came upon me, and I was glad to be suckled by the mare, and by the end of 4 or 5 years I had grown into a fine strong horse, dreadfully afraid of the whip and running away at the very sight of it. When my master rode me, it was always with a saddle-cloth and at a leisurely pace which was bearable enough. But when the servants mounted me barebacked and dug their heels into me, the pain struck into my vitals, and at length I refused all food, and in 3 days I died. Reappearing before the King of Purgatory, His Majesty was enraged to find that I had thus tried to shirk working out my time, and, flaying me forthwith, condemned me to go back again as a dog. And when I did not move, the devils came behind me and lashed me until I ran away from them into the open country, where, thinking I had better die right off, I jumped over a cliff and lay at the bottom unable to move. I then saw that I was among a litter of puppies, and that an old bitch was licking and suckling me by turns, whereby I knew that I was once more among mortals. In this hateful form I continued for some time, longing to kill myself, and yet fearing to incur the penalty of shirking. At length, I purposely bit my master in the leg and tore him badly, whereupon he had me destroyed, and I was taken again into the presence of the king, who was so displeased with my vicious behavior that he condemned me to become a snake, and shut me up in a dark room where I could see nothing. After a while I managed to climb up the wall, bore a hole in the roof, and escape, and immediately I found myself lying in the grass, a veritable snake. Then I registered a vow that I would harm no living thing, and I lived for some years, feeding upon berries and such like, ever remembering neither to take my own life, nor by injuring anyone to incite them to take it, but longing all the while for the happy release, which did not come to me. One day, as I was sleeping in the grass, I heard the noise of a passing cart, and on trying to get across the road out of its way, I was caught by the wheel and cut in two. The king was astonished to see me back so soon, but I humbly told my story, and in pity for the innocent creature that loses its life, he pardoned me and permitted me to be born again at my appointed time as a human being. Such was Mr. Lin's story. He could speak as soon as he came into the world, and could repeat anything he had once read. In the year 1621, he took his master's degree, and was never tired of telling people to put saddle cloths on their horses, and recollect that the pain of being gripped by the knees is even worse than the lash itself. Footnotes. In AD 1621. According to the Ulysses Chow, this potion is administered by an old beldame named Mother Mering, who sits upon the terrace of oblivion. Whether they swallow much or little it matters not, but sometimes there are perverse devils who altogether refuse to drink. Then beneath their feet sharp blades start up, and a copper tube is forced down their throats, by which means they are compelled to swallow some. 110. The 40 strings of cash. Mr. Justice Wang had a steward who was possessed of considerable means. One night the latter dreamt that a man rushed in and said to him, "Today you must repay me those 40 strings of cash." The steward asked who he was, to which the man made no answer, but hurried past him into the women's apartments. When the steward awoke, he found that his wife had been delivered of a son. And knowing at once that retribution was at hand, he set aside 40 strings of cash to be spent solely in food, clothes, medicines, and so on, for the baby. By the time the child was between 3 and 4 years old, the steward found that of the 40 strings only about 700 cash remained. And when the wet nurse, who happened to be standing by, brought the child and dandled it in her arms before him, he looked at it and said, "The 40 strings are all but repaid. It is time you were off again." Thereupon the child changed color. Its head fell back and its eyes stared fixedly, and when they tried to revive it, lo, respiration had already ceased. The father then took the balance of the 40 strings, and with it defrayed the child's funeral expenses, truly a warning to people to be sure and pay their debts. Formerly, an old childless man consulted a great many Buddhist priests on the subject. One of them said to him, "If you owe no one anything, and no one owes you anything, how can you expect to have children? A good son is the repayment of a former debt. A bad son is a dunning creditor, at whose birth there is no rejoicing, at whose death no lamentations." Footnote. And such is actually the prevalent belief in China to this day. 111. Saving life. A certain gentleman of Shernu, who had taken the highest degree, could remember himself in a previous state of existence. He said he had formerly been a scholar, and had died in middle life, and that when he appeared before the judge of purgatory, there stood the cauldrons, the boiling oil, and other apparatus of torture, exactly as we read about them on earth. In the eastern corner of the hall were a number of frames from which hung the skins of sheep, dogs, oxen, horses, etc. And when anybody was condemned to reappear in life under any one of these forms, his skin was stripped off, and a skin was taken from the proper frame and fixed onto his body. The gentleman of whom I am writing heard himself sentenced to become a sheep, and the attendant devils had already clothed him in a sheep's skin in the manner above described, when the clerk of the record informed the judge that the criminal before him had once saved another man's life. The judge consulted his books, and forthwith cried out, "I pardon him, for although his sins have been many, this one act has redeemed them all." The devils then tried to take off the sheepskin, but it was so tightly stuck on him that they couldn't move it. However, after great efforts, and causing the gentleman most excruciating agony, they managed to tear it off bit by bit, though not quite so cleanly as one might have wished. In fact, a piece as big as the palm of a man's hand was left near his shoulder. And when he was born again into the world, there was a great patch of hair on his back, which grew again as fast as it was cut off. Footnote. Note 533 to know. Sivai should be read here. To save life is indeed the bounden duty of every good Buddhist, for which he will be proportionately rewarded in the world to come. 112. The salt smuggler. Wang Shi of Kaowan, a petty salt huckster, was inordinately fond of gambling. One night he was arrested by 2 men whom he took for lictors of the salt gabelle, and flinging down what salt he had with him, he tried to make his escape. He found, however, that his legs would not move with him, and he was forthwith seized and bound. "We are not sent by the salt commissioner," cried his captors, in reply to an entreaty to set him free. "We are the devil constables of purgatory." Wang was horribly frightened at this, and begged the devils to let him bid farewell to his wife and children. But this they refused to do, saying, "You aren't going to die, you are only wanted for a little job there is down below." Wang asked what the job was, to which the devils replied, "A new judge has come into office, and finding the river and the 18 hells choked up with the bodies of sinners, he has determined to employ 3 classes of mortals to clean them out. These are thieves, unlicensed founders, and unlicensed dealers in salt, and for the dirtiest work of all, he is going to take musicians." Wang accompanied the devils until at length they reached a city, where he was brought before the judge, who was sitting in his judgment hall. On turning up his record in the books, one of the devils explained that the prisoner had been arrested for unlicensed trading. Whereupon the judge became very angry and said, "Those who drive an illicit trade in salt not only defraud the state of its proper revenue, but also prey upon the livelihood of the people. Those, however, whom the greedy officials and corrupt traders of today denounce as unlicensed traders, are among the most virtuous of mankind needy unfortunates who struggle to save a few cash in the purchase of their pint of salt. Are they your unlicensed traders? The judge then bade the lictors buy 4 pecks of salt and send it to Wang's house for him together with that which had been found upon him, and at the same time he gave Wang an iron scourge and told him to superintend the works at the river. So Wang followed the devils and found the river swarming with people like ants in an anthill. The water was turbid and red, the stench from it being almost unbearable, while those who were employed in cleaning it out were working there naked. Sometimes they would sink down in the horrid mass of decaying bodies. Sometimes they would get lazy, and then the iron scourge was applied to their backs. The assistant superintendents had small scented balls, which they held in their mouths. Wang himself approached the bank and saw the licensed salt merchant of Cowan in the midst of it all and thrashed him well with his scourge, until he was afraid he would never come up again. This went on for 3 days and 3 nights, by which time half the workmen were dead and the work completed. Whereupon the same 2 devils escorted him home again, and then he waked up. As a matter of fact, Wang had gone out to sell some salt and had not come back. Next morning, when his wife opened the house door, she found 2 bags of salt in the courtyard, and as her husband did not return, she sent off some people to search for him, and they discovered him lying senseless by the wayside. He was immediately conveyed home, where, after a little time, he recovered consciousness and related what had taken place. Strange to say, the licensed salt merchant had fallen down in a fit on the previous evening and had only just recovered. And Wang, hearing that his body was covered with sores the result of the beating with the iron scourge, went off to his house to see him. However, directly the wretched man set eyes on Wang, he hastily covered himself up with the bedclothes, forgetting that they were no longer at the infernal river. He did not recover from his injuries for a year, after which he retired from trade. Footnotes: salt is a government monopoly in China, and its sale is only permitted to licensed dealers. It is a contraband article of commerce, whether for import or export, to foreign nations trading with China. In an account of a journey from Swatow to Canton in March-April 1877, I wrote, "Apropos of salt, we came across a good-sized bunker of it when stowing away our things in the space below the deck. The boatmen could not resist the temptation of doing a little smuggling on the way up. At a secluded point in a bamboo-shaded bend of the river, they ran the boat alongside the bank and were instantly met by a number of suspicious-looking gentlemen with baskets, who soon relieved them of the smuggled salt and separated in different directions. Thus do the people of China seek to lighten the grievous pressure of this tax. A curious custom exists in Canton. Certain blind old men and women are allowed to hawk salt about the streets and earn a scanty living from the profits they are able to make. It may interest some to know that in the cities of the north of China, ice and coal may only be retailed by licensed dealers, who retain such authority on the condition of supplying the yamerns of the local mandarins with these 2 necessaries, free of all charge. The sticks. These words require some explanation. Ordinarily, they would be taken in the sense of casting cash of a base description, but they might equally well signify the casting of iron articles of any kind, and thereby hang some curious details. Iron foundries in China may only be opened under license from the local officials, and the articles there made, consisting chiefly of cooking utensils, may only be sold within a given area, each district having its own particular foundries from which alone the supplies of the neighborhood may be derived. Free trade in iron is much feared by the authorities, as thereby pirates and rebels would be enabled to supply themselves with arms. At the framing of the Treaty of Tientsin, with its accompanying tariff and rules, iron was not specified among other prohibited articles of commerce. Consequently, British merchants would appear to have a full right to purchase iron in the interior and convey it to any of the open ports under transit pass. But the Chinese officials steadily refused to acknowledge or permit the exercise of this right, putting forward their own time-honored custom with regard to iron, and enumerating the disadvantages to China were such an innovation to be brought about. The allusion is to women, of a not very respectable class. No Chinese magistrate would be found to pass sentence upon a man who stole food under stress of hunger. His own village. The whole story is meant as a satire upon the iniquity of the salt gabelle. 113. Collecting subscriptions. The frog god frequently employs a magician to deliver its oracles to those who have faith. Should the magician declare that the god is pleased, happiness is sure to follow. But if he says the god is angry, women and children sit sorrowfully about and neglect even their meals. Such is the customary belief, and it is probably not altogether devoid of foundation. There was a certain wealthy merchant, named Chu, who was a very stingy man. Once, when some repairs were necessary to the temple of the god of war, and rich and poor were subscribing as much as each could afford, he alone gave nothing. By and by the works were stopped for want of funds, and the committee of management were at a loss what to do next. It happened that just then there was a festival in honor of the frog god, at which the magician suddenly cried out, "General Chu has given orders for a further subscription. Bring forth the books." The people all shouting assent to this, the magician went on to say, "Those who have already subscribed will not be compelled to do so again. Those who have not subscribed must give according to their means." Thereupon, various persons began to put down their names, and when this was finished, the magician examined the books. He then asked if Mr. Chu was present, and the latter, who was skulking behind, in dread lest he should be detected by the god, had no alternative but to come to the front. "Put yourself down for 100 taels," said the magician to him, and when Chu hesitated, he cried out to him in anger, "You could give 200 for your own bad purposes. How much more should you do so in a good cause?" Alluding to a scandalous intrigue of Chu's, the consequences of which he had averted by payment of the sum mentioned. This put our friend to the blush, and he was obliged to enter his name for 100 taels, at which his wife was very angry, and said the magician was a rogue, and whenever he came to collect the money he was put off with some excuse. Shortly afterwards, Chu was one day going to sleep, when he heard a noise outside his house, like the blowing of an ox, and beheld a huge frog walking leisurely through the front door, which was just big enough to let it pass. Once inside, the creature laid itself down to sleep, with its head on the threshold, to the great horror of all the inmates. Upon which Chu observed that it had probably come to collect his subscription, and burning some incense, he vowed that he would pay down 30 taels on the spot and send the balance later on. The frog, however, did not move, so Chu promised 50, and then there was a slight decrease in the frog's size. Another 20 brought it down to the size of a peck measure, and when Chu said the full amount should be paid on the spot, the frog became suddenly no larger than one's fist and disappeared through a hole in the wall. Chu immediately sent off 50 taels, at which all the other subscribers were much astonished, not knowing what had taken place. A few days afterwards the magician said Chu still owed 50 taels, and that he had better send it in soon, so Chu forwarded 10 more, hoping now to have done with the matter. However, as he and his wife were one day sitting down to dinner, the frog reappeared, and glaring with anger, took up a position on the bed, which creaked under it, as though unable to bear the weight. Putting its head on the pillow, the frog went off to sleep, its body gradually swelling up until it was as big as a buffalo, and nearly filled the room, causing Chu to send off the balance of his subscription without a moment's delay. There was now no diminution in the size of the frog's body, and by crowds of small frogs came hopping in, boring through the walls, jumping on the bed, catching flies on the cooking stove, and dying in the saucepans until the place was quite unbearable. 3 days passed thus, and then Chu sought out the magician and asked him what was to be done. The latter said he could manage it, and began by vowing on behalf of Chu 20 more taels subscription. At this the frog raised its head, and a further increase caused it to move 1 foot, and by the time 100 taels was reached, the frog was walking out of the door. At the door, however, it stopped, and lay down once more, which the magician explained by saying that immediate payment was required. So Chu handed over the amount at once, and the frog, shrinking down to its usual size, mingled with its companions and departed with them. The repairs to the temple were accordingly completed, but for lighting the eyes and the attendant festivities, some further subscriptions were wanted. Suddenly, the magician, pointing at the managers, cried out, "There is money short. Of 15 men, 2 of you are defaulters." At this, all declared they had given what they could afford, but the magician went on to say, "It is not a question of what you can afford. You have misappropriated the funds that should not have been touched, and misfortune would come upon you, but that, in return for your exertions, I shall endeavor to avert it from you. The magician himself is not without taint. Let him set you a good example." Thereupon, the magician rushed into his house and brought out all the money he had, saying, "I stole 8 taels myself, which I will now refund." He then weighed what silver he had, and finding that it only amounted to a little over 6 taels, he made one of the bystanders take a note of the difference. Then the others came forward and paid up, each what he had misappropriated from the public fund. All this time the magician had been in a divine ecstasy, not knowing what he was saying, and when he came round and was told what had happened, his shame knew no bounds, so he pawned some of his clothes and paid in the balance of his own debt. As to the 2 defaulters who did not pay, one of them was ill for a month and more, while the other had a bad attack of boils. Footnotes: the chief supporters of superstition in China. See I note 39. Such is one of the most common causes of hostile demonstration against Chinese Christians. The latter, acting under the orders of the missionaries, frequently refuse to subscribe to the various local celebrations and processions, the great annual festivities and ceremonies of all kinds, on the grounds that these are idolatrous and forbidden by the Christian faith. Hence bad feeling, high words, blows, and sometimes bloodshed. I say frequently, because I have discovered several cases in which converts have quietly subscribed like other people rather than risk an immute. An amusing incident came under my own special notice not very long ago. A missionary appeared before me one day to complain that a certain convert of his had been posted in his own village and cut off from his civic rights for 2 years, merely because he had agreed to let a room of his house to be used as a missionary depot. I took a copy of the placard, which was handed to me in proof of this statement, and found it to run thus: "In consequence of having entered into an agreement with a barbarian pastor, to lease to the said barbarian pastor a room in his house to be used as a missionary chapel, we, the elders of this village, do hereby debar from the privilege of worshipping in our ancestral hall for the space of 2 years." It is needless, of course, to mention that ancestral worship is prohibited by all sects of missionaries in China alike. Or that, when I pointed this out to the individual in question, who could not have understood the import of the Chinese placard, the charge was promptly withdrawn. An historical character who was formerly among the ranks of the Yellow Turban rebels, but subsequently entered the service of Kuan Yu, I note 39, and was canonized by an emperor of the last dynasty. This curious ceremony is the final touch to a newly built or newly restored temple, and consists in giving expression to the eyes of the freshly painted idols, which have been purposely left blank by the painter. Up to that time, these blocks of clay or wood are not supposed to have been animated by the spiritual presence of the deity in question. But no sooner are the eyes lighted than the gratified god smiles down upon the handsome decorations, thus provided by devout and trusting suppliants. There is a cognate custom belonging to the ceremonies of ancestral worship, of great importance in the eyes of the Chinese. On a certain day after the death of a parent, the surviving head of the family proceeds with much solemnity to dab a spot of ink upon the memorial tablet of the deceased. This is believed to give to the departed spirit the power of remaining near to and watching over the fortunes of those left behind. Such indeed is the fate of a percentage of all public subscriptions raised and handled by Chinese of no matter what class. A year or 2 ago, an application was made to me for a donation to a native foundling hospital at Swatow, on the ground that I was known as A. Reed Chinese bookman, and that consequently other persons, both Chinese and foreigners, might be induced to follow my example. On my declining to do so, the manager of the concern informed me that if I would only put down my name for $50, say £10, no call should be made upon me for the money. Even in the matter of the funds collected for the famine-stricken people of 1878, it is whispered that peculation has been rife. The reader must recollect that these are the words of the god, speaking from the magician's body. 114. Taoist miracles. At Kainan Fu there lived a certain priest. I cannot say whence he came or what was his name. Winter and summer alike he wore but one unlined robe and a yellow girdle about his waist with neither shirt nor trousers. He combed his hair with a broken comb, holding the ends in his mouth like the strings of a hat. By day he wandered about the marketplace, At night he slept in the street, and to a distance of several feet round where he lay, the ice and snow would melt. When he first arrived at Kainan, he used to perform miracles, and the people vied with each other in making him presents. One day, a disreputable young fellow gave him a quantity of wine and begged him in return to divulge the secret of his power. And when the priest refused, the young man watched him get into the river to bathe, and then ran off with his clothes. The priest called out to him to bring them back, promising that he would do as the young man required. But the latter, distrusting the priest's good faith, refused to do so. Whereupon the priest's girdle was forthwith changed into a snake several spans in circumference, which coiled itself round its master's head and glared and hissed terribly. The young man now fell on his knees and humbly prayed the priest to save his life, at which the priest put his girdle on again, and a snake that had appeared to be his girdle wriggled away and disappeared. The priest's fame was thus firmly established, and the gentry and officials of the place were constantly inviting him to join them in their festive parties. By and by the priest said he was going to invite his entertainers to a return feast, and at the appointed time each one of them found on his table a formal invitation to a banquet at the water pavilion, but no one knew who had brought the letters. However, they all went and were met at the door by the priest, in his usual garb, and when they got inside, the place was all desolate and bare, with no banquet ready. "I'm afraid I shall be obliged to ask you gentlemen to let me use your attendants," said the priest to his guests. "I am a poor man and keep no servants myself." To this all readily consented, whereupon the priest drew a double door upon the wall and rapped upon it with his knuckles. Somebody answered from within, and immediately the door was thrown open, and a splendid array of handsome chairs and tables loaded with exquisite viands and costly wines burst upon the gaze of the astonished guests. The priest bade the attendants receive all these things from the door, and bring them outside, cautioning them on no account to speak with the people inside. And thus a most luxurious entertainment was provided to the great amazement of all present. Now this pavilion stood upon the bank of a small lake, and every year at the proper season it was literally covered with lilies. But at the time of this feast the weather was cold, and the surface of the lake was of a smoky green color. "It's a pity," said one of the guests, "that the lilies are not out," a sentiment in which the others very cordially agreed, when suddenly a servant came running in to say that, at that moment, the lake was a perfect mass of lilies. Every one jumped up directly and ran to look out of the window, and, lo, it was so. And in another minute the fragrant perfume of the flowers was borne towards them by the breeze. Hardly knowing what to make of this strange sight, they sent off some servants in a boat to gather a few of the lilies, but they soon returned empty-handed, saying that the flowers seemed to shift their position as fast as they rowed towards them. At which the priest laughed and said, "These are but the lilies of your imagination, and have no real existence." And later on, when the wine was finished, the flowers began to droop and fade, and by a breeze from the north carried off every sign of them, leaving the lake as it had been before. A certain Taotai at Kainan was much taken with this priest, and gave him rooms at his yammern. One day he had some friends to dinner, and set before them some very choice old wine that he had, and of which he only brought out a small quantity at a time, not wishing to get through it too rapidly. The guests, however, liked it so much that they asked for more, upon which the Taotai said he was very sorry, but it was all finished. The priest smiled at this and said, "I can give the gentlemen some, if they will oblige me by accepting it," and immediately inserted the wine kettle in his sleeve, bringing it out again directly and pouring out for the guests. This wine tasted exactly like the choice wine they had just been drinking, and the priest gave them all as much of it as they wanted, which made the Taotai suspect that something was wrong. So, after the dinner, he went into his cellar to look at his own stock, when he found the jars closely tied down, with unbroken seals, but one and all empty. In a great rage, he caused the priest to be arrested for sorcery, and proceeded to have him bambooed. But no sooner had the bamboo touched the priest than the Taotai himself felt a sting of pain, which increased at every blow. And in a few moments there was the priest writhing and shrieking under every cut, while the Taotai was sitting in a pool of blood. Accordingly, the punishment was soon stopped, and the priest was commanded to leave Kainan, which he did, and I know not whither he went. He was subsequently seen at Nanking, dressed precisely as of old, but on being spoken to, he only smiled and made no reply. Footnotes. It is considered a serious breach of Chinese etiquette to accept invitations without returning the compliment at an early date. A high Chinese official, known to foreigners as intendant of circuit, the circuit being a circuit of prefectures over which he has full control, subject only to the approval of the highest provincial authorities. It is with this functionary that foreign consuls rank. See No. XCI, Note 477. Of course, only pretending to be hurt, the pain of the blows being transferred by his magical art to the back of the Tao Dai. 115. Arrival of Buddhist priests. 2 Buddhist priests having arrived from the west, one went to the Wu Ti Hill, while the other hung up his staff at Tiaishan. Their clothes, complexions, language, and features were very different from those of our country. They further said they had crossed the fiery mountains, from the peaks of which smoke was always issuing as from the chimney of a furnace, that they could only travel after rain, and that excessive caution was necessary to avoid displacing any stone and thus giving a vent to the flames. They also stated that they had passed through the river of sand, in the middle of which was a crystal hill with perpendicular sides and perfectly transparent, and that there was a defile just broad enough to admit a single cart, its entrance guarded by 2 dragons with crossed horns. Those who wished to pass prostrated themselves before these dragons, and on receiving permission to enter, the horns opened and let them through. The dragons were of a white color, and their scales and bristles seemed to be of crystal. 18 winters and summers these priests had been on the road, and of 12 who started from the west together, only 2 reached China. These 2 said that in their country 4 of our mountains are held in great esteem, namely Ti Hua, Wu Ti, and Lo Chia. The people there also think that China is paved with yellow gold, that Kuan Yin and Wernshu are still alive, and that they have only come here to be sure of their Buddhahood and of immortal life. Hearing these words, it struck me that this was precisely what our own people say and think about the West, and that if travelers from each country could only meet halfway and tell each other the true state of affairs, there would be some hearty laughter on both sides and a saving of much unnecessary trouble. Footnotes. That is, missionaries from India. See No. LVI, Note 320. Much of the above recalls Fa Hsin's narrative of his celebrated journey from China to India in the early years of the 5th century of our era, with which our author was evidently well acquainted. That courageous traveler complained that of those who had set out with him, some had stopped on the way and others had died, leaving him only his own shadow as a companion. This may almost be said to have been the belief of the Arabs at the date of the composition of the Arabian Nights. For Kuan Yin, see No. Roman 33, Note 208. Wernshu or Manjusiri is the god of wisdom and is generally represented as riding on a lion in attendance together with Pu Songling, the god of action, who rides an elephant upon Shakyamuni Buddha. 116. The Stolen Eyes. When His Excellency Mr. Tiang, of our village, was quite a child, a relative of his took him to a temple to see the usual theatrical performances. He was a clever little fellow, afraid of nothing and nobody, and when he saw one of the clay images in the vestibule staring at him with its great glass eyes, the temptation was irresistible, and, secretly gouging them out with his finger, he carried them off with him. When they reached home, his relative was taken suddenly ill and remained for a long time speechless. At length, jumping up, he cried out several times in a voice of thunder, "Why did you gouge out my eyes?" His family did not know what to make of this until little Tiang told them what he had done. They then immediately began to pray to the possessed man, saying, "A mere child, unconscious of the wickedness of his act, took away in his fun thy sacred eyes. They shall be reverently replaced." Thereupon the voice exclaimed, "In that case, I shall go away." And he had hardly spoken before Tiang's relative fell flat upon the ground and lay there in a state of insensibility for some time. When he recovered, they asked him concerning what he had said, but he remembered nothing of it. The eyes were then forthwith restored to their original sockets. Footnotes. See No. Roman 48, Note 277. The term here used stands for a vitreous composition that has long been prepared by the Chinese. Glass, properly so called, is said to have been introduced into China from the West by a eunuch during the Ming Dynasty. 117. The Invisible Priest. Mr. Han was a gentleman of good family, on very intimate terms with a skillful Taoist priest and magician named Tan, who, when sitting amongst other guests, would suddenly become invisible. Mr. Han was extremely anxious to learn this art, but Tan refused all his entreaties, not, as he said, because I want to keep the secret for myself, but simply as a matter of principle. To teach the superior man would be well enough. Others, however, would avail themselves of such knowledge to plunder their neighbors. There is no fear that you would do this, though even you might be tempted in certain ways. Mr. Han, finding all his efforts unavailing, flew into a great passion and secretly arranged with his servants that they should give the magician a sound beating. And, in order to prevent his escape through the power of making himself invisible, he had his threshing floor covered with a fine ash dust, so that at any rate his footsteps would be seen and the servants could strike just above them. He then inveigled Tan to the appointed spot, which he had no sooner reached than Han's servants began to belabor him on all sides with leathern thongs. Tan immediately became invisible, but his footprints were clearly seen as he moved about hither and thither to avoid the blows, and the servants went on striking above them until finally he succeeded in getting away. Mr. Han then went home, and subsequently Tan reappeared and told the servants that he could stay there no longer, adding that, before he went, he intended to give them all a feast in return for many things they had done for him. And diving into his sleeve, he brought forth a quantity of delicious meats and wines which he spread out upon the table, begging them to sit down and enjoy themselves. The servants did so, and one and all of them got drunk and insensible, upon which Tan picked each of them up and stowed them away in his sleeve. When Mr. Han heard of this, he begged Tan to perform some other trick, so Tan drew upon the wall a city, and knocking at the gate with his hand it was instantly thrown open. He then put inside it his wallet and clothes, and stepping through the gateway himself, waved his hand and bade Mr. Han farewell. The city gates were now closed, and Tan vanished from their sight. It was said that he appeared again in Siechingchu, where he taught little boys to paint a circle on their hands, and, by dabbing this on to another person's face or clothes, to imprint the circle on the place thus struck without a trace of it being left behind upon the hand. Footnotes: the perfect man, according to the Confucian standard. A large, smooth area of concrete, to be seen outside all country houses of any size, and used for preparing the various kinds of grain. Compare the not uncommon practice of strewing ashes to show the footprints of ghosts or demons takes for granted that they are substantial bodies. Tyler's Primitive Culture, Volume I, p. 455. 118. The Censer in Purgatory. Just beyond Ferntu, there is a fathomless cave which is reputed to be the entrance to purgatory. All the implements of torture employed therein are of human manufacture. Old, worn-out gyves and fetters being occasionally found at the mouth of the cave, and as regularly replaced by new ones, which disappear the same night, and for which the magistrate of the district makes a formal charge in his accounts. Under the Ming dynasty, there was a certain censor, named Hua, whose duties brought him to this place. And hearing the story of the cave, he said he did not believe it, but would penetrate into it and see for himself. People tried to dissuade him from such an enterprise. However, he paid no heed to their remonstrances and entered the cave with a lighted candle in his hand, followed by 2 attendants. They had proceeded about half a mile, when suddenly the candle was violently extinguished, and Mr. Hua saw before him a broad flight of steps leading up to the 10 courts, or judgment halls, in each of which a judge was sitting with his robes and tablets all complete. On the eastern side there was one vacant place, and when the judges saw Mr. Hua, they hastened down the steps to meet him, and each one cried out, "So you have come at last, have you? I hope you have been quite well since last we met." Mr. Hua asked what the place was, to which they replied that it was the court of purgatory, and then Mr. Hua in a great fright was about to take his leave, when the judges stopped him, saying, "No, no, sir. That is your seat there. How can you imagine you are to go back again?" Thereupon Mr. Hua was overwhelmed with fear, and begged and implored the judges to forgive him. But the latter declared they could not interfere with the decrees of fate, and taking down the register of life and death, they showed him that it had been ordained that on such a day of such a month, his living body would pass into the realms of darkness. When Mr. Hua read these words, he shivered and shook as if iced water was being poured down his back, and thinking of his old mother and his young children, his tears began to flow. At that juncture, an angel in golden armor appeared, holding in his hand a document written on yellow silk, before which the judges all performed a respectful obeisance. They then unfolded and read the document, which was nothing more or less than a general pardon from the Almighty for the suffering sinners in purgatory, by virtue of which Mr. Hua's fate would be set aside, and he would be enabled to return once more to the light of day. Thereupon, the judges congratulated him upon his release and started him on his way home, but he had not got more than a few steps of the way before he found himself plunged in total darkness. He was just beginning to despair, when forth from the gloom came a god with a red face and a long beard, rays of light shooting out from his body and illuminating the darkness around. Mr. Hua made up to him at once and begged to know how he could get out of the cave, to which the god curtly replied, "Repeat the sutras of Buddha," and vanished instantly from his sight. Now Mr. Hua had forgotten almost all the sutras he had ever known. However, he remembered a little of the Diamond Sutra, and, clasping his hands in an attitude of prayer, he began to repeat it aloud. No sooner had he done this than a faint streak of light glimmered through the darkness, and revealed to him the direction of the path. But the next moment he was at a loss how to go on, and the light forthwith disappeared. He then set himself to think hard what the next verse was, and as fast as he recollected and could go on repeating, so fast did the light reappear to guide him on his way, until at length he emerged once more from the mouth of the cave. As to the fate of the two servants who accompanied him, it is needless to inquire. Footnotes: Ferntu is a district city in the province of Sichuan, and near it are said to be fire wells. See Williams, Syllabic Dictionary, S.V. Otherwise known as the entrance to purgatory, the capital city of which is also called Ferntu. To the Imperial Treasury. From what I know of the barefacedness of similar official impostures, I should say that this statement is quite within the bounds of truth. For instance, at Amoy 1% is collected by the local mandarins on all imports, ostensibly for the purpose of providing the imperial table with a delicious kind of bird's nest said to be found in the neighborhood. 7/10 of the sum thus collected is pocketed by the various officials of the place, and with the remaining 3/10, a certain quantity of the ordinary article of commerce is imported from the Straits and forwarded to Peking. See no. Roman 32, note 197. An imperial mandate is always written on yellow silk, and the ceremony of opening and perusing it is accompanied by prostrations and other acts of reverential submission. 119. Mr. Willow and the Locusts. During the Ming Dynasty, a plague of locusts visited Xie and was advancing rapidly towards the I district, when the magistrate of that place, in great tribulation at the pending disaster, retired one day to sleep behind the screen in his office. There he dreamt that a young graduate, named Willow, wearing a tall hat and a green robe and a very commanding stature, came to see him and declared that he could tell the magistrate how to get rid of the locusts. "Tomorrow," said he, "on the southwest road you will see a woman riding on a large jennet. She is the spirit of the locusts. Ask her, and she will help you." The magistrate thought this strange advice. However, he got everything ready and waited, as he had been told, at the roadside. By and by, along came a woman with her hair tied up in a knot and a serge cape over her shoulders, riding slowly northwards on an old mule, whereupon the magistrate burned some sticks of incense and, seizing the mule's bridle, humbly presented a goblet of wine. The woman asked him what he wanted, to which he replied, "Lady, I implore you to save my small magistracy from the dreadful ravages of your locusts." "Oh ho," said the woman, "that scoundrel Willow has been letting the cat out of the bag, has he? He shall suffer for it. I won't touch your crops." She then drank 3 cups of wine and vanished out of sight. Subsequently, when the locusts did come, they flew high in the air and did not settle on the crops, but they stripped the leaves off every willow tree far and wide, and then the magistrate awaked to the fact that the graduate of his dream was the spirit of the willows. Some said that this happy result was owing to the magistrate's care for the welfare of his people. Footnotes: Innumerable pamphlets have been published in China on the best methods of getting rid of these destructive insects, but none to my knowledge contain much sound or practical advice. See no. Lei, note 286. The mules of the north of China are marvels of beauty and strength, and the price of a fine animal often goes as high as 100 pounds. 120. Mr. Tung, or Virtue Rewarded. At Qingchao there lived a Mr. Tung, president of one of the 6 boards, whose domestic regulations were so strict that the men and women servants were not allowed to speak to each other. One day he caught a slave girl laughing and talking with one of his attendants, and gave them both a sound rating. That night he retired to sleep, accompanied by his valet-de-chamber, in his library, the door of which, as it was very hot weather, was left wide open. When the night was far advanced, the valet was awaked by a noise at his master's bed, and, opening his eyes, he saw, by the light of the moon, the attendant above-mentioned pass out of the door with something in his hand. Recognizing the man as one of the family, he thought nothing of the occurrence, but turned round and went to sleep again. Soon after, however, he was again aroused by the noise of footsteps tramping heavily across the room, and, looking up, he beheld a huge being with a red face and a long beard, very like the god of war, carrying a man's head. Horribly frightened, he crawled under the bed, and then he heard sounds above him as of clothes being shaken out, and as if someone was being shampooed. In a few moments, the boots tramped once more across the room and went away, and then he gradually put out his head, and seeing the dawn beginning to peep through the window, he stretched out his hand to reach his clothes. These he found to be soaked through and through, and on applying his hand to his nose, he smelt the smell of blood. He now called out loudly to his master, who jumped up at once, and by the light of a candle, they saw that the bed clothes and pillows were alike steeped in blood. Just then some constables knocked at the door, and when Mr. Tung went out to see who it was, the constables were all astonishment. "For," said they, "a few minutes ago a man rushed wildly up to our yammern and said he had killed his master. And, as he himself was covered with blood, he was arrested and turned out to be a servant of yours. He also declared that he had buried your head alongside the temple of the god of war, and when we went to look, there, indeed, was a freshly dug hole, but the head was gone." Mr. Tung was amazed at all this story, and, on proceeding to the magistrate's yammern, he discovered that the man in charge was the attendant whom he had scolded the day before. Thereupon, the criminal was severely bambooed and released, and then Mr. Tung, who was unwilling to make an enemy of a man of this stamp, gave him the girl to wife. However, a few nights afterwards the people who lived next door to the newly married couple heard a terrific crash in their house, and, rushing in to see what was the matter, found that husband and wife, and the bedstead as well, had been cut clean in two as if by a sword. The ways of the god are many, indeed, but few more extraordinary than this. Footnotes. See No. XL, Note 233 and No. X-Civ, Note 489. See No. I Note 39. See No. L6, Note 38. It was the god of war who replaced Mr. Tung's head after it had actually been cut off and buried. 121. The Dead Priest. A certain Taoist priest, overtaken in his wanderings by the shades of evening, sought refuge in a small Buddhist monastery. The monk's apartment was, however, locked, so he threw his mat down in the vestibule of the shrine and seated himself upon it. In the middle of the night, when all was still, he heard a sound of someone opening the door behind him, and looking round, he saw a Buddhist priest, covered with blood from head to foot, who did not seem to notice that anybody else was present. Accordingly, he himself pretended not to be aware of what was going on, and then he saw the other priest enter the shrine, mount the altar, and remain there some time embracing Buddha's head and laughing by turns. When morning came, he found the monk's room still locked, and, suspecting something was wrong, he walked to a neighboring village, where he told the people what he had seen. Thereupon the villagers went back with him and broke open the door, and there before them lay the priest weltering in his blood, having evidently been killed by robbers, who had stripped the place bare. Anxious now to find out what had made the disembodied spirit of the priest laugh in the way it had been seen to do, they proceeded to inspect the head of the Buddha on the altar. And, at the back of it, they noticed a small mark, scraping through which they discovered a sum of over 30 ounces of silver. This sum was forthwith used for defraying the funeral expenses of the murdered man. 122. The Flying Cow. A certain man who had bought a fine cow dreamt the same night that wings grew out of the animal's back, and that it had flown away. Regarding this as an omen of some pending misfortune, He led the cow off to market again and sold it at a ruinous loss. Wrapping up in a cloth the silver he received, he slung it over his back and was halfway home when he saw a falcon eating part of a hare. Approaching the bird, he found it was quite tame and accordingly tied it by the leg to one of the corners of the cloth in which his money was. The falcon fluttered about a good deal, trying to escape, and by and by, the man's hold being for a moment relaxed, away went the bird, cloth, money, and all. "It was destiny," said the man every time he told the story, ignorant as he was, first, that no faith should be put in dreams, and secondly, that people shouldn't take things they see by the wayside. Quadrupeds don't usually fly. Footnotes. See number Roman 6, note 51. The highly educated Confucianist rises above the superstition that darkens the lives of his less fortunate fellow countrymen. Had such a dream as the above received an inauspicious interpretation at the hands of some local soothsayer, the owner of the animal would in 9 cases out of 10 have taken an early opportunity of getting rid of it. The Chinese love to refer to the good old time of their forefathers, when a man who dropped anything on the highway would have no cause to hurry back for fear of its being carried off by a stranger. 123. The mirror and listen trick. At Aitu there lived a family of the name of Chang. The 2 sons were both distinguished scholars, but the elder was early known to fame, and consequently the favorite with his parents, who also extended their preference to his wife. The younger brother was a trifle wild, which displeased his father and mother very much, and made them regard his wife, too, with anything but a friendly eye. The latter reproached her husband for being the cause of this, and asked him why he, being a man like his brother, could not vindicate the slights that were put upon her. This piqued him, and setting to work in good earnest, he soon gained a fair reputation, though still not equal to his brother's. That year the 2 went up for the highest degree, and on New Year's Eve, the wife of the younger, very anxious for the success of her husband, secretly tried the mirror and listen trick. She saw 2 men pushing each other in jest and heard them say, "You go and get cool," which remark she was quite unable to interpret for good or for bad, so she thought no more about the matter. After the examination, the 2 brothers returned home, and one day, when the weather was extremely hot and their 2 wives were hard at work in the cookhouse, preparing food for their field laborers, a messenger rode up in hot haste to announce that the elder brother had passed. Thereupon his mother went into the cookhouse, and calling to her daughter-in-law said, "Your husband has passed, you go and get cool." Rage and grief now filled the breast of the second son's wife, who, with tears in her eyes, continued her task of cooking, when suddenly another messenger rushed in to say that the second son had passed, too. At this, his wife flung down her frying pan and cried out, "Now I'll go and get cool." And as in the heat of her excitement she uttered these words, the recollection of her trial of the mirror and listen trick flashed upon her, and she knew that the words of that evening had been fulfilled. Footnotes. One method is to wrap an old mirror, formerly a polished metal disc, in a handkerchief, and then, no one being present, to bow 7 times towards the spirit of the hearth, after which the first words heard spoken by anyone will give a clue to the issue under investigation. Another method is to close the eyes and take 7 paces, opening them at the 7th and getting some hint from the objects first seen in a mirror held in the hand, coupled with the words first spoken within the experimenter's hearing. In former days, these messengers of good tidings to candidates whose homes were in distant parts used to earn handsome sums if first to announce the news. But now, at any rate along the coast, steamers and the telegraph have taken their occupation from them. 124. The cattle plague. Chiern Hua Ferng of Merengshan, overpowered by the great heat, went and lay down under a tree, when suddenly up came a man with a thick comforter round his neck, who also sat down on a stone in the shade, and began fanning himself as hard as he could, the perspiration all the time running off him like a waterfall. Chiern rose and said to him with a smile, "If, sir, you were to remove that comforter, you would be cool enough without the help of a fan." "It would be easy enough," replied the stranger, "to take off my comforter, but the difficulty would be in getting it on again." He then went on to converse generally upon other matters, in a manner which betokened considerable refinement, and by he exclaimed, "What I should like now is just a draught of iced wine to cool the 12 joints of my esophagus." "Come along, then," cried Chiern, My house is close by, and I shall be happy to give you what you want." So off they went together, and Chern set before them some capital wine which he produced from a cave, cold enough to numb their teeth. The stranger was delighted and remained there drinking until late in the evening, when all at once it began to rain. Chern lighted a lamp, and he and his guest, who now took off the comforter, sat talking together in dishabille. Every now and again the former thought he saw a light coming from the back of the stranger's head, and when at length he had gone off into a tipsy sleep, Chern took the light to examine more closely. He found behind the ears a large cavity, partitioned by a number of membranes, and looking like a lattice, with a thin skin hanging down in front of each, the spaces being apparently empty. In great astonishment, Chern took a hairpin and inserted it into one of these places, when PFF, out flew something like a tiny cow, which broke through the window and was gone. This frightened Chern, and he determined to play no more tricks. Just then, however, the stranger waked up. "Alas," cried he, "you have been at my head and have let out the cattle plague. What is to be done now?" Chern asked what he meant, upon which the stranger said, "There is no object in further concealment. I will tell you all. I am the angel of pestilence for the 6 kinds of domestic animals. That form which you have let out attacks oxen, and I fear that, for miles round, few will escape alive." Now Chern himself was a cattle farmer, and when he heard this was dreadfully alarmed and implored the stranger to tell him what to do. "What to do?" replied he. "Why, I shall not escape punishment myself. How can I tell you what to do? However, you will find powdered Kutsan an efficacious remedy, that is if you don't keep it a secret for your private use." The stranger then departed, first of all piling up a quantity of earth in a niche in the wall, a handful of which, he told Chern, given to each animal, might prove of some avail. Before long the plague did break out, and Chern, who was desirous of making a little money by it, told the remedy to no one, with the exception of his younger brother. The latter tried it on his own beasts with great success, while on the other hand, those belonging to Chern himself died off, to the number of 50 head, leaving him only 4 or 5 old cows, which showed every sign of soon sharing the same fate. In his distress, Chern suddenly bethought himself of the earth in the niche, and, as a last resource, gave some to the sick animals. By the next morning they were quite well, and then he knew that his secrecy about the remedy had caused it to have no effect. From that moment, his stock went on increasing, and in a few years he had as many as ever. Footnotes: accurate anatomical descriptions must not be looked for in Chinese literature. Man has 365 bones, corresponding to the number of days it takes the heavens to revolve. From the HSIU Lu, or Institutions to Coroners, Book 1, ch. 12. See No. X Note 79. Radix Rabbini Amory. As the Chinese invariably do whenever they get hold of a useful prescription or remedy. Master workmen also invariably try to withhold something of their art from the apprentices they engage to teach. The text has of 200 hoofs. 125. The marriage of the Virgin Goddess. At Kuikai there is a shrine to the Plum Virgin, who was formerly a young lady named Ma and lived at Tungwan. Her betrothed husband dying before the wedding, she swore she would never marry, and at 30 years of age she died. Her kinsfolk built a shrine to her memory and gave her the title of the Plum Virgin. Some years afterwards, a Mr. Chin, on his way to the examination, happened to pass by the shrine, and entering in, he walked up and down thinking very much of the young lady in whose honor it had been erected. That night, he dreamt that a servant came to summon him into the presence of the goddess, and that, in obedience to her command, he went and found her waiting for him just outside the shrine. "I am deeply grateful to you, sir," said the goddess on his approach, "for giving me so large a share of your thoughts, and I intend to repay you by becoming your humble handmaid." Mr. Chin bowed an assent, and then the goddess escorted him back, saying, "When your place is ready, I will come and fetch you." On waking in the morning, Mr. Chin was not over pleased with his dream. However, that very night every one of the villagers dreamt that the goddess appeared and said she was going to marry Mr. Chin, bidding them at once prepare an image of him. This the village elders, out of respect for their goddess, positively refused to do, until at length they all began to fall ill, and then they made a clay image of Mr. Chin and placed it on the left of the goddess. Mr. Chin now told his wife that the Plum Virgin had come for him, and putting on his official cap and robes, he straightway died. Thereupon his wife was very angry, and, going to the shrine, she first abused the goddess, and then, getting on the altar, slapped her face well. The goddess is now called Qin's virgin wife. 126. The wine insect. A Mr. Lin of Changshan was extremely fat, and so fond of wine that he would often finish a pitcher by himself. However, he owned about 50 acres of land, half of which was covered with millet, and being well off, he did not consider that his drinking would bring him into trouble. One day, a foreign Buddhist priest saw him and remarked that he appeared to be suffering from some extraordinary complaint. Mr. Lin said nothing was the matter with him, whereupon the priest asked him if he often got drunk. Lin acknowledged that he did, and the priest told him that he was afflicted by the wine insect. "Dear me," cried Lin in great alarm, "do you think you could cure me?" The priest declared there would be no difficulty in doing so, but when Lin asked him what drugs he intended to use, the priest said he should not use any at all. He then made Lin lie down in the sun, and tying his hands and feet together, he placed a stoup of good wine about half a foot from his head. By and by, Lin felt a deadly thirst coming on, and the flavor of the wine passing through his nostrils seemed to set his vitals on fire. Just then he experienced a tickling sensation in his throat, and something ran out of his mouth and jumped into the wine. On being released from his bonds, he saw that it was an insect about 3 inches in length, which wriggled about in the wine like a tadpole and had mouth and eyes all complete. Lin was overjoyed and offered money to the priest, who refused to take it, saying all he wanted was the insect, which he explained to Lin was the essence of wine, and which, on being stirred up in water, would turn it into wine. Lin tried this and found it was so, and ever afterwards he detested the sight of wine. He subsequently became very thin, and so poor that he had hardly enough to eat and drink. Footnotes. The ordinary wine of China is a spirit distilled from rice. See No. XCI, note 477. The commentator would have us believe that Mr. Lin's fondness for wine was to him an element of health and happiness rather than a disease to be cured, and that the priest was wrong in meddling with the natural bent of his constitution. 127. The faithful dog. A certain man of Luoyang, whose father had been cast into prison and was brought almost to death's door, scraped together 100 ounces of silver and set out for the city to try and arrange for his parents' release. Jumping on a mule, he saw that a black dog, belonging to the family, was following him. He tried in vain to make the dog remain at home, and when, after traveling for some miles, he got off his mule to rest a while, he picked up a large stone and threw it at the dog, which then ran off. However, he was no sooner on the road again than up came the dog and tried to stop the mule by holding on to its tail. His master beat it off with the whip, whereupon the dog ran barking loudly in front of the mule and seemed to be using every means in its power to cause his master to stop. The latter thought this a very inauspicious omen, and turning upon the animal in a rage, drove it away out of sight. He now went on to the city, but when, in the dusk of the evening, he arrived there, he found that about half his money was gone. In a terrible state of mind, he tossed about all night. Then, all of a sudden, it flashed across him that the strange behavior of the dog might possibly have some meaning. So getting up very early, he left the city as soon as the gates were open, and though, from the number of passers-by, he never expected to find his money again, he went on until he reached the spot where he had got off his mule the day before. There he saw his dog lying dead upon the ground, its hair having apparently been wetted through with perspiration, and, lifting up the body by one of its ears, he found his lost silver. Full of gratitude, he bought a coffin and buried the dead animal, and the people now call the place the grave of the faithful dog. Footnotes. In an entry on torture, see No. LXZI, note 417, which occurs in my glossary of reference, I made the following statement. The real tortures of a Chinese prison are the filthy dens in which the unfortunate victims are confined, the stench in which they have to draw breath, the fetters and manacles by which they are secured, the absolute insufficiency even of the disgusting rations doled out to them, and above all the mental agony, which must ensue in a country with no habeas corpus to protect the lives and fortunes of its citizens. For a small bribe, the soldiers at the gates of a Chinese city will usually pass people in and out by means of a ladder placed against the wall at some convenient spot. I believe it is with us only a recently determined fact that dogs perspire through the skin. 128. An earthquake. In 1668, there was a very severe earthquake. I myself was staying at Kaiacha and happened to be that night sitting over a kettle of wine with my cousin Lee too. All of a sudden, we heard a noise like thunder, traveling from the southeast in a northwesterly direction. We were much astonished at this and quite unable to account for the noise. In another moment, the table began to rock, and the wine cups were upset. The beams and supports of the house snapped here and there with a crash, and we looked at each other in fear and trembling. By and by, we knew that it was an earthquake, and rushing out, we saw houses and other buildings, as it were, fall down and get up again, and amidst the sounds of crushing walls, we heard the shrieks of women and children, the whole mass being like a great seething cauldron. Men were giddy and could not stand, but rolled about on the ground. The river overflowed its banks, cocks crowed, and dogs barked from one end of the city to the other. In a little while the quaking began to subside, and then might be seen men and women running half-naked about the streets, all anxious to tell their own experiences, and forgetting that they had on little or no clothing. I subsequently heard that a well was closed up and rendered useless by this earthquake, that a house was turned completely round so as to face the opposite direction, that the Kaiacha Hill was riven open, and that the waters of the Ai River flowed in and made a lake of an acre and more. Truly such an earthquake as this is of rare occurrence. Footnote: the exact date is given the 17th of the 6th moon, which would probably fall towards the end of June. 129. Making animals. The tricks for bewitching people are many. Sometimes drugs are put in their food, and when they eat they become dazed and follow the person who has bewitched them. This is commonly called ta hsu pa. In Kiangnan it is known as chr hsu. Little children are most frequently bewitched in this way. There is also what is called making animals, which is better known on the south side of the river. One day a man arrived at an inn in Yangchao, leading with him 5 donkeys. Tying them up near the stable, he told the landlord he would be back in a few minutes and bade him give his donkeys no water. He had not been gone long before the donkeys, which were standing out in the glare of the sun, began to kick about and make a noise, whereupon the landlord untied them and was going to put them in the shade, when suddenly they espied water and made a rush to get at it. So the landlord let them drink, and no sooner had the water touched their lips than they rolled on the ground and changed into women. In great astonishment, the landlord asked them whence they came, but their tongues were tied, and they could not answer, so he hid them in his private apartments, and at that moment their owner returned, bringing with him 5 sheep. The latter immediately asked the landlord where his donkeys were, to which the landlord replied by offering him some wine, saying the donkeys would be brought to him directly. He then went out and gave the sheep some water, on drinking which they were all changed into boys. Accordingly, he communicated with the authorities, and the stranger was arrested and forthwith beheaded. Footnote: see no XCVI, note 514. 130. Cruelty avenged. A certain magistrate caused a petty old vendor, who was brought before him for some trifling misdemeanor, and whose statements were very confused, to be bambooed to death. The former subsequently rose to high rank, and having amassed considerable wealth, set about building himself a fine house. On the day when the great beam was to be fixed in its place, among the friends and relatives who arrived to offer their congratulations, he was horrified to see the oilman walk in. At the same instant, one of the servants came rushing up to announce to him the birth of a son, whereupon he mournfully remarked, "The house not yet finished and its destroyer already here." The bystanders thought he was joking, for they had not seen what he had seen. However, when that boy grew up, by his frivolity and extravagance he quite ruined his father. He was finally obliged himself to go into service, and spent all his earnings in oil, which he swallowed in large quantities. Footnotes: this corresponds to our ceremony of laying the foundation stone, except that one commemorates the beginning, the other the completion, of a new building. That is, the disembodied spirit of the oilman. 131. The Yche devil. A certain general, who had resigned his command and had retired to his own home, was very fond of roaming about and amusing himself with wine and Yche. One day it was the 9th of the 9th moon, when everybody goes up high as he was playing with some friends, a stranger walked up, and watched the game intently for some time without going away. He was a miserable-looking creature, with a very ragged coat, but nevertheless possessed of a refined and courteous air. The general begged him to be seated, an offer which he accepted, being all the time extremely deferential in his manner. "I suppose you are pretty good at this," said the general, pointing to the board. "Try a bout with one of my friends here." The stranger made a great many apologies in reply, but finally accepted, and played a game in which, apparently to his great disappointment, he was beaten. He played another with the same result, and now, refusing all offers of wine, he seemed to think of nothing but how to get someone to play with him. Thus he went on until the afternoon was well advanced, when suddenly, just as he was in the middle of a most exciting game, which depended on a single place, he rushed forward and, throwing himself at the feet of the general, loudly implored his protection. The general did not know what to make of this. However, he raised him up and said, "It's only a game, why get so excited?" To this the stranger replied by begging the general not to let his gardener seize him, and when the general asked what gardener he meant, he said the man's name was Mossier Chang. Now this Mossier Chang was often employed as a lictor by the ruler of purgatory, and would sometimes remain away as much as 10 days, serving the warrants of death. Accordingly, the general sent off to inquire about him, and found that he had been in a trance for 2 days. His master cried out that he had better not behave rudely to his guest, but at that very moment the stranger sunk down to the ground and was gone. The general was lost in astonishment. However, he now knew that the man was a disembodied spirit, and on the next day, when Mossier Chang came round, he asked him for full particulars. "The gentleman was a native of Huixiang," replied the gardener, "who was passionately addicted to Yche and had lost a great deal of money by it. His father, being much grieved at his behavior, confined him to the house, but he was always getting out and indulging the fatal passion, and at last his father died of a broken heart. In consequence of this, the ruler of purgatory curtailed his term of life and condemned him to become a hungry devil, in which state he has already passed 7 years. And now that the Phoenix Tower is completed, an order has been issued for the literati to present themselves, and compose an inscription to be cut on stone, as a memorial thereof, by which means they would secure their own salvation as a reward. Many of the shades failing to arrive at the appointed time, God was very angry with the ruler of purgatory, and the latter sent off me, and others who are employed in the same way, to hunt up the defaulters. But as you, sir, bade me treat the gentleman with respect, I did not venture to bind him." The general inquired what had become of the stranger, to which the gardener replied, "He is now a mere menial in purgatory, and can never be born again." "Alas," cried his master, "thus it is that men are ruined by any inordinate passion." Footnotes: a most abstruse and complicated game of skill, for which the Chinese claim an antiquity of 4,000 years, and which I was the first to introduce to a European public through an article in Temple Bar magazine for January 1877. Apropos of which an accomplished American lady, Miss A. M. Fielda, of Swatow, wrote as follows: "The game seems to me the peer of chess. It is a game for the slow, persistent, astute, multitudinous Chinese. While chess, by the picturesque appearance of the board, the variety and prominent individuality of the men, and the erratic combination of the attack, is for the Anglo-Saxon. On this day, annually dedicated to kite flying, picnics, and good cheer, everybody tries to get up to as great an elevation as possible, in the hope, as some say, of thereby prolonging life. It was this day, 4th October, 1878, which was fixed for the total extermination of foreigners in Foochow. See now, Roman 26, note 180. One of the prertas, or the fourth of the 6 paths gadi of existence, the other 5 being 1 angels, 2 men, 3 demons, 5 brute beasts, and 6 sinners in hell. The term is often used colloquially for a self-invited guest. An imaginary building in the infernal regions. Mencius reckoned, to play Yche for money, among the 5 unfilial acts. 132. The fortune hunter punished. A certain man's uncle had no children, and the nephew, with an eye to his uncle's property, volunteered to become his adopted son. When the uncle died, all the property passed accordingly to his nephew, who thereupon broke faith as to his part of the contract. He did the same with another uncle, and thus united 3 properties in his own person, whereby he became the richest man of the neighborhood. Suddenly he fell ill and seemed to go out of his mind, for he cried out, "So you wish to live in wealth, do you?" And immediately seizing a sharp knife, he began hacking away at his own body until he had strewed the floor with pieces of flesh. He then exclaimed, "You cut off other people's posterity and expect to have posterity yourself, do you?" And forthwith he ripped himself open and died. Shortly afterwards his son, too, died, and the property fell into the hands of strangers. Is not this a retribution to be dreaded? Footnotes: see No. LV, note 310, and No. Exiv, note 492. That is, in carrying out the obligations he had entered into, such as conducting the ceremonies of ancestral worship, repairing the family tombs, and c. 133. Life prolonged. A certain cloth merchant of Chiang was stopping at Tiangan when he heard of a magician who was said to be very skilled in casting nativities. So he went off at once to consult him, but the magician would not undertake the task, saying, "Your destiny is bad, you had better hurry home." At this the merchant was dreadfully frightened, and packing up his wares, set off towards Chiang. On the way he fell in with a man in short clothes, like a constable, and the two soon struck up a friendly intimacy, taking their meals together. By and by the merchant asked the stranger what his business was, and the latter told him he was going to Chiang to serve summonses, producing at the same time a document and showing it to the merchant, who, on looking closely, saw a list of names, at the head of which was his own. In great astonishment, he inquired what he had done that he should be arrested thus, to which his companion replied, "I am not a living being. I am a lictor in the employ of the infernal authorities, and I presume your term of life has expired." The merchant burst into tears and implored the lictor to spare him, which the latter declared was impossible. "But," added he, "there are a great many names down, and it will take me some time to get through them. You go off home and settle up your affairs, and, as a slight return for your friendship, I'll call for you last." A few minutes afterwards they reached a stream where the bridge was in ruins, and people could only cross with great difficulty, at which the lictor remarked, "You are now on the road to death, and not a single cash can you carry away with you. Repair this bridge and benefit the public, and thus from a great outlay you may possibly yourself derive some small advantage." The merchant said he would do so, and when he got home, he bade his wife and children prepare for his coming dissolution, and at the same time set men to work and made the bridge sound and strong again. Some time elapsed, but no lictor arrived, and his suspicions began to be aroused when one day the latter walked in and said, "I reported that affair of the bridge to the municipal god, who communicated it to the ruler of purgatory, and for that good act your span of life has been lengthened and your name struck out of the list. I have now come to announce this to you." The merchant was profuse in his thanks, and the next time he went to Tiangan, he burnt a quantity of paper ingots and made offerings and libations to the lictor, out of gratitude for what he had done. Suddenly the lictor himself appeared and cried out, "Do you wish to ruin me? Happily my new master has only just taken up his post, and he has not noticed this, or where should I be?" The lictor then escorted the merchant some distance, and, at parting, bade him never return by that road, but, if he had any business at Tiangan, to go thither by a roundabout way. Footnotes: the long flowing robe is a sign of respectability, which all but the very poorest classes love to affect in public. At the port of Haiphong, shoes are the criterion of social standing. But, as a rule, the well-to-do native merchants prefer to go barefoot rather than give the authorities a chance of exacting heavier squeezes, on the strength of such a palpable acknowledgement of wealth. See No. I note 36. See No. LVI, note 317, and No. Exiva, note 505. The lictor had no right to divulge his errand when he first met the cloth merchant, or to remove the latter's name from the top to the bottom of the list. 134. The clay image. On the river Ai there lived a man named Ma, who married a wife from the Wang family, with whom he was very happy in his domestic life. Ma, however, died young, and his wife's parents were unwilling that their daughter should remain a widow, but she resisted all their importunities and declared firmly she would never marry again. "It is a noble resolve of yours, I allow," argued her mother, but you are still a mere girl, and you have no children. Besides, I notice that people who start with such rigid determinations always end by doing something discreditable, and therefore you had better get married as soon as you can, which is no more than is done every day." The girl swore she would rather die than consent, and accordingly, her mother had no alternative but to let her alone. She then ordered a clay image to be made, exactly resembling her late husband, and whenever she took her own meals, she would set meat and wine before it, precisely as if her husband had been there. One night she was on the point of retiring to rest, when suddenly she saw the clay image stretch itself and step down from the table, increasing all the while in height, until it was as tall as a man, and neither more nor less than her own husband. In great alarm she called out to her mother, but the image stopped her, saying, "Don't do that. I am but showing my gratitude for your affectionate care of me, and it is chill and uncomfortable in the realms below. Such devotion as yours casts its light back on generations gone by. And now I, who was cut off in my prime because my father did evil, and was condemned to be without an heir, have been permitted, in consequence of your virtuous conduct, to visit you once again, that our ancestral line may yet remain unbroken." Every morning at cock-crow, her husband resumed his usual form and size as the clay image. And after a time he told her that their hour of separation had come, upon which husband and wife bade each other an eternal farewell. By and by the widow, to the great astonishment of her mother, bore a son, which caused no small amusement among the neighbors who heard the story. And, as the girl herself had no proof of what she stated to be the case, a certain beadle of the place, who had an old grudge against her husband, went off and informed the magistrate of what had occurred. After some investigation, the magistrate exclaimed, "I have heard that the children of disembodied spirits have no shadow, and that those who have shadows are not genuine." Thereupon they took Ma's child into the sunshine, and lo, there was but a very faint shadow, like a thin vapor. The magistrate then drew blood from the child and smeared it on the clay image, upon which the blood at once soaked in and left no stain. Another clay image being produced and the same experiment tried, the blood remained on the surface so that it could be wiped away. The girl's story was thus acknowledged to be true, and when the child grew up and in every feature was the counterpart of Ma, there was no longer any room for suspicion. Footnotes: the clay image makers of Tynson are wonderfully clever in taking likenesses by these means. Some of the most skillful will even manipulate the clay behind their backs, and then, adding the proper colors, will succeed in producing an exceedingly good resemblance. They find, however, more difficulty with foreign faces, to which they are less accustomed in the trade. See No. LXI, note 346. See number LZIV, note 373. Such is the officially authorized method of determining a doubtful relationship between a dead parent and a living child, substituting a bone for the clay image here mentioned. 135. Dishonesty punished. At Chaochu, there lived a man named Liu Hsichuan, who was steward to His Excellency Mr. Fa. When already over 40, a son was born to him, whom he loved very dearly, and quite spoilt by always letting him have his own way. When the boy grew up, he led a dissolute, extravagant life, and ran through all his father's property. By and by he fell sick, and then he declared that nothing would cure him but a slice off a fat old favorite mule they had, upon which his father had another and more worthless animal killed. But his son found out he was being tricked, and after abusing his father soundly, his symptoms became more and more alarming. The mule was accordingly killed, and some of it was served up to the sick man. However, he only just tasted it and sent the rest away. From that time he got gradually worse and worse, and finally died, to the great grief of his father, who would gladly have died too. 3 or 4 years afterwards, as some of the villagers were worshipping on Mount Tai, they saw a man riding on a mule, the very image of Mr. Liu's dead son, and on approaching more closely, they saw that it was actually he. Jumping from his mule, he made them a salutation, and then they began to chat with him on various subjects, always carefully avoiding that one of his own death. They asked him what he was doing there, to which he replied that he was only roaming about, and inquired of them in his turn at what inn they were staying. "For," added he, "I have an engagement just now, but I will visit you tomorrow." So they told him the name of the inn and took their leave, not expecting to see him again. However, the next day he came, and tying his mule to a post outside, went in to see them. "Your father," observed one of the villagers, "is always thinking about you. Why do you not go and pay him a visit?" The young man asked to whom he was alluding, and at the mention of his father's name, he changed color and said, "If he is anxious to see me, kindly tell him that on the 7th of the 4th moon I will await him here." He then went away, and the villagers returned and told Mr. Liu all that had taken place. At the appointed time, the latter was very desirous of going to see his son, but his master dissuaded him, saying that he thought from what he knew of his son that the interview might possibly not turn out as he would desire. "Although," added he, "if you are bent upon going, I should be sorry to stand in your way. Let me, however, counsel you to conceal yourself in a cupboard, and thus, by observing what takes place, you will know better how to act and avoid running into any danger." This he accordingly did, and when his son came, Mr. Fa received him at the inn as before. "Where's Mr. Liu?" cried the son. "Oh, he hasn't come," replied Mr. Fa. "The old beast, what does he mean by that?" exclaimed his son, whereupon Mr. Fa asked him what he meant by cursing his own father. "My father," shrieked the son. "Why, he's nothing more to me than a former rascally partner in trade, who cheated me out of all my money, and for which I have since avenged myself on him. What sort of a father is that, I should like to know?" He then went out of the door, and his father crept out of the cupboard from which, with the perspiration streaming down him and hardly daring to breathe, he had heard all that had passed, and sorrowfully wended his way home again. Footnotes. In various savage superstitions, the minute resemblance of soul to body is forcibly stated. Myths and Mythmakers, by John Fiske, p. 228. An important point in Chinese etiquette. It is not considered polite for a person in a sitting position to address an equal who is standing. By becoming his son and behaving badly to him. See No. CX. Note 545 and the text to which it refers. 136. The Mad Priest. A certain mad priest, whose name I do not know, lived in a temple on the hills. He would sing and cry by turns, without any apparent reason, and once somebody saw him boiling a stone for his dinner. At the autumn festival of the 9th day of the 9th moon, an official of the district went up in that direction for the usual picnic, taking with him his chair and his red umbrellas. After luncheon, he was passing by the temple, and had hardly reached the door, when out rushed the priest, barefooted and ragged, and himself opening a yellow umbrella, cried out as the attendants of a mandarin do when ordering the people to stand back. He then approached the official, and made as though he were jesting at him, at which the latter was extremely indignant and bade his servants drive the priest away. The priest moved off with the servants after him, and in another moment had thrown down his yellow umbrella, which split into a number of pieces, each piece changing immediately into a falcon and flying about in all directions. The umbrella handle became a huge serpent, with red scales and glaring eyes, and then the party would have turned and fled, but that one of them declared it was only an optical delusion, and that the creature couldn't do any hurt. The speaker accordingly seized a knife and rushed at the serpent, which forthwith opened its mouth and swallowed its assailant whole. In a terrible fright, the servants crowded round their master and hurried him away, not stopping to draw breath until they were fully a mile off. By and by, several of them stealthily returned to see what was going on, and, on entering the temple, they found that both priest and serpent had disappeared. But from an old ash tree hard by they heard a sound proceeding, a sound, as it were, of a donkey panting, and at first they were afraid to go near, though after a while they ventured to peep through a hole in the tree, which was an old hollow trunk. And there, jammed hard and fast with his head downwards, was the rash assailant of the serpent. It being quite impossible to drag him out, they began at once to cut the tree away. But by the time they had set him free, he was already perfectly unconscious. However, he ultimately came round and was carried home, but from this day the priest was never seen again. Footnotes. See number CXXXI, note 605. The story is intended as a satire on those puffed-up dignitaries who cannot even go to a picnic without all the retinue belonging to their particular rank. See No. LVI, note 315. 137. Feasting the ruler of purgatory. At Qinghai there lived a young man named Shao, whose family was very poor. On the occasion of his mother completing her cycle, he arranged a quantity of meat offerings and wine on a table in the courtyard, and proceeded to invoke the gods in the usual manner. But when he rose from his knees, lo and behold, all the meat and wine had disappeared. His mother thought this was a bad omen, and that she was not destined to enjoy a long life. However, she said nothing on the subject to her son, who was himself quite at a loss to account for what had happened. A short time afterwards, the literary chancellor arrived, and young Ko, scraping together what funds he could, went off to present himself as a candidate. On the road, he met with a man who gave him such a cordial invitation to his house that he willingly accepted, and the stranger led him to a stately mansion, with towers and terraces rising one above the other as far as the eye could reach. In one of the apartments was a king, sitting upon a throne, who received Shao in a very friendly manner, and, after regaling him with an excellent banquet, said, "I have to thank you for the food and drink you gave my servants that day we passed your house." Shao was greatly astonished at this remark when the king proceeded, "I am the ruler of purgatory. Don't you recollect sacrificing on your mother's birthday?" The king then bestowed on Shao a packet of silver, saying, "Pray accept this in return for your kindness." Shao thanked him and retired, and in another moment the palace and its occupants had one and all vanished from his sight, leaving him alone in the midst of some tall trees. On opening his packet, he found it to contain 5 ounces of pure gold, and, after defraying the expenses of his examination, half was still left, which he carried home and gave to his mother. Footnotes. See No. Roman 23, Note 152. The examiner for the bachelor's, or lowest, degree. 138. The picture horse. A certain Mr. Tsui of Linseaching was too poor to keep his garden walls in repair, and used often to find a strange horse lying down on the grass inside. It was a black horse marked with white, and having a scrubby tail, which looked as if the end had been burnt off, and though always driven away, would still return to the same spot. Now Mr. Tsui had a friend who was holding an appointment in Shanxi, and though he had frequently felt desirous of paying him a visit, he had no means of traveling so far. Accordingly, he one day caught the strange horse, and putting a saddle on its back, rode away, telling his servant that if the owner of the horse should appear, he was to inform him where the animal was to be found. The horse started off at a very rapid pace, and in a short time they were 30 or 40 miles from home. But at night it did not seem to care for its food. So the next day Mr. Tsui, who thought perhaps illness might be the cause, held the horse in, and would not let it gallop so fast. However, the animal did not seem to approve of this, and kicked and foamed until at length Mr. Tsui let it go at the same old pace, and by midday he had reached his destination. As he rode into the town, the people were astonished to hear of the marvelous journey just accomplished, and the prince sent to say he should like to buy the horse. Mr. Tsui, fearing that the real owner might come forward, was compelled to refuse this offer. But when, after 6 months had elapsed, no inquiries had been made, he agreed to accept 800 ounces of silver and handed over the horse to the prince. He then bought himself a good mule and returned home. Subsequently, the prince had occasion to use the horse for some important business at Linseaching, and when there it took the opportunity to run away. The officer in charge pursued it right up to the house of a Mr. Tsang, who lived next door to Mr. Tsui, and saw it run in and disappear. Thereupon he called upon Mr. Tsang to restore it to him, and on the latter declaring he had never even seen the animal, the officer walked into his private apartments, where he found, hanging on the wall, a picture of a horse by Tzuang, exactly like the one he was in search of, and with part of the tail burnt away by a joss stick. It was now clear that the prince's horse was a supernatural creature, but the officer, being afraid to go back without it, would have prosecuted Mr. Tsang, had not Tsui, whose 800 ounces of silver had since increased to something like 10,000, stepped in and paid back the original purchase money. Mr. Tsang was exceedingly grateful to him for this act of kindness, ignorant, as he was, of the previous sale of the horse by Tsui to the prince. Footnotes. The Chinese never cut the tails of their horses or mules. One of the feudal governors of bygone days. A Chinese lancier. 139. The butterfly's revenge. Mr. Wang of Changshan was in the habit, when a district magistrate, of commuting the fines and penalties of the penal code inflicted on the various prisoners for a corresponding number of butterflies. These he would let go all at once in the court, rejoicing to see them fluttering hither and thither, like so many tinsel snippings borne about by the breeze. One night he dreamt that a young lady, dressed in gay-colored clothes, appeared to him and said, "Your cruel practice has brought many of my sisters to an untimely end, and now you shall pay the penalty of thus gratifying your tastes." The young lady then changed into a butterfly and flew away. Next day, the magistrate was sitting alone over a cup of wine when it was announced to him that the censor was at the door, and out he ran at once to receive His Excellency with a white flower that some of his women had put in his official hat, still sticking there. His Excellency was very angry at what he deemed a piece of disrespect to himself, and after severely censuring Mr. Wang, turned round and went away. Thenceforward no more penalties were commuted for butterflies. 140. The doctor. A certain poor man named Chang who lived at Ai fell in one day with a Taoist priest. The latter was highly skilled in the science of physiognomy, and after looking at Chang's features said to him, "You would make your fortune as a doctor." "Alas," replied Chang, "I can barely read and write, how then could I follow such a calling as that?" "And where, you simple fellow," asked the priest, "is the necessity for a doctor to be a scholar? You just try, that's all." Thereupon Chang returned home, and, being very poor, he simply collected a few of the commonest prescriptions and set up a small stall with a handful of fishes, teeth and some dry honeycomb from a wasp's nest, hoping thus to earn, by his tongue, enough to keep body and soul together, to which, however, no one paid any particular attention. Now it chanced that just then the governor of Chiengchu was suffering from a bad cough, and had given orders to his subordinates to send to him the most skillful doctors in their respective districts. And the magistrate of Ai, which was an out-of-the-way mountainous district, being unable to lay his hands on anyone whom he could send in, gave orders to the beadle to do the best he could under the circumstances. Accordingly, Chang was nominated by the people, and the magistrate put his name down to go in to the governor. When Chang heard of his appointment, he happened to be suffering himself from a bad attack of bronchitis, which he was quite unable to cure, and he begged, therefore, to be excused. But the magistrate would not hear of this, and forwarded him at once in charge of some constables. While crossing the hills, he became very thirsty, and went into a village to ask for a drink of water. But water there was worth its weight in jade, and no one would give him any. By and by he saw an old woman washing a quantity of vegetables in a scanty supply of water which was, consequently, very thick and muddy, and being unable to bear his thirst any longer, he obtained this and drank it up. Shortly afterwards, he found that his cough was quite cured, and then it occurred to him that he had hit upon a capital remedy. When he reached the city, he learned that a great many doctors had already tried their hand upon the patient, but without success. So asking for a private room in which to prepare his medicines, he obtained from the town some bunches of bishopwort, and proceeded to wash them as the old woman had done. He then took the dirty water and gave a dose of it to the governor, who was immediately and permanently relieved. The patient was overjoyed, and, besides making Chang a handsome present, gave him a certificate written in golden characters, in consequence of which his fame spread far and wide. And of the numerous cases he subsequently undertook, in not a single instance did he fail to effect a cure. One day, however, a patient came to him, complaining of a violent chill, and Chang, who happened to be tipsy at the time, treated him by mistake for remittent fever. When he got sober, he became aware of what he had done, but he said nothing to anybody about it, and 3 days afterwards the same patient waited upon him with all kinds of presents to thank him for a rapid recovery. Such cases as this were by no means rare with him, and soon he got so rich that he would not attend when summoned to visit a sick person, unless the summons was accompanied by a heavy fee and a comfortable chair to ride in. Footnotes: advertisements of these professors of physiognomy are to be seen in every Chinese city, in order to make some show for the public eye. See number Elziv, note 373. A doctor of any repute generally has large numbers of such certificates, generally engraved on wood, hanging before and about his front door. When I was stationed at Swatow, the writer at Her Majesty's Consulate presented one to Dr. E.J. Scott, the resident medical practitioner, who had cured him of opium smoking. It bore 2 principal characters: "Miraculous indeed," accompanied by a few remarks in a smaller-sized character, laudatory of Dr. Scott's professional skill. Banners with graceful inscriptions written upon them are frequently presented by Chinese passengers to the captains of coasting steamers, who may have brought them safely through bad weather. The story is intended as a satire upon Chinese doctors generally, whose ranks are recruited from the swarms of half-educated candidates who have been rejected at the great competitive examinations, medical diplomas being quite unknown in China. Doctors' fees are, by a pleasant fiction, called horse money, and all prescriptions are made up by the local apothecary, never by the physician himself. 141. Snow in summer. On the 6th day of the 7th moon of the year Tinghai, 1647, there was a heavy fall of snow at Suzhou. The people were in a great state of consternation at this, and went off to the temple of the great prince to pray. Then the spirit moved one of them to say, "You now address me as your honor. Make it your excellency, and though I am but a lesser deity, it may be well worth your while to do so." Thereupon the people began to use the latter term, and the snow stopped at once, from which I infer that flattery is just as pleasant to divine as to mortal ears. Footnotes. This would be exactly at the hottest season. The Jupiter pluvius of the neighborhood. A sneer at the superstitious custom of praying for good or bad weather, which obtains in China from the Son of Heaven himself down to the lowest agriculturist whose interests are involved. Droughts, floods, famines, and pestilences are alike set down to the anger of heaven, to be appeased only by prayer and repentance. 142. Planchette. At Xie Changshan there lived a man, named Wang Juitiang, who understood the art of planchette. He called himself a disciple of Lu Tungpin, and someone said he was probably that worthy's crane. At his séances the subjects were always literary essays, poetry, and so on. The well-known scholar, Li Qi, thought very highly of him, and availed himself of his aid on more than one occasion, so that by degrees the literati generally also patronized him. His responses to questions of doubt or difficulty were remarkable for their reasonableness. Matters of mere good or bad fortune he did not care to enter into. In 1631, just after the examination at Kainan, a number of the candidates requested Mr. Wang to tell them how they would stand on the list, and, after having examined their essays, he proceeded to pass his opinion on their merits. Among the rest, there happened to be one who was very intimate with another candidate, not present, whose name was Li Pin, and who, being an enthusiastic student and a deep thinker, was confidently expected to appear among the successful few. Accordingly, the friend submitted Mr. Li's essay for inspection, and in a few minutes 2 characters appeared on the sand, namely, number 1. After a short interval this sentence followed: "The decision given just now had reference to Mr. Li's essay simply as an essay. Mr. Li's destiny is darkly obscured, and he will suffer accordingly. It is strange, indeed, that a man's literary powers and his destiny should thus be out of harmony. Surely the examiner will judge of him by his essay, but stay, I will go and see how matters stand." Another pause ensued, and then these words were written down: "I have been over to the examiner's yammern and have found a pretty state of things going on. Instead of reading the candidates' papers himself, he has handed them over to his clerks, some half-dozen illiterate fellows who purchased their own degrees, and who, in their previous existence, had no status whatever, hungry devils begging their bread in all directions, and who, after 800 years passed in the murky gloom of the infernal regions, have lost all discrimination, like men long buried in a cave and suddenly transferred to the light of day. Among them may be 1 or 2 who have risen above their former selves, but the odds are against an essay falling into the hands of one of these." The young men then begged to know if there was any method by which such an evil might be counteracted, to which the planchette replied that there was, but, as it was universally understood, there was no occasion for asking the question. Thereupon they went off and told Mr. Li, who was so much distressed at the prediction that he submitted his essay to His Excellency's son Tizume, one of the finest scholars of the day. This gentleman examined it, and was so pleased with its literary merit that he told Li he was quite sure to pass, and the latter thought no more about the planchette prophecy. However, when the list came out, there he was down in the 4th class, and this so much disconcerted His Excellency Mr. Sun that he went carefully through the essay again for fear lest any blemishes might have escaped his attention. Then he cried out, "Well, I have always thought this examiner to be a scholar. He can never have made such a mistake as this. It must be the fault of some of his drunken assistants who don't know the mere rudiments of composition." This fulfillment of the prophecy raised Mr. Wang very high in the estimation of the candidates, who forthwith went and burned incense and invoked the spirit of the planchette, which at once replied in the following terms: "Let not Mr. Li be disheartened by temporary failure. Let him rather strive to improve himself still further, and next year he may be among the first on the list." Li carried out these injunctions, and after a time the story reached the ears of the examiner, who gratified Li by making a public acknowledgement that there had been some miscarriage of justice at the examination. And the following year he was passed high up on the list. Footnotes: Planchette was in full swing in China at the date of the composition of these stories, more than 200 years ago, and remains so at the present day. The character Kai, used here and elsewhere for planchette, is defined in the Xue Wern, a Chinese dictionary, published AD 100, to inquire by divination on doubtful topics, no mention being made of the particular manner in which responses are obtained. For the purpose of writing from personal experience, I recently attended a séance at a temple in Amoy and witnessed the whole performance. After much delay, I was requested to write on a slip of paper any question I might have to put to the god. And accordingly, I took a pencil and wrote down, "A humble suppliant ventures to inquire if he will win the Manila lottery." This question was then placed upon the altar, at the feet of the god. And shortly afterwards 2 respectable-looking Chinamen, not priests, approached a small table covered with sand, and each seized one arm of a forked piece of wood, at the fork of which was a stumpy end, at right angles to the plane of the arms. Immediately the attendants began burning quantities of joss paper, while the 2 performers whirled the instrument round and round at a rapid rate, its vertical point being all the time pressed down upon the table of sand. All of a sudden the whirling movement stopped, and the point of the instrument rapidly traced a character in the sand, which was at once identified by several of the bystanders, and forthwith copied down by a clerk in attendance. The whirling movement was then continued until a similar pause was made and another character appeared, and so on until I had 4 lines of correctly rhymed Chinese verse, each line consisting of 7 characters. The following is an almost word-for-word translation. "The pulse of human nature throbs from England to Cathay, and gambling mortals ever love to swell their gains by play. For gold in this vile world of ours is everywhere a prize. 1,000 tales shall meet the prayer that on this altar lies." As the question is not concealed from view, all that is necessary for such a hollow deception is a quick-witted versifier who can put together a poetical response, stands peed in uno. But in such matters, the unlettered masses of China are easily outwitted, and are a profitable source of income to the more astute of their fellow countrymen. An official who flourished in the 8th century of our era, and who, for his devotion to the Taoist religion, was subsequently canonized as one of the 8 immortals. He is generally represented as riding on a crane. That is, by means of the planchette table. Our author was here evidently thinking of his own unlucky fate. See number CXXXI, note 607. See no LXXV, note 426. 143. Friendship with foxes. A certain man had an enormous stack of straw, as big as a hill, in which his servants, taking what was daily required for use, had made quite a hole. In this hole a fox fixed his abode, and would often show himself to the master of the house under the form of an old man. One day the latter invited the master to walk into the cave, which he at first declined, but accepted on being pressed by the fox, and when he got inside, lo, he saw a long suite of handsome apartments. They then sat down, and exquisitely perfumed tea and wine were brought, but the place was so gloomy that there was no difference between night and day. By and by, the entertainment being over, the guest took his leave, and on looking back the beautiful rooms and their contents had all disappeared. The old man himself was in the habit of going away in the evening and returning with the first streaks of morning, and as no one was able to follow him, the master of the house asked him one day whither he went. To this he replied that a friend invited him to take wine, and then the master begged to be allowed to accompany him, a proposal to which the old man very reluctantly consented. However, he seized the master by the arm, and away they went as though riding on the wings of the wind. And, in about the time it takes to cook a pot of millet, they reached a city and walked into a restaurant, where there were a number of people drinking together and making a great noise. The old man led his companion to a gallery above, from which they could look down on the feasters below, and he himself went down and brought away from the tables all kinds of nice food and wine, without appearing to be seen or noticed by any of the company. After a while, a man dressed in red garments came forward and laid upon the table some dishes of kumquats, and the master at once requested the old man to go down and get him some of these. "Ah," replied the latter, "that is an upright man, I cannot approach him." Thereupon the master said to himself, "By thus seeking the companionship of a fox, I then am deflected from the true course. Henceforth I, too, will be an upright man." No sooner had he formed this resolution than he suddenly lost all control over his body and fell from the gallery down among the revelers below. These gentlemen were much astonished by his unexpected descent, and he himself, looking up, saw there was no gallery to the house, but only a large beam upon which he had been sitting. He now detailed the whole of the circumstances, and those present made up a purse for him to pay his traveling expenses, for he was at UTI 1,000 li from home. Footnote: literally, golden oranges. These are skillfully preserved by the Cantonese and form a delicious sweetmeat for dessert. 144. The Great Rat. During the reign of the Emperor Wan Li, the palace was troubled by the presence of a huge rat, quite as big as a cat, which ate up all the cats that were set to catch it. Just then, it chanced that among the tribute offerings sent by some foreign state was a lion cat, as white as snow. This cat was accordingly put into the room where the rat usually appeared, and the door being closely shut, a secret watch was kept. By and by the rat came out of its hole and rushed at the cat, which turned and fled, finally jumping up on the table. The rat followed, upon which the cat jumped down, and thus they went on up and down for some time. Those who were watching said the cat was afraid and of no use. However, in a little while the rat began to jump less briskly, and soon after squatted down out of breath. Then the cat rushed at it, and, seizing the rat by the back of the neck, shook and shook while its victim squeaked and squeaked, until life was extinct. Thus they knew the cat was not afraid, but merely waited for its adversary to be fatigued, fleeing when pursued and itself pursuing the fleeing rat. Truly, many a bad swordsman may be compared with that rat. Footnote: AD 1570–1620, the epoch of the most celebrated blue china. 145. Wolves. A certain village butcher, who had bought some meat at market and was returning home in the evening, suddenly came across a wolf, which followed him closely, its mouth watering at the sight of what he was carrying. The butcher drew his knife and drove the animal off, and then reflecting that his meat was the attraction, he determined to hang it up in a tree and fetch it the next morning. This he accordingly did, and the wolf followed him no further. But when he went at daylight to recover his property, he saw something hanging up in the tree resembling a human corpse. It turned out to be the wolf, which, in its efforts to get at the meat, had been caught on the meat hook like a fish. And as the skin of a wolf was just then worth 10 ounces of silver, the butcher found himself possessed of quite a little capital. Here we have a laughable instance of the result of climbing trees to catch fish. Roman 2. A butcher, while traveling along at night, was sore pressed by a wolf, and took refuge in an old mat shed which had been put up for the watchman of the crops. There he lay, while the wolf sniffed at him from outside, and at length thrust in one of its paws from underneath. This the butcher seized hold of at once, and held it firmly, so that the wolf couldn't stir, and then, having no other weapon at hand, he took a small knife he had with him and slit the skin underneath the wolf's paw. He now proceeded to blow into it, as butchers blow into pork, and after vigorously blowing for some time, he found that the wolf had ceased to struggle, upon which he went outside and saw the animal lying on the ground, swelled up to the size of a cow, and unable to bend its legs or close its open mouth. Thereupon he threw it across his shoulders and carried it off home. However, such a feat as this could only be accomplished by a butcher. Footnotes: a satirical remark of Mencius, Book 1, used by the sage when combating the visionary projects of a monarch of antiquity. This disgusting process is too frequently performed by native butchers at the present day, in order to give their meat a more tempting appearance. Water is also blown in through a tube to make it heavier, and inexperienced housekeepers are often astonished to find how light ducks and geese become after being cooked, not knowing that the fraudulent poulterer had previously stuffed their throats as full as possible of sand. 146. Singular verdict. A servant in the employ of a Mr. Sun was sleeping alone one night, when all on a sudden he was arrested and carried before the tribunal of the ruler of purgatory. "This is not the right man," cried his majesty, and immediately sent him back. However, after this the servant was afraid to sleep on that bed again and took up his quarters elsewhere. But another servant, named Pu Songling, seeing the vacant place, went and occupied it. A third servant, named Lilu, who had an old-standing grudge against the first, stole up to the bed that same night with a knife in his hand, and killed Pu Songling in mistake for his enemy. Pu's father at once brought the case before the magistrate of the place, pleading that the murdered man was his only son on whom he depended for his living, and the magistrate decided that Pu was to take Lilu in the place of his dead son, much to the discomfiture of the old man. Truly, the descent of the first servant into purgatory was not so marvelous as the magistrate's decision. Footnote: this was the man whose destiny it was really to die just then, and appear before the ruler of purgatory. 147. The Grateful Dog. A certain trader who had been doing business at Wuhu and was returning home with the large profits he had made, saw on the river bank a butcher tying up a dog. He bought the animal for much more than its value and carried it along with him in his boat. Now the boatman had formerly been a bandit, and, tempted by his passenger's wealth, ran the boat among the rushes and, drawing a knife, prepared to slay him. The trader begged the man to leave him a whole skin, so the boatman wrapped him up in a carpet and threw him into the river. The dog, on seeing what was done, whined piteously, and jumping into the river, seized the bundle with his teeth and did its best to keep the trader above water until at length a shallow spot was reached. The animal then succeeded by continuous barking in attracting the attention of some people on the bank, and they hauled the bundle out of the river and released the trader who was still alive. The latter asked to be taken back to Wuhu where he might look out for the robber boatman, but just as he was about to start, lo, the dog was missing. The trader was much distressed at this, and after spending some days at Wuhu without being able to find, among the forest of masts collected there, the particular boat he wanted, he was on the point of returning home with a friend, when suddenly the dog reappeared and seemed by its barking to invite its master to follow in a certain direction. This the trader did, until at length the dog jumped on a boat and seized one of the boatmen by the leg. No beating could make the animal let go, and on looking closely at the man, the trader saw he was the identical boatman who had robbed and tried to murder him. He had changed his clothes and also his boat, so that at first he was not recognizable. He was now, however, arrested, and the whole of the money was found in his boat. To think that a dog could show gratitude like that! Truly, there are not a few persons who would be put to shame by that faithful animal. Footnotes: the city of Canton boasts several cat and dog restaurants, but the consumption of this kind of food is much less universal than is generally supposed. Not in our sense of the term, it was not death but decapitation or even mutilation from which the trader begged to be spared. See Number Alexei, note 414. The Chinese dog is usually an ill-fed, barking cur, without one redeeming trait in its character. Valued as a guardian of house and property, this animal does not hold the same social position as with us. Its very name is a byword of reproach, and the people of Tonquin explain their filthy custom of blackening the teeth on the ground that a dog's teeth are white. 148. The Great Test. Before Mr. Yang Tahung was known to fame, he had already acquired some reputation as a scholar in his own part of the country, and felt convinced himself that his was to be no mean destiny. When the list of successful candidates at the examination was brought to where he lived, he was in the middle of dinner, and rushed out with his mouth full to ask if his name was there or not. And on hearing that it was not, he experienced such a revulsion of feeling that what he then swallowed stuck fast like a lump in his chest and made him very ill. His friends tried to appease him by advising him to try at the further examination of the rejected, and when he urged that he had no money, they subscribed 10 ounces of silver and started him on his way. That night he dreamt that a man appeared to him and said, "Ahead of you there is one who can cure your complaint. Beseech him to aid you." The man then added, "A tune on the flute 'neath the riverside willow. Oh, show no regret when tea's cast to the billow." Next day, Mr. Yang actually met a Taoist priest sitting beneath a willow tree, and making him a bow, asked him to prescribe for his malady. "You have come to the wrong person," replied the priest, smiling. "I cannot cure diseases, but had you asked me for a tune on the flute, I could have possibly helped you." Then Mr. Yang knew that his dream was being fulfilled, and going down on his knees offered the priest all the money he had. The priest took it, but immediately threw it into the river, at which Mr. Yang, thinking how hardly he had come by this money, was moved to express his regret. "Aha!" cried the priest at this. "So you are not indifferent, eh? You'll find your money all safe on the bank." There indeed Mr. Yang found it, at which he was so much astonished that he addressed the priest as though he had been an angel. "I am no angel," said the priest, "but here comes one." Whereupon Mr. Yang looked behind him, and the priest seized the opportunity to give him a slap on the back, crying out at the same time, "You worldly-minded fellow." This blow brought up the lump of food that had stuck in his chest, and he felt better at once. But when he looked round, the priest had disappeared. Footnotes: a celebrated scholar and statesman, who flourished towards the close of the Ming dynasty, and distinguished himself by his impeachment of the powerful eunuch, Wei Chung-H seen a dangerous step to take in those eunuchridon times. Mr. Yang was a man of tried virtue, and had he been able to tolerate oculo irritorto, the loss of his money, the priest would have given him, not merely a cure for the bodily ailment under which he was suffering, but a knowledge of those means by which he might have obtained the salvation of his soul, and have enrolled himself among the ranks of the Taoist immortals. To those, however, remarks the commentator, who lament that Mr. Yang was too worldly-minded to secure this great prize, I reply, better one more good man on earth than an extra angel in heaven. 149. The Alchemist. At Xiechangan there lived a scholar named Chia Tizulung, who one day noticed a very refined-looking stranger, and on making inquiries about him, learnt that he was a Mr. Chern, who had taken lodgings hard by. Accordingly, next day Chia called and sent in his card, but did not see Chern, who happened to be out at the time. The same thing occurred thrice, and at length Chia engaged someone to watch and let him know when Mr. Chern was at home. However, even then the latter would not come forth to receive his guest, and Chia had to go in and rout him out. The two now entered into conversation, and soon became mutually charmed with each other, and by and by Chia sent off a servant to bring wine from a neighboring wine shop. Mr. Chern proved himself a pleasant boon companion, and when the wine was nearly finished, he went to a box, and took from it some wine cups and a large and beautiful jade tankard, into the latter of which he poured a single cup of wine, and lo, it was filled to the brim. They then proceeded to help themselves from the tankard, but however much they took out, the contents never seemed to diminish. Chia was astonished at this, and begged Mr. Chern to tell him how it was done. "Ah," replied Mr. Chern, "I tried to avoid making your acquaintance solely because of your one bad quality, avarice. The art I practice is a secret known to the immortals only. How can I divulge it to you?" "You do me wrong," rejoined Chia, "in thus attributing avarice to me. The avaricious indeed are always poor." Mr. Chern laughed, and they separated for that day, but from that time they were constantly together, and all ceremony was laid aside between them. Whenever Chia wanted money, Mr. Chern would bring out a black stone, and muttering a charm would rub it on a tile or a brick, which was forthwith changed into a lump of silver. This silver he would give to Chia, and it was always just as much as he actually required, neither more nor less, and if ever the latter asked for more, Mr. Chern would rally him on the subject of avarice. Finally, Chia determined to try and get possession of this stone, and one day, when Mr. Chern was sleeping off the fumes of a drinking bout, he tried to extract it from his clothes. However, Chern detected him at once and declared that they could be friends no more, and next day he left the place altogether. About a year afterwards, Chia was one day wandering by the riverbank when he saw a handsome-looking stone, marvelously like that in the possession of Mr. Chern, and he picked it up at once and carried it home with him. A few days passed away, and suddenly Mr. Chern presented himself at Chia's house and explained that the stone in question possessed the property of changing anything into gold and had been bestowed upon him long before by a certain Taoist priest whom he had followed as a disciple. Alas, added he, I got tipsy and lost it, but divination told me where it was, and if you will now restore it to me, I shall take care to repay your kindness. You have divined rightly, replied Chia. The stone is with me, but recollect, if you please, that the indigent Quan Chung shared the wealth of his friend Pao Shu. At this hint, Mr. Chern said he would give Chia 100 ounces of silver, to which the latter replied that 100 ounces was a fair offer, but that he would far sooner have Mr. Chern teach him the formula to utter when rubbing the stone on anything, so as just to try the thing once himself. Mr. Chern was afraid to do this, whereupon Chia cried out, You are an immortal yourself. You must know well enough that I would never deceive a friend. So Mr. Chern was prevailed upon to teach him the formula, and then Chia would have tried the art upon the immense stone washing block which was lying near at hand, had not Mr. Chern seized his arm and begged him not to do anything so outrageous. Chia then picked up half a brick and laid it on the washing block, saying to Mr. Chern, This little piece is not too much, surely. Accordingly, Mr. Chern relaxed his hold and let Chia proceed, which he did by promptly ignoring the half brick and quickly rubbing the stone on the washing block. Mr. Chern turned pale when he saw him do this and made a dash forward to get hold of the stone, but it was too late. The washing block was already a solid mass of silver, and Chia quietly handed him back the stone. Alas, alas, cried Mr. Chern, in despair, what is to be done now? For having thus irregularly conferred wealth upon a mortal, heaven will surely punish me. Oh, if you would save me, give away 100 coffins and 100 suits of wadded clothes. My friend, replied Chia, my object in getting money was not to hoard it up like a miser. Mr. Chern was delighted at this, and during the next 3 years Chia engaged in trade, taking care to be all the time fulfilling his promise to Mr. Chern. At the expiration of that time, Mr. Chern himself reappeared, and, grasping Chia's hand, said to him, Trustworthy and noble friend, when we last parted the spirit of happiness impeached me before God, and my name was erased from the list of angels. But now that you have carried out my request, that sentence has accordingly been rescinded. Go on as you have begun, without ceasing. Chia asked Mr. Chern what office he filled in heaven, to which the latter replied that he was only a fox, who, by a sinless life, had finally attained to that clear perception of the truth which leads to immortality. Wine was then brought, and the two friends enjoyed themselves together as of old, and even when Chia had passed the age of 90 years, that fox still used to visit him from time to time. Footnotes: Alchemy was widely cultivated in China during the Han Dynasty by priests of the Taoist religion, but all traces of it have now long since disappeared. See No, Roman 22, note 143. These are used, together with a heavy wooden batten, by the Chinese washermen, the effect being most disastrous to a European wardrobe, for thus interfering with the appointments of destiny. To provide coffins for poor people has ever been regarded as an act of transcendent merit. The tornado at Canton, in April 1878, in which several thousand lives were lost, afforded an admirable opportunity for the exercise of this form of charity and opportunity, which was very largely availed of by the benevolent, for usurping its prerogative by allowing Chia to obtain unauthorized wealth. 150. Raising the dead. Mr. Tiang Piang, who took the highest degree in the year 1661, was suffering from a protracted illness, when suddenly he felt, as it were, a warm glow rising from his extremities upwards. By the time it had reached his knees, his feet were perfectly numb and without sensation, and before long his knees and the lower part of his body were similarly affected. Gradually, this glow worked its way up until it attacked the heart, and then some painful moments ensued. Every single incident of Mr. Tiang's life from his boyhood upwards, no matter how trivial, seemed to surge through his mind, borne along on the tide of his heart's blood. At the revival of any virtuous act of his, he experienced a delicious feeling of peace and calm. But when any wicked deed passed before his mind, a painful disturbance took place within him, like oil boiling and fretting in a cauldron. He was quite unable to describe the pangs he suffered. However, he mentioned that he could recollect having stolen, when only 7 or 8 years old, some young birds from their nest, and having killed them. And for this alone, he said, boiling blood rushed through his heart during the space of an ordinary mealtime. Then when all the acts of his life had passed one after another in panorama before him, the warm glow proceeded up his throat, and, entering the brain, issued out at the top of his head like smoke from a chimney. By and by Mr. Tiang's soul escaped from his body by the same aperture and wandered far away, forgetting all about the tenement it had left behind. Just at that moment, a huge giant came along and, seizing the soul, thrust it into his sleeve, where it remained cramped and confined, huddled up with a crowd of others until existence was almost unbearable. Suddenly, Mr. Tiang reflected that Buddha alone could save him from this horrible state, and forthwith he began to call upon his holy name. At the third or fourth invocation, he fell out of the giant's sleeve, whereupon the latter picked him up and put him back. But this happened several times, and at length the giant, wearied of picking him up, let him lie where he was. The soul lay there for some time, not knowing in which direction to proceed. However, it soon recollected that the land of Buddha was in the west, and westwards accordingly it began to shape its course. In a little while the soul came upon a Buddhist priest sitting by the roadside, and hastening forwards, respectfully inquired of him which was the right way. "The record of life and death for scholars," replied the priest, "is in the hands of Wernsi Chang and Confucius. Any application must receive the consent of both." The priest then directed Mr. Tiang on his way, and the latter journeyed along until he reached a Confucian temple, in which the sage was sitting with his face to the south. On hearing his business, Confucius referred him on to Wernsi Chang, and, proceeding onwards in the direction indicated, Mr. Tiang by and by arrived at what seemed to be the palace of a king, within which sat Wernsi Chang, precisely as we depict him on earth. "You are an upright man," replied the god, in reply to Mr. Tiang's prayer, "and are certainly entitled to a longer span of life. But by this time your mortal body has become decomposed, and unless you can secure the assistance of Pu Sa, I can give you no aid." So Mr. Tiang set off once more, and hurried along until he came to a magnificent shrine standing in a thick grove of tall bamboos. And, entering in, he stood in the presence of the god, on whose head was the Ushnisha, whose golden face was round like the full moon, and at whose side was a green willow branch bending gracefully over the lip of a vase. Humbly Mr. Tiang prostrated himself on the ground and repeated what Wernsi Chang had said to him. But Pu Sa seemed to think it would be impossible to grant his request, until one of the Lohans who stood by cried out, "O God, thou canst perform this miracle. Take earth and make his flesh. Take a sprig of willow and make his bones." Thereupon Pu Sa broke off a piece from the willow branch in the vase beside him, and pouring a little of the water upon the ground, he made clay, and, casting the whole over Mr. Tiang's soul, bade an attendant lead the body back to the place where his coffin was. At that instant Mr. Tiang's family heard a groan proceeding from within his coffin, and on rushing to it and helping out the lately deceased man, they found he had quite recovered. He had then been dead 7 days. Footnotes: See no, Roman 14, note 97. See no, live, note 293. The god of literature. See number LXXV, note 431. See no, Roman 26, note 182. A fleshy protuberance on the head, which is the distinguishing mark of a Buddha. The 18 personal disciples of Shakyamuni Buddha. 16 of these are Hindus, which number was subsequently increased by the addition of 2 Chinese Buddhists. 151. Feng Shui. At Aichao there lived a high official named Sung, whose family were all ardent supporters of Feng Shui, so much so that even the women folk read books on the subject and understood the principles of the science. When Mr. Sung died, his 2 sons set up separate establishments, and each invited to his own house geomancers from far and near who had any reputation in their art, to select a spot for the dead man's grave. By degrees, they had collected together as many as 100 apiece, and every day they would scour the country round, each at the head of his own particular regiment. After about a month of this work, both sides had fixed upon a suitable position for the grave, and the geomancers engaged by one brother declared that if their spot was selected, he would certainly some day be made a marquis, while the other brother was similarly informed, by his geomancers, that by adopting their choice, he would infallibly rise to the rank of Secretary of State. Thus, neither brother would give way to the other, but each set about making the grave in his own particular place-pitching marquees and arranging banners and making all necessary preparations for the funeral. Then, when the coffin arrived at the point where roads branched off to the two graves, the two brothers, each leading on his own little army of geomancers, bore down upon it with a view to gaining possession of the corpse. From morn till dewy eve the battle raged, and as neither gained any advantage over the other, the mourners and friends, who had come to witness the ceremony of burial, stole away one by one, and the coolies, who were carrying the coffin, after changing the poles from one shoulder to another until they were quite worn out, put the body down by the roadside and went off home. It then became necessary to make some protection for the coffin against the wind and rain, whereupon the elder brother immediately set about building a hut close by, in which he purposed leaving some of his attendants to keep guard. But he had no sooner begun than the younger brother followed his example. And when the elder built a second and third, the younger also built a second and third. And as this went on for the space of 3 whole years, by the end of that time the place had become quite a little village. By and by, both brothers died, one directly after the other, and then their 2 wives determined to cast to the winds the decision of each party of geomancers. Accordingly, they went together to the 2 spots in question, and after inspecting them carefully, declared that neither was suitable. The next step was to jointly engage another set of geomancers, who submitted for their approval several different spots, and 10 days had hardly passed away before the 2 women had agreed upon the position for their father-in-law's grave, which, as the wife of the younger brother prophesied, would surely give to the family a high military degree. So the body was buried, and within 3 years Mr. Sung's eldest grandson, who had entered as a military cadet, actually took the corresponding degree to a literary Master of Arts. Feng Shui, adds the great commentator Ai Shishi, may or may not be based upon sound principles. At any rate, to indulge a morbid belief in it is utter folly, and thus to join issue and fight while a coffin is relegated to the roadside is hardly in accordance with the doctrines of filial piety or fraternal love. Can people believe that mere position will improve the fortunes of their family? At any rate, that 2 women should have thus quietly settled the matter is certainly worthy of record. Footnotes. Literally, wind and water, or that which cannot be seen and that which cannot be grasped. I have explained the term in my Chinese sketches, p. 143, as a system of geomancy, by the science of which it is possible to determine the desirability of sites whether of tombs, houses, or cities, from the configuration of such natural objects as rivers, trees, and hills, and to foretell with certainty the fortunes of any family, community, or individual, according to the spot selected. By the art of which it is in the power of the geomancer to counteract evil influences by good ones, to transform straight and noxious outlines into undulating and propitious curves, and rescue whole districts from the devastations of flood or pestilence. As a rule, only the daughters of wealthy families receive any education to speak of. A reprehensible proceeding in the eyes of all respectable Chinese, both from a moral and a practical point of view. For when brothers fall out, says the proverb, strangers get an advantage over them. 152. The lingering deaths. There was a man in our village who led an exceedingly disreputable life. One morning when he got up rather early, 2 men appeared and led him away to the marketplace, where he saw a butcher hanging up half a pig. As they approached, the 2 men shoved him with all their might against the dead animal, and lo! His own flesh began to blend with the pork before him, while his conductors hurried off in an opposite direction. By and by the butcher wanted to sell a piece of his meat, and seizing a knife, began to cut off the quantity required. At every touch of the blade our disreputable friend experienced a severe pang, which penetrated into his very marrow. And when, at length, an old man came and haggled over the weight given him, crying out for a little bit more fat or an extra portion of lean, then, as the butcher sliced away the pork ounce by ounce, the pain was unendurable in the extreme. By about 9 o'clock the pork was all sold, and our hero went home, whereupon his family asked him what he meant by staying in bed so late. He then narrated all that had taken place, and on making inquiries, they found that the pork butcher had only just come home, besides which our friend was able to tell him every pound of meat he had sold and every slice he had cut off. Fancy a man being put to the lingering death like this before breakfast. Footnotes: Chinese tradesmen invariably begin by giving short weight in such transactions as these, partly in order to be in a position to gratify the customer by throwing in a trifle more, and thus acquire a reputation for fair dealing. It was only his soul that had left the house. See No. LVI, note 322. 153. Dreaming honors. Wang Tizuangan was a Tungsiachang man and a scholar of some repute, but unfortunate at the public examinations. On one occasion, after having been up for his master's degree, his anxiety was very great, and when the time for the publication of the list drew near, he drank himself gloriously tipsy and went and lay down on the bed. In a few moments a man rushed in and cried out, "Sir, you have passed." Whereupon Wang jumped up and said, "Give him 10 strings of cash." Wang's wife, seeing he was drunk and wishing to keep him quiet, replied, "You go on sleeping, I've given him the money." So Wang lay down again, but before long in came another man who informed Wang that his name was among the successful candidates for the highest degree. "Why, I haven't been up for it yet," said Wang. "How can I have passed?" "What, you don't mean to say you have forgotten the examination?" answered the man, and then Wang got up once more and gave orders to present the informant with 10 strings of cash. "All right," replied his wife. "You go on sleeping, I've given him the money." Another short interval, and in burst a third messenger to say that Wang had been elected a member of the National Academy, and that 2 official servants had come to escort him thither. Sure enough, there were the 2 servants bowing at the bedside, and accordingly Wang directed that they should be served with wine and meat, which his wife, smiling at his drunken nonsense, declared had been already done. Wang now bethought him that he should go out and receive the congratulations of the neighbors, and roared out several times to his official servants, but without receiving any answer. "Go to sleep," said his wife, "and wait till I have fetched them." And after a while the servants actually came in, whereupon Wang stamped and swore at them for being such idiots as to go away. "What, you wretched scoundrel," cried the servants, "are you cursing us in earnest when we are only joking with you?" At this Wang's rage knew no bounds, and he set upon the men and gave them a sound beating, knocking the hat of one off onto the ground. In the mêlée, he himself tumbled over, and his wife ran in to pick him up, saying, "Shame upon you for getting so drunk as this." "I was only punishing the servants as they deserved," replied Wang. "Why do you call me drunk?" "Do you mean the old woman who cooks our rice and boils the water for your foot bath?" asked his wife, smiling, "that you talk of servants to wait upon your poverty-stricken carcase?" At this sally all the women burst out in a roar of laughter, and Wang, who was just beginning to get sober, waked up as if from a dream, and knew that there was no reality in all that had taken place. However, he recollected the spot where the servant's hat had fallen off, and on going thither to look for it, lo! he beheld a tiny official hat, no larger than a wine cup, lying there behind the door. They were all much astonished at this, and Wang himself cried out, "Formerly people were thus tricked by devils, and now foxes are playing the fool with me." Footnotes: See No. CXCI, note 589. A common saying is foxes in the north, devils in the south, as illustrative of the folklore of these 2 great divisions of China. 154. The she-wolf and the herd boys. 2 herd boys went up among the hills and found a wolf's lair with 2 little wolves in it. Seizing each of them one, they forthwith climbed 2 trees which stood there, at a distance of 40 or 50 paces apart. Before long the old wolf came back, and, finding her cubs gone, was in a great state of distress. Just then, one of the herd boys pinched his cub and made it squeak, whereupon the mother ran angrily towards the tree whence the sound proceeded, and tried to climb up it. At this juncture, the boy in the other tree pinched the other cub, and thereby diverted the wolf's attention in that direction. But no sooner had she reached the foot of the second tree than the boy who had first pinched his cub did so again, and away ran the old wolf back to the tree in which her other young one was. Thus they went on time after time, until the mother was dead tired, and lay down exhausted on the ground. Then, when after some time she showed no signs of moving, the herd boys crept stealthily down, and found that the wolf was already stiff and cold. And truly, it is better to meet a blustering foe with his hand upon his sword hilt, by retiring within doors and leaving him to fret his violence away unopposed. For such is but the behavior of brute beasts, of which men thus take advantage. 155. Adulteration punished. At Chinling there lived a seller of spirits, who was in the habit of adulterating his liquor with water and a certain drug, the effect of which was that even a few cups would make the strongest-headed man as drunk as a jellyfish. Thus his shop acquired a reputation for having a good article on sale, and by degrees he became a rich man. One morning, on getting up, he found a fox lying drunk alongside of the spirit vat, and tying its legs together, he was about to fetch a knife, when suddenly the fox waked up and began pleading for its life, promising in return to do anything the spirit merchant might require. The latter then released the animal, which instantly changed into the form of a human being. Now, at that very time, the wife of a neighbor was suffering under fox influence, and this recently transformed animal confessed to the spirit merchant that it was he who had been troubling her. Thereupon the spirit merchant, who knew the lady in question to be a celebrated beauty, begged his fox friend to secretly introduce him to her. After raising some objections, the fox at length consented and conducted the spirit merchant to a cave, where he gave him a suit of serge clothes, which he said had belonged to his late brother, and in which he told him he could easily go. The merchant put them on and returned home, when to his great delight he observed that no one could see him, but that if he changed into his ordinary clothes everybody could see him as before. Accordingly he set off with the fox for his neighbor's house, and when they arrived the first thing they beheld was a charm on the wall, like a great wriggling dragon. At this the fox was greatly alarmed and said, "That scoundrel of a priest? I can't go any farther." He then ran off home, leaving the spirit merchant to proceed by himself. The latter walked quietly in to find that the dragon on the wall was a real one, and preparing to fly at him, so he too turned and ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. The fact was that the family had engaged a priest to drive away the fox influence, and he, not being able to go at the moment himself, gave them this charm to stick up on the wall. The following day the priest himself came, and, arranging an altar, proceeded to exorcise the fox. All the villagers crowded round to see, and among others was the spirit merchant, who, in the middle of the ceremony, suddenly changed color and hurried out of the front door, where he fell on the ground in the shape of a fox, having his clothes still hanging about his arms and legs. The bystanders would have killed him on the spot, but his wife begged them to spare him, and the priest let her take the fox home, where in a few days it died. Footnotes. In no country in the world is adulteration more extensively practiced than in China, the only formal check upon it being a religious one, the dread of punishment in the world below. The text has here a word, literally, mud, explained to be the name of a boneless aquatic creature, which on being removed from the water lies motionless like a lump of mud. The common term for a jellyfish is shuimu, water mother. 156. A Chinese Solomon. In our district there lived two men, named Hu Chang and Feng Gan, between whom there existed an old feud. The former, however, was the stronger of the two, and accordingly Feng disguised his feelings under a specious appearance of friendship, though Hu never placed much faith in his professions. One day they were drinking together, and being both of them rather the worse for liquor, they began to brag of the various exploits they had achieved. "What care I for poverty," cried Hu, "when I can lay 100 ounces of silver on the table at a moment's notice?" Now Feng was well aware of the state of Hu's affairs, and did not hesitate to scout such pretensions, until Hu further informed him in perfect seriousness that the day before he had met a merchant traveling with a large sum of money, and had tumbled him down a dry well by the wayside. In confirmation of which, he produced several 100 ounces of silver, which really belonged to a brother-in-law on whose behalf he was managing some negotiation for the purchase of land. When they separated, Feng went off and gave information to the magistrate of the place, who summoned Hu to answer to the charge. Hu then told the actual facts of the case, and his brother-in-law and the owner of the land in question corroborated his statement. However, on examining the dry well by letting a man down with a rope round him, lo, there was a headless corpse lying at the bottom. Hu was horrified at this, and called heaven to witness that he was innocent. Whereupon the magistrate ordered him 20 or 30 blows on the mouth for lying in the presence of such irrefragable proof, and cast him into the condemned cell, where he lay loaded with chains. Orders were issued that the corpse was not to be removed, and a notification was made to the people, calling upon the relatives of the deceased to come forward and claim the body. Next day, a woman appeared and said deceased was her husband, that his name was Ho, and that he was proceeding on business with a large sum of money about him when he was killed by Hu. The magistrate observed that possibly the body in the well might not be that of her husband, to which the woman replied that she felt sure it was, and accordingly the corpse was brought up and examined, when the woman's story was found to be correct. She herself did not go near the body, but stood at a little distance making the most doleful lamentations, until at length the magistrate said, "We have got the murderer, but the body is not complete. You go home and wait until the head has been discovered, when life shall be given for life." He then summoned Hu before him and told him to produce the head by the next day under penalty of severe torture. But Hu only wandered about with the guards sent in charge of him, crying and lamenting his fate, but finding nothing. The instruments of torture were then produced, and preparations were made as if for torturing Hu. However, they were not applied, and finally the magistrate sent him back to prison, saying, "I suppose that in your hurry you didn't notice where you dropped the head." The woman was then brought before him again, and on learning that her relatives consisted only of one uncle, the magistrate remarked, "A young woman like you, left alone in the world, will hardly be able to earn a livelihood." Here she burst into tears and implored the magistrate's pity. "The punishment of the guilty man has been already decided upon, but until we get the head, the case cannot be closed. As soon as it is closed, the best thing you can do is to marry again. A young woman like yourself should not be in and out of a police court." The woman thanked the magistrate and retired, and the latter issued a notice to the people, calling upon them to make a search for the head. On the following day, a man named Wang, a fellow villager of the deceased, reported that he had found the missing head, and his report proving to be true, he was rewarded with 1,000 cash. The magistrate now summoned the woman's uncle above mentioned, and told him that the case was complete, but that as it involved such an important matter as the life of a human being, there would necessarily be some delay in closing it for good and all. "Meanwhile," added the magistrate, "your niece is a young woman and has no children. Persuade her to marry again, and so keep herself out of these troubles, and never mind what people may say." The uncle at first refused to do this, upon which the magistrate was obliged to threaten him until he was ultimately forced to consent. At this, the woman appeared before the magistrate to thank him for what he had done, whereupon the latter gave out that any person who was willing to take the woman to wife was to present himself at his yammern. Immediately afterwards an application was made by the very man who had found the head. The magistrate then sent for the woman and asked her if she could say who was the real murderer, to which she replied that Hu Chang had done the deed. "No," cried the magistrate, "it was not he. It was you and this man here. I have long known this, but fearing to leave the smallest loophole for escape, I have tarried thus long in elucidating the circumstances. How to the woman, before the corpse was removed from the well, were you so certain that it was your husband's body, because you already knew he was dead? And does a trader who has several 100 ounces of silver about him dress as shabbily as your husband was dressed? And you, to the man, how did you manage to find the head so readily? Because you were in a hurry to marry the woman." The two culprits stood there as pale as death, unable to utter a word in their defense, and on the application of torture both confessed the crime. For this man, the woman's paramour, had killed her husband, curiously enough, about the time of Hu Chang's braggart joke. Hu was accordingly released, but Fang suffered the penalty of a false accuser. He was severely bambooed and banished for 3 years. The case was thus brought to a close without the wrongful punishment of a single person. Footnotes. See No. LXCI, Note 471. There is a widespread belief that human life in China is held at a cheap rate. This may be accounted for by the fact that death is the legal punishment for many crimes not considered capital in the West, and by the severe measures that are always taken in cases of rebellion, when the innocent and guilty are often indiscriminately massacred. In times of tranquility, however, this is not the case, and the execution of a criminal is surrounded by a number of formalities which go far to prevent the shedding of innocent blood. The HSI Yunlu, see No. Roman 14, Note 100, opens with the words, there is nothing more important than human life. See number LXVI, note 385. 157. The rock. Two herons built their nests under one of the ornaments on the roof of a temple at Tainsin. The accumulated dust of years in the shrine below concealed a huge serpent, having the diameter of a washing basin, and whenever the heron's young were ready to fly, the reptile proceeded to the nest and swallowed every one of them, to the great distress of the bereaved parents. This took place 3 years consecutively, and people thought the birds would build there no more. However, the following year they came again, and when the time was drawing nigh for their young ones to take wing, away they flew, and remained absent for nearly 3 days. On their return, they went straight to the nest, and began amidst much noisy chattering to feed their young ones as usual. Just then the serpent crawled up to reach his prey, and as he was nearing the nest, the parent birds flew out and screamed loudly in midair. Immediately, there was heard a mighty flapping of wings, and darkness came over the face of the earth, which the astonished spectators now perceived to be caused by a huge bird obscuring the light of the sun. Down it swooped with the speed of wind or falling rain, and, striking the serpent with its talons, tore its head off at a blow, bringing down at the same time several feet of the masonry of the temple. Then it flew away, the herons accompanying it as though escorting a guest. The nest too had come down, and of the 2 young birds one was killed by the fall. The other was taken by the priests and put in the bell tower, whither the old birds returned to feed it until thoroughly fledged, when it spread its wings and was gone. Footnote: this story is inserted chiefly in illustration of the fact that all countries have a record of some enormous bird, such as the rock of the Arabian Nights. 158. The faithful gander. A sportsman of Tainsin, having snared a wild goose, was followed to his home by the gander, which flew round and round him in great distress, and only went away at nightfall. Next day, when the sportsman went out, there was the bird again, and at length it alighted quite close to his feet. He was on the point of seizing it when suddenly it stretched out its neck and disgorged a piece of pure gold, whereupon the sportsman, understanding what the bird meant, cried out, "I see. This is to ransom your mate, eh?" Accordingly, he at once released the goose, and the 2 birds flew away with many expressions of their mutual joy, leaving to the sportsman nearly 3 ounces of pure gold. Can, then, mere birds have such feelings as these? Of all sorrows there is no sorrow like separation from those we love, and it seems that the same holds good even of dumb animals. Footnote: see no. Roman 35, note 217. 159. The elephants and the lion. A huntsman of Guangxi, who was out on the hills with his bow and arrows, lay down to rest a while, and unwittingly fell fast asleep. As he was slumbering, an elephant came up, and coiling his trunk around the man, carried him off. The latter gave himself up for dead, but before long the elephant had deposited him at the foot of a tall tree and had summoned a whole herd of comrades, who crowded about the huntsman as though asking his assistance. The elephant who had brought him went and lay down under the tree, and first looked up into its branches and then looked down at the man, apparently requesting him to get up into the tree. So the latter jumped on the elephant's back and then clambered up to the topmost branch, not knowing what he was expected to do next. By and by a lion arrived, and from among the frightened herd chose out a fat elephant, which he seemed as though about to devour. The others remained there trembling, not daring to run away, but looking wistfully up into the tree. Thereupon the huntsman drew an arrow from his quiver and shot the lion dead, at which all the elephants below made him a grateful obeisance. He then descended, when the elephant lay down again, and invited him to mount by pulling at his clothes with its trunk. This he did, and was carried to a place where the animal scratched the ground with its foot, and revealed to him a vast number of old tusks. He jumped down and collected them in a bundle, after which the elephant conveyed him to a spot whence he easily found his way home. Footnote: the term here used refers to a creature which partakes rather of the fabulous than of the real. The Kuang-Yun says it is a kind of lion, but other authorities describe it as a horse. Its favorite food is tiger flesh. Incense burners are often made after the lion pattern and called by this name, the smoke of the incense issuing from the mouth of the animal, like our own gargoyles. 160. The hidden treasure. Li Yusheng was the second son of a rich old man who used to bury his money, and who was known to his fellow townsmen as Old Crocs. One day the father fell sick, and summoned his sons to divide the property between them. He gave 4/5 to the elder and only 1/5 to the younger, saying to the latter, "It is not that I love your brother more than I love you. I have other money stored away, and when you are alone I will hand that over to you." A few days afterwards the old man grew worse, and Yu Sheng, afraid that his father might die at any moment, seized an opportunity of seeing him alone to ask about the money that he himself was to receive. "Ah," replied the dying man, "the sum of our joys and of our sorrows is determined by fate. You are now happy in the possession of a virtuous wife, and have no right to an increase of wealth." For, as a matter of fact, this second son was married to a lady from the Cha family whose virtue equaled that of any of the heroines of history, hence his father's remark. Yu Sheng, however, was not satisfied and implored to be allowed to have the money, and at length the old man got angry and said, "You are only just turned 20, you have known none of the trials of life, and were I to give 1,000 ounces of gold, it would soon be all spent. Go. And until you have drunk the cup of bitterness to its dregs, expect no money from me." Now Yu Sheng was a filial son, and when his father spoke thus, he did not venture to say any more, and hoped for his speedy recovery that he might have a chance of coaxing him to comply with his request. But the old man got worse and worse, and at length died. Whereupon the elder brother took no trouble about the funeral ceremonies, leaving it all to the younger, who, being an open-handed fellow, made no difficulties about the expense. The latter was also fond of seeing a great deal of company at his house, and his wife often had to get 3 or 4 meals a day ready for guests, and, as her husband did very little towards looking after his affairs, and was further sponged upon by all the needy ones of the neighborhood, they were soon reduced to a state of poverty. The elder brother helped them to keep body and soul together, but he died shortly afterwards, and this resource was cut off from them. Then, by dint of borrowing in the spring and repaying in the autumn, they still managed to exist, until at last it came to parting with their land, and they were left actually destitute. At that juncture, their eldest son died, followed soon after by his mother, and Yu Sheng was left almost by himself in the world. He now married the widow of a sheep dealer, who had a little capital, and she was very strict with him and wouldn't let him waste time and money with his friends. One night his father appeared to him and said, "My son, you have drained your cup of bitterness to the dregs. You shall now have the money. I will bring it to you." When Yu Sheng woke up, he thought it was merely a poor man's dream, but the next day, while laying the foundations of a wall, he did come upon a quantity of gold. And then he knew what his father had meant by "when you are alone," for of those about him at that time, more than half were gone. Footnotes. The law of inheritance, as it obtains in China, has been ably illustrated by Mr. Chow. Alabaster in Vols, V and Roman 6, of the China Review. This writer states that there seems to be no absolutely fixed law in regard either of inheritance or testamentary dispositions of property, but certain general principles are recognized which the court will not allow to be disregarded without sufficient cause. As a rule, the sons, whether by wife or concubine, share equally and in preference to daughters, even though there should be a written will in favor of the latter. This has reference to the seed time and harvest. 161. The boatmen of Laolang. When His Excellency Chu was Viceroy of Kwangtung, there were constant complaints from the traders of mysterious disappearances, sometimes as many as 3 or 4 of them disappearing at once and never being seen or heard of again. At length, the number of such cases, filed of course against some person or persons unknown, multiplied to such an extent that they were simply put on record, and but little notice was further taken of them by the local officials. Thus, when His Excellency entered upon his duties, he found more than 100 plaints of the kind, besides innumerable cases in which the missing man's relatives lived at a distance and had not instituted proceedings. The mystery so preyed upon the new viceroy's mind that he lost all appetite for food, and when, finally, all the inquiries he had set on foot resulted in no clue to an elucidation of these strange disappearances, then His Excellency proceeded to wash and purify himself, and, having notified the municipal god, he took to fasting and sleeping in his study alone. While he was in ecstasy, lo! An official entered, holding a tablet in his hand, and said that he had come from the municipal temple with the following instructions to the viceroy. Snow on the whiskers descending, live clouds falling from heaven, wood and water buoyed up, in the wall an opening effected. The official then retired, and the viceroy waked up, but it was only after a night of tossing and turning that he hit upon what seemed to him the solution of the enigma. The first line, argued he, must signify old Lao in Chinese. The second refers to the dragon, Lung in Chinese. The third is clearly a boat, and the fourth a door here taken in its secondary sense man. Now, to the east of the province, not far from the pass by which traders from the north connect their line of trade with the southern seas, there was actually a ferry known as the Old Dragon, Laolung. And thither the viceroy immediately dispatched a force to arrest those employed in carrying people backwards and forwards. More than 50 men were caught, and they all confessed at once without the application of torture. In fact, they were bandits under the guise of boatmen, and after beguiling passengers on board, they would either drug them or burn stupefying incense until they were senseless, finally cutting them open and putting a large stone inside to make the body sink. Such was the horrible story, the discovery of which brought throngs to the viceroy's door to serenade him in terms of gratitude and praise. Footnotes. See I note 36. Clouds being naturally connected in every Chinaman's mind with these fabulous creatures, the origin of which has been traced by some to waterspouts. See number LXXXI, note 439. Boatmen is the solution of the last two lines of the enigma. The commentator actually supplies a list of the persons who signed a congratulatory petition to the viceroy on the arrest and punishment of the criminals. 162. The pious surgeon. A certain veterinary surgeon named Hu was carrying food to his field laborers when suddenly a whirlwind arose in his path. Hu seized a spoon and poured out a libation of gruel, whereupon the wind immediately dropped. On another occasion, he was wandering about the municipal temple when he noticed an image of Liu Chuan presenting the melon, in whose eye was a great splotch of dirt. "Dear me, Sir Liu," cried Hu, "who has been ill-using you like this?" He then scraped away the dirt with his fingernail and passed on. Some years afterwards, as he was lying down very ill, 2 lictors walked in and carried him off to a yammern, where they insisted on his bribing them heavily. Hu was at his wits' end what to do, but just at that moment, a personage dressed in green robes came forth, who was greatly astonished at seeing him there, and asked what it all meant. Our hero at once explained, whereupon the man in green turned upon the lictors and abused them for not showing proper respect to Mr. Hu. Meanwhile, a drum sounded like the roll of thunder, and the man in green told Hu that it was for the morning session and that he would have to attend. Leading Hu within, he put him in his proper place, and, promising to inquire into the charge against him, went forward and whispered a few words to one of the clerks. "Oh," said the latter, advancing and making a bow to the veterinary surgeon, "yours is a trifling matter. We shall merely have to confront you with a horse, and then you can go home again." Shortly afterwards, Hu's case was called, upon which he went forward and knelt down, as did also a horse which was prosecuting him. The judge now informed Hu that he was accused by the horse of having caused its death by medicines, and asked him if he pleaded guilty or not guilty. "My lord," replied Hu, "the prosecutor was attacked by the cattle plague, for which I treated him accordingly, and he actually recovered from the disease, though he died on the following day. Am I to be held responsible for that?" The horse now proceeded to tell his story, and after the usual cross-examination and cries for justice, the judge gave orders to look up the horse's term of life in the Book of Fate. Therein it appeared that the animal's destiny had doomed it to death on the very day on which it had died, whereupon the judge cried out, "Your term of years had already expired. Why bring this false charge? Away with you." And turning to Hu, the judge added, "You are a worthy man and may be permitted to live." The lictors were accordingly instructed to escort him back, and with them went out both the clerk and the man in green clothes, who bade the lictors take every possible care of Hu by the way. "You gentlemen are very kind," said Hu, "but I haven't the honor of your acquaintance and should be glad to know to whom I am so much indebted." 3 years ago," replied the man in green, "I was traveling in your neighborhood and was suffering very much from thirst, which you relieved for me by a few spoonfuls of gruel. I have not forgotten that act." "And my name," observed the other, "is Liu Chuan. You once took a splotch of dirt out of my eye that was troubling me very much. I am only sorry that the wine and food we have down here is unsuitable to offer you. Farewell." Hu now understood all that had happened, and went off home with the 2 lictors, where he would have regaled them with some refreshment, but they refused to take even a cup of tea. He then waked up and found that he had been dead for 2 days. From this time forth, he led a more virtuous life than ever, always pouring out libations to Liu Chun at all the festivals of the year. Thus he reached the age of 80, a hale and hearty man, still able to sit in the saddle. Until one day he met Liu Chun riding on horseback, as if about to make a long journey. After a little friendly conversation, the latter said to him, "Your time is up, and the warrant for your arrest is already issued. But I have ordered the constables to delay a while, and you can now spend 3 days in preparing for death, at the expiration of which I will come and fetch you. I have purchased a small appointment for you in the realms below, by which you will be more comfortable." So Hu went home and told his wife and children, and after collecting his friends and relatives and making all necessary preparations, on the evening of the 4th day he cried out, "Liu Chun has come," and, getting into his coffin, lay down and died. Footnotes: when the soul of the Emperor Tsung of the Tiang dynasty was in the infernal regions, it promised to send Yenlo, the Chinese Yama or Pluto, a melon. And when His Majesty recovered from the trance into which he had been plunged, he gave orders that his promise was to be fulfilled. Just then a man, named Liu Chun, observed a priest with a hairpin belonging to his wife, and misconstruing the manner in which possession of it had been obtained, abused his wife so severely that she committed suicide. Liu Chun himself then determined to follow her example and convey the melon to Yenlo, for which act he was subsequently deified. See the Hsiukai, section 11. As the Chinese believe that their disembodied spirits proceed to a world organized on much the same model as the one they know, so do they think that there will be social distinctions of rank and emolument proportioned to the merits of each. A dying man is almost always moved into his coffin to die, and aged persons frequently take to sleeping regularly in the coffins provided against the inevitable hour by the pious thoughtfulness of a loving son. Even in middle life, Chinese like to see their coffins ready for them, and store them sometimes on their own premises, sometimes in the outhouses of a neighboring temple. 163. Another Solomon. At Tiayuan there lived a middle-aged woman with her widowed daughter-in-law. The former was on terms of too great intimacy with a notably bad character of the neighborhood, and the latter, who objected very strongly to this, did her best to keep the man from the house. The elder woman accordingly tried to send the other back to her family, but she would not go. And at length, things came to such a pass that the mother-in-law actually went to the mandarin of the place and charged her daughter-in-law with the offense she herself was committing. When the mandarin inquired the name of the man concerned, she said she had only seen him in the dark and didn't know who he was, referring him for information to the accused. The latter, on being summoned, gave the man's name, but retorted the charge on her mother-in-law, and when the man was confronted with them, he promptly declared both their stories to be false. The mandarin, however, said there was a prima facie case against him and ordered him to be severely beaten, whereupon he confessed that it was the daughter-in-law whom he went to visit. This the woman herself flatly denied, even under torture, and on being released, appealed to a higher court with a very similar result. Thus the case dragged on until a Mr. Sun, who was well known for his judicial acumen, was appointed district magistrate at that place. Calling the parties before him, he bade his lictors prepare stones and knives, at which they were much exercised in their minds, the severest tortures allowed by law being merely gyves and fetters. However, everything was got ready, and the next day Mr. Sun proceeded with his investigation. After hearing all that each one of the three had to say, he delivered the following judgment. The case is a simple one, for although I cannot say which of you 2 women is the guilty one, there is no doubt about the man, who has evidently been the means of bringing discredit on a virtuous family. Take those stones and knives there and put him to death. I will be responsible. Thereupon the 2 women began to stone the man, especially the younger one, who seized the biggest stones she could see and threw them at him with all the might of her pent-up anger, while the mother-in-law chose small stones and struck him on non-vital parts. So with the knives, the daughter-in-law would have killed him at the first blow, had not the mandarin stopped her and said, "Hold, I now know who is the guilty woman." The mother-in-law was then tortured until she confessed, and the case was thus terminated. Footnotes: See No. LXCI, note 417. The Chinese distinguish 16 vital spots on the front of the body and 6 on the back, with 36 and 20 non-vital spots in similar positions, respectively. They allow, however, that a severe blow on a non-vital spot might cause death, and vice versa. 164. The incorrupt official. Mr. Wu, sub-prefect of Kainan, was an upright man, and would have no share in the bribery and corruption which was extensively carried on, and at which the higher authorities connived, and in the proceeds of which they actually shared. The prefect tried to bully him into adopting a similar plan, and went so far as to abuse him in violent language, upon which Mr. Wu fired up and exclaimed, "Though I am but a subordinate official, you should impeach me for anything you have against me in the regular way. You have not the right to abuse me thus. Die I may, but I will never consent to degrade my office and turn aside the course of justice for the sake of filthy lucre." At this outbreak the prefect changed his tone and tried to soothe him. How dare people accuse the age of being corrupt, when it is themselves who will not walk in the straight path? One day after this, a certain fox medium came to the prefect's yammern just as a feast was in full swing, and was thus addressed by a guest. "You who pretend to know everything, say how many officials there are in this prefecture." "One," replied the medium, at which the company laughed heartily, until the medium continued, "There are really 72 holders of office, but Mr. Sub-Prefect Wu is the only one who can justly be called an official." Footnote: certain classes of soothsayers are believed by the Chinese to be possessed by foxes, which animals have the power of looking into the future. And see. Appendix A. Visitors to Chinese temples of the Taoist persuasion usually make at once for what is popularly known amongst foreigners as the Chamber of Horrors. These belong specially to Taoism, or the ethics of right in the abstract, as opposed to abstract wrong, and are not found in temples consecrated to the religion of Buddha. Modern Taoism, however, once a purely metaphysical system, is now so leavened with the superstitions of Buddhism, and has borrowed so much material from its younger rival, that an ordinary Chinaman can hardly tell one from the other, and generally regards them as to all intents and purposes the same. These rightly named chambers of horrors for Madame Tussaud has nothing more ghastly to show in the whole of her wonderful collection represent the 10 courts of purgatory, through some or all of which erring souls must pass before they are suffered to be born again into the world under another form, or transferred to the eternal bliss reserved for the righteous alone. As a description of these 10 courts may not be uninteresting to some of my readers, and as the subject has a direct bearing upon many of the stories in the previous collection, I here too append my translation of a well-known Taoist work, which is circulated gratuitously all over the Chinese Empire, by people who are anxious to lay up a store of good works against the day of reckoning to come. Those who are acquainted with Dante's Divine Comedy will recollect that the poet's idea of a Christian purgatory was a series of 9 lessening circles arranged one above the other, so as to form a cone. The Taoist believes that his purgatory consists of 10 courts of justice situated in different positions at the bottom of a great ocean which lies down in the depths of the earth. These are subdivided into special wards, different forms of torture being inflicted in each. A perusal of this work will show what punishments the wicked Chinaman has to expect in the unseen world, and by what means he may hope to obtain a partial or complete remission of his sins. The Divine Panorama, published by the Mercy of UT, that men and women may repent them of their faults and make atonement for their crimes. On the birthday of the Savior Pu Sa, as the spirits of purgatory were thronging round to offer their congratulations, the ruler of the infernal regions spake as follows: "My wish is to release all souls, and every moon as this day comes round I would wholly or partially remit the punishment of erring shades, and give them life once more in one of the 6 paths. But alas, the wicked are many and the virtuous few. Nevertheless, the punishments in the dark region are too severe, and require some modification. Any wicked soul that repents and induces 1 or 2 others to do likewise shall be allowed to set this off against the punishments which should be inflicted." The judges of the 10 courts of purgatory then agreed that all who led virtuous lives from their youth upwards shall be escorted at their death to the land of the immortals, that all whose balance of good and evil is exact shall escape the bitterness of the 3 states, and be born again among men. That those who have repaid their debts of gratitude and friendship, and fulfilled their destiny, yet have a balance of evil against them, shall pass through the various courts of purgatory, and then be born again amongst men, rich, poor, old, young, diseased, or crippled, to be put a second time upon trial. Then, if they behave well, they may enter into some happy state. But if badly, they will be dragged by horrid devils through all the courts, suffering bitterly as they go, and will again be born, to endure in life the uttermost of poverty and wretchedness, in death the everlasting tortures of hell. Those who are disloyal, unfilial, who commit suicide, take life, or disbelieve the doctrine of cause and effect, saying to themselves that when a man dies there is an end of him, that when he has lost his skin he has already suffered the worst that can befall him, that living men can be tortured. But no one ever saw a man's ghost in the pillory, that after death all is unknown, etc., etc. Truly, these men do not know that the body alone perishes, but the soul lives forever and ever. And that whatsoever evil they do in this life, the same will be done unto them in the life to come. All who commit such crimes are handed over to the everlasting tortures of hell. For alas, in spite of the teachings of the three systems, some will persist in regarding these warnings as vain and empty talk. Lightly they speak of divine mercy, and knowingly commit many crimes, not more than 1 in 100 ever coming to repentance. Therefore the punishments of purgatory were strictly carried out, and the tortures dreadfully severe. But now it has been mercifully ordained that any man or woman, young, old, weak, or strong, who may have sinned in any way, shall be permitted to obtain remission of the same by keeping his or her thoughts constantly fixed on Pu Sa and on the birthdays of the judges of the 10 courts, by fasting and prayer, and by vows never to sin again. Or for every good work done in life, they shall be allowed to escape 1 ward in the courts below. From this rule to be accepted disloyal ministers, unfilial sons, suicides, those who plot in secret against good people, those who are struck by lightning, lit, thunder, those who perish by flood or fire, by wild animals or poisonous reptiles, these to pass through all the courts and be punished according to their deserts. All other sinners to be allowed to claim their good works as a set-off against evil, thus partly escaping the agonies of hell and receiving some reward for their virtuous deeds. This account of man's wickedness on the earth and the punishments in store for him was written in language intelligible to every man and woman, and was submitted for the approval of Pu Sa, the intention being to wait the return of some virtuous soul among the sons of men, and by these means publish it all over the earth. When Pu Sa saw what had been done, he said it was good. And on the 3rd of 8th moon proceeded with the 10 judges of purgatory to lay this book before God. Then God said, "Good indeed, good indeed. Henceforth let all spirits take note of any mortal who vows to lead a virtuous life and repenting promises to sin no more. 2 punishments shall be remitted him. And if, in addition to this, he succeeds in doing 5 virtuous acts, then he shall escape all punishment and be born again in some happy state. If a woman, she shall be born as a man. But more than 5 virtuous acts shall enable such a soul to obtain the salvation of others, and redeem wife and family from the tortures of hell. Let these regulations be published in the divine panorama and circulated on earth by the spirits of the city guardian. In fear and trembling obey this decree, and carry it reverently into effect. The first court. His Infernal Majesty Ch. Quang is specially in charge of the register of life and death both for old and young, and presides at the judgment seat in the lower regions. His court is situated in the great ocean, away beyond the Wu Chiao Rock, far to the west near the Murky Road, which leads to the Yellow Springs. Every man and woman dying in old age whose fate it is to be born again into the world, if their tale of good and evil works is equally balanced, are sent to the first court, and thence transferred back to life, male becoming female, female male, rich poor, and poor rich, according to their several deserts. But those whose good deeds are outnumbered by their bad are sent to a terrace on the right of the court, called the Terrace of the Mirror of Sin, 10 feet in height. The mirror is about 50 feet in circumference and hangs towards the east. Above are 7 characters written horizontally, "Sin mirror terrace upon no good men." There the wicked souls are able to see the naughtiness of their own hearts while they were among the living, and the danger of death and hell. Then do they realize the proverb, 10,000 taels of yellow gold cannot be brought away, but every crime will tell its tale upon the judgment day. When the souls have been to the terrace and seen their wickednesses, they are forwarded into the second court, where they are tortured and dismissed to the proper hell. Should there be any one enjoying life, without reflecting that heaven and earth produce mortals, that father and mother bring the child to maturity truly no easy matter. And ignoring the 4 obligations before receiving the summons, lightly sever the thread of their own existence by cutting their throats, hanging, poisoning, or drowning themselves. Then such suicides, if the deed was not done out of loyalty, filial piety, chastity, or friendship, for which they would go to heaven, but in a trivial burst of rage, or fearing the consequences of a crime which would not amount to death, or in the hope of falsely injuring a fellow creature, then such suicides, when the last breath has left their bodies, shall be escorted to this court by the spirits of the threshold and of the hearth. They shall be placed in the hunger and thirst section, and every day from 7 till 11 o'clock they will resume their mortal coil, and suffer again the pain and bitterness of death. After 70 days, or 1 or 2 years as the case may be, they will be conducted back to the scene of their suicide, but will not be permitted to taste the funeral meats, or avail themselves of the usual offerings to the dead. Bitterly will they repent, unable as they will be to render themselves visible and frighten people, vainly striving to procure a substitute. For when the substitute shall have been harmlessly entrapped, the spirits of the threshold and hearth will reconduct the erring soul back to this court, whence it will be sent on to the second court, where its balance of good and evil will be struck, and dreadful tortures applied, being finally passed on through the various courts to the utter misery of hell. Should anyone have such intention of suicide, and thus threat a fellow creature, even though he does not commit the act, but continues to live not without virtue, yet shall it not be permitted in any way to remit his punishment. Any soul which after suicide shall not remain invisible, but shall frighten people to death, will be seized by black-faced, long-tusked devils and tortured in the various hells, to be finally thrust into the great Gehenna, forever to remain hung up in chains and not permitted to be born again. Every Buddhist or Taoist priest who receives money for prayers and liturgies, but skips over words and misses out sentences, on arriving at this, the first court, will be sent to the section for the completion of prayer. And there, in a small dark room, he shall pick out such passages as he has omitted, and make good the deficiency as best he can, by the uncertain light of an infinitesimal wick burning in a gallon of oil. Even good and virtuous priests must also repair any omissions they may have, accidentally, made, and so must every man or woman who in private devotion may have omitted or wrongly repeated any part of the sacred writings from over-earnestness, their attention not being properly fixed on the actual words they repeat. The same applies to female priests. A dispensation from Buddha to remit such punishment is put in force on the first day of each month, when the names are entered in the register of the virtuous. O ye dwellers upon earth, on the first day of the second moon, fasting turn to the north and make oath to abstain from evil and fix your thoughts on good, that ye may escape hell. The precepts of Buddha are circulated over the whole world to warn mankind to believe and repent, that when the last hour comes, their spirits may be escorted by dark-robed boys to realms of bliss and happiness in the west. The second court. His infernal majesty, Chu Ching, reigns at the bottom of the great ocean. Away to the south, below the Wuchio rocks, he has a vast hell, many leagues in extent, and subdivided into 16 wards as follows. In the first, nothing but black clouds and constant sandstorms. In the second, mud and filth. In the third, chevox de fries. In the fourth, gnawing hunger. In the fifth, burning thirst. In the sixth, blood and pus. In the seventh, the shades are plunged into a brazen cauldron of boiling water. In the eighth, the same punishment is repeated many times. In the ninth, they are put into iron clothes. In the 10th, they are stretched on a rack to regulation length. In the 11th, they are pecked by fowls. In the 12th, they have only rivers of lime to drink. In the 13th, they are hacked to pieces. In the 14th, the leaves of the trees are as sharp as sword points. In the 15th, they are pursued by foxes and wolves. In the 16th, all is ice and snow. Those who lead astray young boys and girls, and then escape punishment by cutting off their hair and entering the priesthood. Those who filch letters, pictures, books, etc. entrusted to their care, and then pretend to have lost them. Those who injure a fellow creature's ear, eye, hand, foot, fingers, or toes. those who practice as doctors without any knowledge of the medical art, those who will not ransom grown-up slave girls, those who, contracting marriage for the sake of gain, falsely state their ages, or those who, in cases of betrothal before actual marriage, find out that one of the contracting parties is a bad character, and yet do not come forward to say so, but inflict an irreparable wrong on the innocent one. Such offenders, when their quota of crime has been cast up, their youth or age and the consequences of their acts taken into consideration, will be seized by horrid red-faced devils and thrust into the great hell, and thence dispatched to the particular ward in which they are to be tormented. When their time of suffering there has expired, they will be moved into the third hall, there to be tortured and passed on to Gehenna. O ye men and women of the world, take this book and warn all sinners, or copy it out and circulate it for general information. If you see people sick and ill, give medicine to heal them. If you see people poor and hungry, feed them. If you see people in difficulties, give money to save them. Repent your past errors, and you will be allowed to cancel that evil by future good, so that when the hour arrives you will pass at once into the 10th hall, and thence return again to existence on earth. Let such as love all creatures endowed with life, and do not recklessly cut and slay, but teach their children not to harm small animals and insects. Let these, on the 1st of the 3rd moon, register an oath not to take life, but to aid in preserving it. Thus they will avoid passing through purgatory, and will also enter at once the 10th hall, to be born again in some happy state. The third court. His infernal majesty Sung Ti reigns at the bottom of the great ocean, away to the southeast, below the Wu Chiao rock, in the Gehenna of black ropes. This hall is many leagues wide, and is subdivided into 16 wards, as follows. In the first everything is salt. Above, below, and all round, the eye rests upon salt alone. The shades feed upon it, and suffer horrid torments in consequence. When the fit has passed away they return to it once again, and suffer agonies more unutterable than before. In the second, the erring shades are bound with cords and carry heavily weighted cangs. In the third, they are perpetually pierced through the ribs. In the fourth, their faces are scraped with iron and copper knives. In the fifth, their fat is scraped away from their bodies. In the sixth, their hearts and livers are squeezed with pincers. In the seventh, their eyes are gouged. In the eighth, they are flayed. In the ninth, their feet are cut off. In the 10th, their fingernails and toenails are pulled out. In the 11th, their blood is sucked. In the 12th, they are hung up head downwards. In the 13th, their shoulder bones are split. In the 14th, they are tormented by insects and reptiles. In the 15th, they are beaten on the thighs. In the 16th, their hearts are scratched. Those who enjoy the light of day without reflecting on the imperial bounty. Officers of state who revel in large emoluments without reciprocating their sovereign's goodness. Private individuals who do not repay the debt of water and earth. Wives and concubines who slight their marital lords. Those who fail in their duties as acting sons, or such as reap what advantages there are and then go off to their own homes. Slaves who disregard their masters. Official underlings who are ungrateful to their superiors. Working partners who behave badly to the moneyed partner. Culprits who escape from prison or abscond from their place of banishment. Those who break their bail and get others into trouble. And those infatuated ones who have long omitted to pray and repent. All these, even though they have a set-off of good deeds, must pass through the misery of every ward. Those who interfere with another man's feng shui. Those who obstruct funeral obsequies or the completion of graves. Those who in digging come on a coffin and do not immediately cover it up, but injure the bones. Those who steal or avoid paying up their quota of grain. Those who lose all record of the site of their family burying place. Those who incite others to commit crimes. Those who promote litigation. Those who write anonymous placards. Those who repudiate a betrothal. Those who forge deeds and other documents. Those who receive payment of a debt without signing a receipt or giving up the IOU. Those who counterfeit signatures and seals. Those who alter bills. Those who injure posterity in any way. All these, and similar offenders, shall be punished according to the gravity of each offense. Devils with big knives will seize the erring ones and thrust them into the great Gehenna. Besides which they shall expiate their sins in the proper number of wards, and shall then be forwarded to the 4th court, where they shall be tortured and dismissed to the general Gehenna. O ye sons of men, on the 8th day of the 2nd moon, register an oath that ye will do no evil. Thus you may escape the bitterness of these hells. The 4th court. The Lord of the Five Senses reigns at the bottom of the great ocean, away to the east below the Wu rock. His court is many leagues wide, and is subdivided into 16 wards as follows. In the first, the wicked shades are hung up and water is continually poured over them. In the second, they are made to kneel on chains and pieces of split bamboo. In the third, their hands are scalded with boiling water. In the fourth, their hands swell and stream with perspiration. In the fifth, their muscles are cut and their bones pulled out. In the sixth, their shoulders are pricked with a trident and the skin rubbed with a hard brush. In the seventh, holes are bored into their flesh. In the eighth, they are made to sit on spikes. In the ninth, they wear iron clothes. In the 10th, they are placed under heavy pieces of wood, stone, earth, or tiles. In the 11th, their eyes are put out. In the 12th, their mouths are choked with dust. In the 13th, they are perpetually dosed with nasty medicines. In the 14th, it is so slippery they are always falling down. In the 15th, their mouths are painfully pricked. In the 16th, their bodies are buried under broken stones, and see, the head alone being left out. Those who cheat the customs and evade taxes, those who repudiate their rent, use weighted scales, sell sham medicines, water their rice, utter base coin, get deeply in debt, sell doctored silks and satins, scrape or add size to linen cloth. Those who do not make way for the cripples, old and young. Those who encroach upon petty trade rights of old or young. Those who delay in delivering letters entrusted to them. Steal bricks from walls as they pass by, or oil and candles from lamps. Poor people who do not behave properly and rich people who are not compassionate to the poor. Those who promise a loan and go back on their word. Those who see people suffering from illness, yet cannot bring themselves to part with certain useful drugs they may have in their possession. Those who know good prescriptions, but keep them secret. Those who throw vessels which have contained medicine or broken cups and bottles into the street. Those who allow their mules and ponies to be a nuisance to other people. Those who destroy their neighbor's crops or his walls and fences. Those who try to bewitch their enemies, and those who try to frighten people in any way. All these shall be punished according to the gravity of their offenses, and shall be thrust by the devils into the great Gehenna until their time arrives for passing into the fifth court. O ye children of this world, if on the 18th day of the second moon you register an oath to sin no more, then you may escape the various wards of this hall. And if to this book you add examples of rewards and punishments following upon virtues and crimes, and hand them down to posterity for the good of the human race, so that all who read may repent them of their wickednesses, then they will be without sin, and you not without merit. The fifth court. His Infernal Majesty, Yen Lo, said, "Our proper place is in the first court, but pitying those who die by foul means and should be sent back to earth to have their wrongs redressed, we have moved our judgment seat to the great hell at the bottom of the ocean, away to the northeast below the Wu rock, and have subdivided this hell into 16 wards for the torment of souls. All those shades who come before us have already suffered long tortures in the previous 4 courts, whence, if they are hardened sinners, they are passed on after 7 days to this court, where if again found to be utterly hardened, corruption will overtake them by the 5th or 7th day. All shades cry out either that they have left some vow unfulfilled, or that they wish to build a temple or a bridge, make a road, clean out a river or well, publish some book teaching people to be virtuous, that they have not released their due number of lives, that they have filial duties or funeral obsequies to perform, some act of kindness to repay, and see. For these reasons they pray to be allowed to return once more to the light of day, and are always ready to make oath that henceforth they will lead most exemplary lives. We, hearing this, reply in days gone by ye openly worked evil, but now that your boat has reached the midstream, ye bethink yourselves of caulking the leak. For although Pu Sa in his great mercy decreed that there should be a modification of torture, and that good works might be set off against evil, the same being submitted to God and ratified by divine decree, to be further published in the realms below, and in the infernal city yet, we judges of the 10 courts have not yet received one single virtuous man amongst us, who, coming in the flesh, might carry this divine panorama back with him to the light of day. Truly those who suffer in hell and on earth cannot complain, and virtuous men are rare. But now ye have come to my court, having beheld your own wickedness in the mirror of sin. No more bull-headed, horse-faced devils, away with them to the terrace that they may once more gaze upon their lost homes. This terrace is curved in front like a bow. It looks east, west, and south. It is 81 li from one extreme to the other. The back part is like the string of the bow. It is enclosed by a wall of sharp swords. It is 490 feet high. Its sides are knife blades, and the whole is in 63 stories. No good shade comes to this terrace, neither do those whose balance of good and evil is exact. Wicked souls alone behold their homes close by and can see and hear what is going on. They hear old and young talking together. They see their last wishes disregarded and their instructions disobeyed. Everything seems to have undergone a change. The property they scraped together with so much trouble is dissipated and gone. The husband thinks of taking another wife. The widow meditates second nuptials. Strangers are in possession of the old estate. There is nothing to divide amongst the children. Debts long since paid are brought again for settlement, and the survivors are called upon to acknowledge claims upon the departed. Debts owed are lost for want of evidence, with endless recriminations, abuse, and general confusion, all of which falls upon the three families of the deceased. They in their anger speak ill of him that is gone. He sees his children become corrupt and his friends fall away. Some, perhaps for the sake of bygone times, may stroke the coffin and let fall a tear, departing quickly with a cold smile. Worse than that, the wife sees her husband tortured in the Yammern. The husband sees his wife victim to some horrible disease, lands gone, houses destroyed by flood or fire, and everything in unutterable confusion, the reward of former sins. All souls, after the misery of the terrace, will be thrust into the great Gehenna, and when the amount of wickedness of each has been ascertained, they will be passed through the 16 wards for the punishment of evil hearts. In the Gehenna they will be buried under wooden pillars, bound with copper snakes, crushed by iron dogs, tied tightly hand and foot, be ripped open and have their hearts torn out, minced up and given to snakes, their entrails being thrown to dogs. Then, when their time is up, the pain will cease and their bodies become whole once more, preparatory to being passed through the 16 wards. In the first are non-worshippers and skeptics. In the second, those who have destroyed or hurt living creatures. In the third, those who do not fulfill their vows. In the fourth, believers in false doctrines, magicians, and sorcerers. In the fifth, those who tyrannize over the weak but cringe to the strong, also those who openly wish for another's death. In the sixth, those who try to put their misfortunes on to other people's shoulders. In the seventh, those who lead immoral lives. In the eighth, those who injure others to benefit themselves. In the ninth, those who are parsimonious and will not help people in trouble. In the 10th, those who steal and involve the innocent. In the 11th, those who forget kindness or seek revenge. In the 12th, those who by pernicious drugs stir up others to quarrel, keeping themselves out of harm's way. In the 13th, those who deceive or spread false reports. In the 14th, those who love brawling and implicate others. In the 15th, those who envy the virtuous and wise. In the 16th, those who are lost in vice, evil speakers, slanderers, and such like. All who disbelieve the doctrine of cause and effect, who obstruct good works, make a pretense of piety, talk of other people's sins, burn or injure religious books, omit to fast when praying for the sick, interfere with the adoration of Buddha, slander the priesthood, or, if scholars, abstain from instructing women and children. Those who dig up graves and obliterate all traces thereof, set light to woods and forests, allow their servants to be careless in handling fire and thus endanger their neighbor's property. Those who wantonly discharge arrows and bolts, who try their strength against the sick or weak, throw potsherds over a wall, poison fish, let off guns, catch birds either with net, sticky pole, or trap. Those who throw down salt to kill plants, who do not bury dead cats and venomous snakes deep in the ground, who dig out corpses, who break the soil or alter their walls and stoves at wrong seasons, who encroach on the public road or take possession of other people's land, who fill up wells and drains, and see all these, when they return from the terrace, shall first be tortured in the great Gehenna, and then such as are to have their hearts minced shall be passed into the 16 wards. Thence to be sent on to the 6th court for the punishment of other crimes, those who in life have not been guilty of the above sins, or, having sinned, did on the 8th day of the first moon, fasting, register a vow to sin no more, shall not only escape the punishments of this court, but shall also gain some further remission of torture in the 6th court. Those, however, who are guilty of taking life, of gross immorality, of stealing and implicating the innocent, of ingratitude and revenge, of infatuated vice which no warnings can turn from its course. These shall not escape one jot of their punishments. The sixth court. This court is situated at the bottom of the great ocean, due north of the Wu Rock. It is a vast, noisy Gehenna, many leagues in extent, and around it are 16 wards. In the first, the souls are made to kneel for long periods on iron shot. In the second, they are placed up to their necks in filth. In the third, they are pounded till the blood runs out. In the fourth, their mouths are opened with iron pincers and filled full of needles. In the fifth, they are bitten by rats. In the sixth, they are enclosed in a net of thorns and nipped by locusts. In the seventh, they are crushed to a jelly. In the eighth, their skin is lacerated and they are beaten on the raw. In the ninth, their mouths are filled with fire. In the 10th, they are licked by flames. In the 11th, they are subjected to noisome smells. In the 12th, they are buted by oxen and trampled on by horses. In the 13th, their hearts are scratched. In the 14th, their heads are rubbed till their skulls come off. In the 15th, they are chopped in two at the waist. In the 16th, their skin is taken off and rolled up into spills. Those discontented ones who rail against heaven and revile earth, who are always finding fault either with the wind, thunder, heat, cold, fine weather, or rain. Those who let their tears fall towards the north, who steal the gold from the inside or scrape the gilding from the outside of images. Those who take holy names in vain, who show no respect for written paper, who throw down dirt and rubbish near pagodas or temples, who use dirty cookhouses and stoves for preparing the sacrificial meats, who do not abstain from eating beef and dog flesh. Those who have in their possession blasphemous or obscene books and do not destroy them, who obliterate or tear books which teach man to be good, who carve on common articles of household use the symbol of the origin of all things, the sun and moon and 7 stars, the royal mother and the god of longevity on the same article, or representations of any of the immortals. Those who embroider the swastika on fancy work, or mark characters on silk, satin, or cloth, on banners, beds, chairs, tables, or any kind of utensil. Those who secretly wear clothes adorned with the dragon and the phoenix only to be trampled underfoot, who buy up grain and hold until the price is exorbitantly high, these shall be thrust into the great and noisy Gehenna. They're to be examined as to their misdeeds and passed accordingly into one of the 16 wards, whence, at the expiration of their time, they will be sent for further questioning on to the 7th court. All dwellers upon earth who on the 8th day of the 3rd moon, fasting, register a vow from that date to sin no more, and on the 14th and 15th of the 5th moon, the 3rd of the 8th moon, and the 10th of the 10th moon, to practice abstinence, vowing moreover to exert themselves to convert others, these shall escape the bitterness of all the above-mentioned wards. The 7th court. His infernal majesty, Ti Shan, reigns at the bottom of the great ocean, away to the northwest, below the Wu Rock. His is a vast, noisy court, measuring many leagues in circumference and subdivided into 16 wards as follows. In the first, the wicked souls are made to swallow their own blood. In the second, their legs are pierced and thrust into a fiery pit. In the third, their chests are cut open. In the fourth, their hair is torn out with iron combs. In the fifth, they are gnawed by dogs. In the sixth, great stones are placed on their heads. In the seventh, their skulls are pierced. In the eighth, they wear fiery clothes. In the ninth, their skin is torn and pulled by pigs. In the 10th, they are pecked by huge birds. In the 11th, they are hung up and beaten on the feet. In the 12th, their tongues are pulled out and their jaws bored. In the 13th, they are disemboweled. In the 14th, they are trampled on by mules and bitten by badgers. In the 15th, their fingers are ironed with hot irons. In the 16th, they are boiled in oil. All mortals who practice eating red lead and certain other nauseous articles, who spend more than they should upon wine, who kidnap human beings for sale, who steal clothes and ornaments from coffins, who break up dead men's bones for medicine, who separate people from their relatives, who sell the girl brought up in the house to be their son's wife, who allow their wives to drown female children, who stifle their illegitimate offspring, who unite to cheat another in gambling, who act as tutors without being properly strict, and thus wrong their pupils, who beat and injure their slaves without estimating the punishment by the fault, who regard districts entrusted to their charge in the light of so much spoil, who disobey their elders, who talk at random and go back on their word, who stir up others to quarrel and fight, all these shall, upon verification of their sins, be taken from the great Gehenna and passed through the proper wards, to be forwarded, when their time has expired, to the 8th court, again to be tortured according to their deserts. All things may not be used as drugs. It is bad enough to slay birds, beasts, reptiles, and fishes in order to prepare medicine for the sick. But to use red lead and many of the filthy messes in vogue is beyond all bounds of decency, and those who foul their mouths with these nasty mixtures, no matter how virtuous they may otherwise be, will not only derive no benefit from saying their prayers, but will be punished for so doing without mercy. Ye who hear these words, make haste to repent. From today forbear to take life, buy many birds and animals in order to set them free, and every morning when you wash your teeth mutter a prayer to Buddha. Thus, when your last hour comes, a good angel will stand by your side and purify you of your former sins. Some steal the bones of people who have been burnt to death, or the bodies of illegitimate children, for the purpose of compounding medicines. Others steal skulls and bones from graves with the same object. Worst of all are those who carry off bones by the basketful, using the hard ones for making various articles and grinding down the soft ones for the manufacture of pottery. These, no matter what may have been their good works on earth, will not obtain thereby any remission of punishment. But when they are brought down below, the ruler of the infernal regions will first pass them from the great Gehenna into the proper wards, and will send instructions to the 10th court that when they are born again on earth, it shall be either without ears, or eyes, hand, foot, mouth, lips, or nose, or maimed in some way or other. Yet such as have thus sinned may still avoid this punishment, if only they are willing to pray and repent, vowing never to sin again. Or if they buy coffins for the poor and persuade others to do likewise, by these means giving a decent burial to many corpses, then, when the death summons comes, the spirits of the home and hearth will make a black mark upon the warrant, and punishment will be remitted. Sometimes, when there is a famine, people have nothing to eat and die of hunger, and wicked men, almost before the breath is out of their bodies, cut them up and sell their flesh to others for food, a horrid crime indeed. Those who are guilty of such practices will, on arrival in the lower regions, be tortured in the various courts for the space of 49 days, and then the judge of the 10th court will be instructed to notify the judge of the 1st court to put them down in his register for a new birth if among men, as hungry, famished outcasts, and if among animals as loathing the food that falls to their lot, and by and by perishing of hunger. Such is their reward. Besides the above, those who have eaten what is unfit for food and willingly continue to do so will be punished either among men or animals according to their deserts. Their throats will swell, and though devoured by hunger they will be unable to swallow, and thus die. Those who do not err a second time may be forgiven as they deserve. But those who in times of distress subscribe money for the sufferers, prepare gruel, give away rice to the needy, or distribute ginger tea and soup in the open street, and thus sustain life a little longer and do real good to their fellow creatures all, these shall not only obtain remission of their sins, but carry on a balance of good to their account, which shall ensure them a happy old age in the life to come. Of the above 3 clauses, 2 were proposed by the officials attached to this 7th court, the 3rd by the Chief Justice of the Great Gehenna, and the whole submitted together for the approval of God, the following rescript being obtained. Let it be as proposed, let the 3 clauses be copied into the divine panorama, and let the officials concerned be promoted or rewarded. Also, in case of crimes other than those already provided for, let such be punished according to the statutes of the rulers of the 4 continents on earth, and let any evasion of punishment and implication of innocent people be at once reported by the proper officials for our consideration. This from the throne, obey. O ye sons and daughters of men, if on the 27th of the 3rd moon, fasting and turned towards the north, ye register a vow to pray and repent, and to publish the whole of the divine panorama for the enlightenment of mankind, then ye may escape the bitterness of this 7th court. The 8th court. His infernal majesty, Tu Shi, reigns at the bottom of the great ocean, due east below the Wu Chiao rock, in a vast noisy court many leagues in extent, subdivided into 16 wards as follows. In the first, the wicked souls are rolled down mountains in carts. In the second, they are shut up in huge saucepans. In the third, they are minced. In the fourth, their noses, eyes, mouths, and sea are stopped up. In the 5th, their uvulas are cut off. In the 6th, they are exposed to all kinds of filth. In the 7th, their extremities are cut off. In the 8th, their viscera are fried. In the 9th, their marrow is cauterized. In the 10th, their bowels are scratched. In the 11th, they are inwardly burned with fire. In the 12th, they are disemboweled. In the 13th, their chests are torn open. In the 14th, their skulls are split and their teeth dragged out. In the 15th, they are hacked and gashed. In the 16th, they are pricked with steel prongs. Those who are unfilial, who do not nourish their relatives while alive or bury them when dead, who subject their parents to fright, sorrow, or anxiety if they do not quickly repent them of their former sins. The spirit of the hearth will report their misdoings and gradually deprive them of what prosperity they may be enjoying. Those who indulge in magic and sorcery will, after death, when they have been tortured in the other courts, be brought here to this court, and dragged backwards by bull-headed horse-faced devils to be thrust into the great Gehenna. Then, when they have been tortured in the various wards, they will be passed on to the 10th court, whence at the expiration of a kalpa, they will be sent back to earth with changed heads and faces forever to find their place amongst the brute creation. But those who believe in the divine panorama, and on the 1st of the 4th moon make a vow of repentance, repeating the same every night and morning to the spirit of the hearth, shall, by virtue of one of 3 characters, obedient, acquiescent, or repentant, to be traced on their foreheads at death by the spirit of the hearth, escape half the punishments from the 1st to the 7th court inclusive, and escape this 8th court altogether, being passed on to the 9th court, where cases of arson and poisoning are investigated, and finally born again from the 10th court among mankind as before. To this God added, "Whosoever may circulate the divine panorama for the information of the world at large shall escape all punishment from the 1st to the 8th court inclusive. Passing through the 9th and 10th courts, they shall be born again amongst men in some happy state." The 9th court. His infernal majesty, Piang Tang, reigns at the bottom of the great ocean, away to the southwest, below the Wuchio rock. His is the vast, circular hell of a pie, many leagues in breadth, jealously enclosed by an iron net, and subdivided into 16 wards as follows. In the 1st, the wicked souls have their bones beaten and their bodies scorched. In the 2nd, their muscles are drawn out and their bones wrapped. In the 3rd, ducks eat their heart and liver. In the 4th, dogs eat their intestines and lungs. In the 5th, they are splashed with hot oil. In the 6th, their heads are crushed in a frame and their tongues and teeth are drawn out. In the 7th, their brains are taken out and their skulls filled with hedgehogs. In the 8th, their heads are steamed and their brains scraped. In the 9th, they are dragged about by sheep till they drop to pieces. In the 10th, they are squeezed in a wooden press and pricked on the head. In the 11th, their hearts are ground in a mill. In the 12th, boiling water drips onto their bodies. In the 13th, they are stung by wasps. In the 14th, they are tortured by ants and maggots. They are then stewed and finally wrung out like clothes. In the 15th, they are stung by scorpions. In the 16th, they are tortured by venomous snakes, crimson and scarlet. All who on earth have committed one of the 10 great crimes, and have deserved either the lingering death, decapitation, strangulation, or other punishment, shall, after passing through the tortures of the previous courts, be brought to this court, together with those guilty of arson, of making coup poison, bad books, stupefying drugs, and many other disgraceful acts. Then, if it be found that, hearkening to the words of the divine panorama, they subsequently destroyed the blocks of these books, burnt their prescriptions, and ceased practicing the magical art, they shall escape the punishments of this court and be passed on to the 10th court, thence to be born again amongst the sons of men. But if, having heard the warnings of the divine panorama, they still continue to sin, from the 2nd to the 8th court their tortures shall be increased. They shall be bound on to a hollow copper pillar, clasping it round with their hands and feet. Then the pillar shall be filled with fierce fire, so as to burn into their heart and liver. And afterwards their feet shall be plunged into the great Gehenna of Appai, knives shall be thrust into their lungs, they shall bite their own hearts, and gradually sink to the uttermost depths of hell, there to endure excruciating torments until the victims of their wickedness have either recovered the property out of which they were cheated, or the life that was taken away from them, and until every trace of book, prescription, picture, and sea formerly used by these wicked souls has disappeared from the face of the earth. Then, and only then, may they pass into the 10th court to be born again in one of the 6 states of existence. O ye who have committed such crimes as these, on the 8th of the 4th moon, or the 1st or 15th of any moon, fasting swear that you will buy up all bad books and magical pamphlets and utterly destroy them with fire, or that you will circulate copies of the divine panorama to be a warning to others. Then, when your last moment is at hand, the spirit of the hearth will write on your forehead the 2 words he obeyed. And from the 2nd up to the 9th court, your good deeds will be rewarded by a diminution of such punishments as you have incurred. People in the higher ranks of life who secure incendiaries or murderers, who destroy the blocks of bad books or publish notices warning others, and offer rewards for the production of such books, will be rewarded by the success of their sons and grandsons at the public examinations. Poor people who, by a great effort, manage to have the divine panorama circulated for the benefit of mankind, will be forwarded at once to the 10th court, and thence be born again in some happy state on earth. The 10th court. His infernal majesty, Chuen Lun, reigns in the dark land, due east, away below the Wuchao rock, just opposite the Wuchou of this world. There he has 6 bridges of gold, silver, jade, stone, wood, and planks, over which all souls must pass. He examines the shades that are sent from the other courts, and, according to their deserts, sends them back to earth as men, women, old, young, high, low, rich, or poor, forwarding monthly a list of their names to the judge of the first court for transmission to Fairn-tu. The regulations provide that all beasts, birds, fishes, and insects, whether biped, quadruped, or otherwise, shall after death become Qin, to be born again for long and short lives alternately. But such as may possibly have taken life, and such as must necessarily have taken life, will pass through a revolution of the wheel, and then, when their sins have been examined, they will be sent up on earth to receive the proper retribution. At the end of every year, a report will be forwarded to Fairn-tu. Those scholars who study the Book of Changes, or priests who chant their liturgies, cannot be tortured in the 10 courts for the sins they have committed. When they come to this court, their names and features are taken down in a book kept for the purpose, and they are forwarded to Mother Mering, who drives them on to the terrace of oblivion and doses them with the draught of forgetfulness. Then they are born again in the world for a day, a week, or it may be a year, when they die once more. And now, having forgotten the holy words of the 3 religions, they are carried off by devils to the various courts, and are properly punished for their former crimes. All souls whose balance of good and evil is exact, whose period, or whose crimes are many and good deeds few, as soon as their future state has been decided, man, woman, beautiful, ugly, comfort, toil, wealth, or poverty, as the case may be, must pass through the terrace of oblivion. Amongst those shades, on their way to be born again in the world of human beings, there are often to be found women who cry out that they have some old and bitter wrong to avenge, and that rather than be born again amongst men, they would prefer to enter the ranks of hungry devils. On examining them more closely, it generally comes out that they are the virtuous victims of some wicked student, who may perhaps have an eye to their money, and accordingly dresses himself out to entrap them, or promises marriage when sometimes he has a wife already, or offers to take care of an aged mother or a late husband's children. Thus the foolish women are beguiled, and put their property in the wicked man's hands. By and by he turns round upon and reviles them, and, losing face in the eyes of their relatives and friends, with no one to redress their wrong, they are driven to commit suicide. Then, hearing that their seducer is likely to succeed at the examination, they beg and implore to be allowed to go back and compass his death. Now, although what they urge is true enough, yet that man's destiny may not be worked out, or the transmitted effects of his ancestors. Virtue may not have passed away. Therefore, as a compromise, these injured shades are allowed to send a spirit to the examination hall to hinder and confuse him in the preparation of his paper, or to change the names on the published list of successful candidates. And finally, when his hour arrives, to proceed with the spirit who carries the death summons, seize him, and bring him to the first court of judgment. Ye who on the 17th of the 4th moon swear to carry out the precepts of the divine panorama, and frequently make these words the subject of your conversation, may in the life to come be born again amongst men and escape official punishments, fire, flood, and all accidents to the body. The place where the wheel of fate goes round is many leagues in extent, enclosed on all sides by an iron palisade. Within are 81 subdivisions, each of which has its proper officers and magisterial appointments. Beyond the palisade, there is a labyrinth of 108,000 paths leading by direct and circuitous routes back to Earth. Inside, it is as dark as pitch, and through it pass the spirits of priest and layman alike. But to one who looks from the outside, everything is seen as clear as crystal, and the attendants who guard the place all have the faces and features they had at their birth. These attendants are chosen from virtuous people who in life were noted for filial piety, friendship, or respect for life, and are sent here to look after the working of the wheel and such duties. If for a space of 5 years they make no mistakes, they are promoted to a higher office. But if found to be lazy or careless, they are reported to the throne for punishment. Those who in life have been unfilial or have destroyed much life, when they have been tortured in the various courts, are brought here and beaten to death with peach twigs. They then become cheen, and with changed heads and altered faces are turned out into the labyrinth to proceed by the path which ends in the brute creation. Birds, beasts, fishes, and insects may, after many myriads of kalpas again, resume their original shapes. And if there are any that during 3 existences do not destroy life, they may be born amongst human beings as a reward, a record being made, and their names forwarded to the first court for approval. But all shades of men and women must proceed to the terrace of oblivion. Mother Mering was born in the earlier Han Dynasty. In her childhood, she studied books of the Confucian school. When she grew up, she chanted the liturgies of Buddha. Of the past and the future she had no care, but occupied herself in exhorting mankind to desist from taking life and become vegetarians. At 81 years of age, her hair was white and her complexion like a child's. She lived and died a virgin, calling herself simply Mering, but men called her Mother Mering. She retired to the hills and lived as a religieuse until the later Han. Then, because certain evildoers, relying on their knowledge of the past, used to beguile women by pretending to have been their husbands in a former life, God commissioned Mother Mering to build the Terrace of Oblivion and appointed her as guardian, with devils to wait upon her and execute her commands. It was arranged that all shades who had been sentenced in the 10 courts to return in various conditions to Earth should first be dosed by her with a decoction of herbs, sweet, bitter, acrid, sour, or salt. Thus they forgot everything that has previously happened to them, and carry away with them to Earth some slight weaknesses, such as the mouth watering at the thought of something nice, laughter-inducing perspiration, fear-inducing tears, anger-inducing sobs, or spitting from nervousness. Good spirits who go back into the world will have their senses of sight, hearing, smell, and taste very much increased in power, and their physical strength and constitution generally will be much bettered. But evil spirits will experience the exact contrary of this, as a reward for previous sins and as a warning to others to pray and repent. The terrace is situated in front of the 10 courts, outside the 6 bridges. It is square, measuring 10 Chinese feet every way and surrounded by 108 small rooms. To the east there is a raised path, 1 foot 4 inches in breadth, and in the rooms above mentioned are prepared cups of forgetfulness ready for the arrival of the shades. Whether they swallow much or little it matters not, but sometimes there are perverse devils who altogether refuse to drink. Then beneath their feet sharp blades start up, and a copper tube is forced down their throats, by which means they are compelled to swallow some. When they have drunk, they are raised by the attendants and escorted back by the same path. They are next pushed on to the bitter bamboo floating bridge, with torrents of rushing red water on either side. Halfway across they perceive written in large characters on a red cliff on the opposite side the following lines. To be a man is easy, but to act up to one's responsibilities as such is hard. Yet to be a man once again is harder still. For those who would be born again in some happy state, there is no great difficulty. It is only necessary to keep mouth and heart in harmony. When the shades have read these words, they try to jump on shore, but are beaten back into the water by 2 huge devils. One has on a black official hat and embroidered clothes. In his hand he holds a paper pencil, and over his shoulder he carries a sharp sword. Instruments of torture hang at his waist. Fiercely he glares out of his large round eyes and laughs a horrid laugh. His name is Short Life. The other has a dirty face smeared with blood. He has on a white coat, an abacus in his hand, and a rice sack over his shoulder. Round his neck hangs a string of paper money, his brow contracts hideously, and he utters long sighs. His name is they have their reward, and his duty is to push the shades into the red water. The wicked and foolish rejoice at the prospect of being born once more as human beings, but the better shades weep and mourn that in life they did not lay up a store of virtuous acts, and thus pass away from the state of mortals forever. Yet they all rush on to birth like an infatuated or drunken crowd, and again, in their early childhood, hanker after the forbidden flavors. Then, regardless of consequences, they begin to destroy life, and thus forfeit all claims to the mercy and compassion of God. They take no thought as to the end that must overtake them, and finally, they bring themselves once more to the same horrid plight. Footnotes: the Yuli, or divine panorama. The divine ruler, immediately below God himself. See No, Roman 26, note 182. See author's own record in introduction, note 28. The three worst of the six paths. That the state of one life is the result of behavior in a previous existence. Lit the skin purse of his bones. Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Violent deaths are regarded with horror by the Chinese. They hold that a truly virtuous man always dies either of illness or old age. Good people go to purgatory in the flesh, and are at once passed up to heaven without suffering any torture, or are sent back to earth again. The supreme ruler. See No, I note 36. Supposed to be the gate of the infernal regions. Hades. Literally 10 armfuls. To heaven, earth, sovereign, and relatives. Held to be a great relief to the spirits of the dead. It is commonly believed that if the spirit of a murdered man can secure the violent death of some other person, he returns to earth again as if nothing had happened, the spirit of his victim passing into the world below and suffering all the misery of a disembodied soul in his stead. See No, Roman 45, note 267. A very common trick in China. The drunken bully Lu Ta in the celebrated novel Shui Who Saved Himself by These Means, and I have heard that the Mandarin who in the War of 1842 spent a large sum in constructing a paddle wheel steamer to be worked by men, hoping thereby to match the wheel ships of the outer barbarians, is now expiating his failure at a monastery in Fujian. Apropos of which, it may not be generally known that at this moment there are small paddle wheel boats for Chinese passengers, plying up and down the Canton River, the wheels of which are turned by gangs of coolies who perform a movement precisely similar to that required on the treadmill. In order that their marriage destiny may not be interfered with, it is considered disgraceful not to accept the ransom of a slave girl of 15 or 16 years of age. See No, Roman 26, note 185. The soil of China belongs, every inch of it, to the emperor. Consequently, the people owe him a debt of gratitude for permitting them to live upon it. Do their duty as men and women. A Chinaman may have 3 kinds of fathers. 1, his real father. 2, an adopted father, such as an uncle without children to whom he has been given as heir. And 3, the man his widowed mother may marry. The first 2 are to all intents and purposes equal. The third is entitled only to 1 year's mourning instead of the usual 3. As taxes, visitors to Peking may often see the junkmen at Tianqiao pouring water by the bucketful on to newly arrived cargoes of imperial rice in order to make up the right weight and conceal the amount they have filched on the way. That is, with a false gloss on them, in order to raise to nap and give an appearance of strength and goodness. Costermongers and others acquire certain rights to doorsteps or snug corners in Chinese cities, which are not usually infringed by competitors in the same line of business. Chair coolies, carrying coolies, ferrymen, and sea also claim whole districts as their particular field of operations and are very jealous of any interference. I know of a case in which the right of scavengering, a town had been in the same family for generations, and no one dreamt of trying to take it out of their hands. Chiefly alluding to small temples where some pious spirit may have lighted a lamp or candle to the glory of his favorite Pu Sa. This is done either by making a figure of the person to be injured and burning it in a slow fire, like the old practice of the wax figure in English history, or by obtaining his nativity characters, writing them out on a piece of paper, and burning them in a candle, muttering all the time whatsoever mischief it is hoped will befall him. Popularly known as the Chinese Pluto, the Indian Yama. The celebrated C1's home terrace. Regarded by the Chinese with intense disgust. Father's mother, S and wife's families. I know of few more pathetic passages throughout all the exquisite imagery of the Divine Comedy than this in which the guilty soul is supposed to look back to the home he has but lately left and gaze in bitter anguish on his desolate hearth and broken household gods. For once the gross tortures of Chinese purgatory give place to as refined and as dreadful a punishment as human ingenuity could well devise. A long pole tipped with a kind of birdlime is cautiously inserted between the branches of a tree, and then suddenly dabbed on to some unsuspecting sparrow. If this is done in winter or spring, the spirits of the hearth and threshold are liable to catch cold. I presume because God sits with his face to the south. Pious and wealthy people often give orders for an image of a certain Pu Sa to be made with an ounce or so of gold inside. Primarily because no living thing should be killed for food. The ox and the dog are specified because of their kindly services to man in tilling the earth and guarding his home. The symbol of the yin and the yang, so ably and so poetically explained by Mr. Alabaster in his pamphlet on the doctrine of the Che. One being male and the other being female. This calls to mind the extreme modesty of a celebrated French lady who would not put books by male and female authors on the same shelf. The symbol on Buddha's heart, more commonly known to the Western world as Thor's hammer. Emblems of imperial dignity. Supposed to confer immortality. Unfit for translation. This is ingeniously expressed, as if mothers were the prime movers in such unnatural acts. On fair days at temples, it is not uncommon to see cages full of birds hawked about among the holidaymakers, that those who feel twinges of conscience may purchase a sparrow or two and relieve themselves from anxiety by the simple means of setting them at liberty. Bones are used in glazing porcelain to give a higher finish. The 7 periods of 7 days each, which occur immediately after a death, and at which the departed shade is appeased with food and offerings of various kinds. To warm them, when they are born again on earth. Heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys. Many millions of years. The following recipe for this deadly poison is given in the well-known Chinese work Instructions to Coroners. Take a quantity of insects of all kinds and throw them into a vessel of any kind, cover them up, and let a year pass away before you look at them again. The insects will have killed and eaten each other until there is only one survivor, and this one is Ku. He who turns the wheel, a Chakravarti Raja. The capital city of the infernal regions. The ghosts of dead people are believed to be liable to death. The ghost of a ghost is called Qin. On the 3 systems, see Note 702, Appendix. Women are considered in China to be far more revengeful than men. See author's own record in Introduction, Note 28. While in purgatory, it was mentioned above that the rewards for virtue would be continued to a man's sons and grandsons. That is, go to heaven. Of meat, wine, and sea. Appendix B. Ancestral worship. The rudimentary form of all religion is the propitiation of dead ancestors who are supposed to be still existing and to be capable of working good or evil to their descendants. Spencer's Essays. Volume Roman 3, p. 102, The Origin of Animal Worship. Bilocation. As a general rule, people are apt to consider it impossible for a man to be in 2 places at once, and indeed a saying to that effect has become a popular saw. But the rule is so far from being universally accepted that the word bilocation has been invented to express the miraculous faculty possessed by certain saints of the Roman Church of being in 2 places at once, like Saint Alfonso di Liguori, who had the useful power of preaching his sermon in church while he was confessing penitence at home. Tyler's Primitive Culture. Volume I, p. 447. Burial rites. Hence the various burial rites, the placing of weapons and valuables along with the body, the daily bringing of food to it, and see I hope hereafter, to show that with such knowledge of facts as he has, this interpretation is the most reasonable the savage can arrive at. Spencer's Essays. Volume Roman 3, p. 104, The Origin of Animal Worship. Dreams. The distinction so easily made by us between our life in dreams and our real life is one which the savage recognizes in but a vague way, and he cannot express even that distinction which he perceives. When he awakes, and to those who have seen him lying quietly asleep, describes where he has been and what he has done, his rude language fails to state the difference between seeing and dreaming that he saw, doing and dreaming that he did. From this inadequacy of his language, it not only results that he cannot truly represent this difference to others, but also that he cannot truly represent it to himself. Spencer's Essays, Volume Roman 3, pp. 103-104. Shade or shadow. The ghost or phantasm seen by the dreamer or the visionary is an unsubstantial form, like a shadow, and thus the familiar term of the shade comes in to express the soul. Thus the Tasmanian word for the shadow is also that for the spirit. The Algonquin Indians describe a man's soul as Arachuk, his shadow. The Quiché language uses Natub for shadow, soul. The Arawak Yuja means shadow, soul, image. The Abipones made the one-word local serve for shadow, soul, echo, image. Tyler's Primitive Culture. Volume I, p. 430. Shadow. Thus the dead in purgatory knew that Dante was alive when they saw that, unlike theirs, his figure cast a shadow on the ground. Tyler's Primitive Culture. Volume I, p. 431. The soul. The savage, conceiving a corpse to be deserted by the active personality who dwelt in it, conceives this active personality to be still existing, and his feelings and ideas concerning it form the basis of his superstitions. Spencer's Essays. Volume Roman 3, p. 103, The Origin of Animal Worship. Transmigration. Whether the Buddhists receive the full Hindu doctrine of the migration of the individual soul from birth to birth, or whether they refine away into metaphysical subtleties the notion of continued personality, they do consistently and systematically hold that a man's life in former existences is the cause of his now being what he is, while at this moment he is accumulating merit or demerit whose result will determine his fate in future lives. Tyler's Primitive Culture. Volume Roman 2, p. 12. Transmigration. Memory, it is true, fails generally to recall these past births, but memory, as we know, stops short of the beginning even of this present life. Tyler's Primitive Culture. Volume Roman 2, p. 12. Transmigration. As for believers, savage or civilized, in the great doctrine of metempsychoses, these not only consider that an animal may have a soul, but that this soul may have inhabited a human being, and thus the creature may be in fact their own ancestor or once familiar friend. Tyler's Primitive Culture. Volume I, p. 469. Tree souls. Orthodox Buddhism decided against the tree souls and consequently against the scruple to harm them, declaring trees to have no mind nor sentient principle, though admitting that certain duas or spirits do reside in the body of trees and speak from within them. Tyler's Primitive Culture. Volume I, p. 475. Those, De La Rue & Co., Printers, Bunhill Row, London. Index to the Notes. Volume Page Note. Abstinence from Wine and Meat I, 2352. Actors I, 218-188. Adoption I, 386-310, Roman 2, 156-492, Roman 2, 272-611. Adulteration Roman 2, 332-675. Age of Graduates I, 345-274. Age to Marry I, 113-112. Alchemy I, 6583, Roman 2, 313-654. Alms Bowl I, 246-211, I, 395-320. Amusements, Literary I, 215-186. Anatomy, Chinese Roman 2, 253-590. Angels of Taoism I, 1748. Arbiter of Life and Death I, 226-194. Archery I, 9192. Aristocracy, the I, 186-156. Auspicious Sites I, 336-268. Bad Sons I, 147-131, Roman 2, 212-545, Roman 2, 280-1622. Bambooing I, 5576. Banquets, theatrical entertainments during Roman II, 54,396. Beetles Roman II, 17,373. Beauty Chinese Roman II, 123,449. Beggar's Eye, 246,212. Betrothal's Eye, 108,108. I, 193,165. I, 227,195. Bhikshu I, 395,320. Blowing into Meat Roman II, 306,647. Blue China Epic Roman II, 303,645. Bodhisattva I, 208,182. Bridal Procession I, 338,269. Bridegroom Living in Bride's Family I, 193,163. Brotherly Deference I, 314,247. Dependence I, 318,250. Brothers Having Separate Establishments Roman II, 322,669. Brown Deer of Formosa I, 399,329. Buddha, repeating the name of I, 367,293. Bull's Hide Trick the Roman II, 180,518. Burials I, 197,171. Burying Stray Bones and See Roman II, 147,485. Calligraphy Roman II, 174,512. Capping Verses I, 332,262. Roman II, 57,399. Cash I, 42. Roman II, 171,503. Cat and Dog Restaurant Roman II, 308,649. Catalepsy I, 40. Roman II, 73,410. Celibacy I, 2352. Censorate the I, 229,197. Chaimui I, 333,265. Chamber of Horrors I, 9394. Change of Residence I, 321,251. Charitable Gifts I, 137,129. Chas Chinese I, 4666. Chu General Roman II, 221,557. Chari Roman II, 71,407. Clay Image Makers Roman II, 276,616. Clepsydra I, 4970. Climbing Trees to Catch Fish Roman II, 305,646. Coffins I, 102,104. I, 197,172. Deposited in Temples I, 237,203. For Poor People Roman II, 316,658. Sleeping in Roman II, 354,691. Concubines I, 395,321. Confucius, Descendants of I, 3361. Conservatism I, 427,348. Contemplation, Priestly Roman II, 71,406. Corners Roman II, 196,530. Counting Cattle, Method of Roman II, 255,594. Cowherd and the Lady I, 2755. Cricket Fighting I, 7585. Crows Feeding the Eye, 279,229. Kumquats Roman II, 301,644. Cycle, the Chinese Eye, 180,152. Cynthia, the Chinese Eye, 171,147. Damon and Pythias I, 166,143. Death I, 150,134. Fear of I, 101,103. Death Summons the I, 150,134. Decapitation Roman II, 78,414. Degrees the 3I, 37. Devils, Good and Bad Roman II, 201,534. Dice Roman II, 145,480. Divorce I, 360,288. Doctors Roman II, 293,634. Dogs, Chinese Roman II, 309,651. Dolphin, Freshwater Roman II, 43,386. Double entendres Roman II, 176 515. Dragon Boat Festival Roman II, 168 497. Dragons Roman II, 112 439, Roman II, 349 686. Dreams Roman II, 250 586. Dwarfs I, 224 193. Drunkenness I, 3059 I, 365 292, Roman II, 30 378. Eating Roman II, 111 438. Education I, 297 237, Roman II, 322 668. Elixir of Immortality I, 1949, Roman II, 168 498. Examinations Competitive I, 195 168, Roman II, 64 403, Roman II, 91 426. I Pupils of the Eye, 43. Fa H Scenes Journey Roman II, 232 567. Fabulous Lion Roman II, 343 682. Facing the South Roman II, 103 431. Falconry I, 2251. Fan and Autumn I, 361 289. Phantom I, 421 343. Fatalism I, 340 270. Feet of Betrothed Tied Together I, 430 354. Feng Shui Roman II, 322 667. Feudal Governor Roman II, 287 628. Fiancé, Death of I, 99 101. Figurehead Roman II, 54 395. Firewells Roman II, 238 575. Flagellets I, 2858. Folklore in the North and South Roman II, 329 674. Fondness for Children I, 401 332. Footbinding I, 192 161. Fortune Tellers I, 4768. Foundries Iron Roman II, 216 549. Four Books the I, 297 237. Four Seas the Roman II, 116 444. Fox Influence I, 3260. Foxes, Soothsayers Possessed by Roman II, 358 694. Gambling I, 421 343. Ganges the Roman II, 28 377. Gates of a City Shut at Night Roman II, 262 598. Geese I, 255 217. Gentlemen, the Chinese I, 168 145. Geomancy I, 227 195. Joros I, 66 84. Girdles, the Pearl I, 283 230. Glass I, 249 214, Roman II, 233 571. Go-Betweens I, 187 157, Roman II, 154 490. God of War the I, 39. Golden Lilies I, 188 159. Golden Orchid, Societies I, 196 170. Gongs Roman II, 105 433. Good Fortune, absorbing only a certain quantity of I, 340 271. Graduates by Purchase I, 202 177. Graduates Senior I, 199 175. Grave the I, 240 207. Great Beam, Fixing the Roman II, 267 602. Greed Roman II, 74 411. Han Dynasty I, 258 219. Hanlin, the Chinese National Academy I, 195 169. Heart the I, 96 97. Homicide I, 353 285. Honesty in Olden Times Roman II, 250 587. Hsiyunlu, the I, 98 100. Hu, the name I, 8990. He I, 397, 325. Human life, value of Roman 2, 338, 678. Hungry devils Roman 2, 270, 607. Immortality I, 157, 139. Immortals, record of the Roman 2, 88, 423. Imperial mandates Roman 2, 240, 578. Impressment I, 220, 190. Infernal regions Roman 2, 95, 427, Roman 2, 354, 690. Inheritance, law of Roman 2, 345, 683. Initiation of a priest Roman 2, 69, 405. Inner apartments I, 5374, I, 252, 215, Roman 2, 46, 388. Jellyfish Roman 2, 332, 676. Judas tree Roman 2, 151, 488. Judges Roman 2, 96, 429. Jugglers Roman 2, 189, 527. Kakaram, the I, 395, 320. Kangs Roman 2, 133, 469. Keeping secret professional knowledge Roman 2, 255, 593. Kidnapping I, 183, 154. Kite flying festival Roman 2, 268, 605. Knife Hill, the Roman 2, 205, 539. Kato, the I, 388, 314. Kutsan Roman 2, 255, 592. Quanyan I, 241, 208. Lanterns, Feast of I, 99, 102. Li Tipo Roman 2, 144, 476. Lictors Roman 2, 205, 537. Lighting the Eyes Roman 2, 224, 558. Lingering Death, the I, 396, 322. Literary Chancellor Roman 2, 284, 626. Literati, the Roman 2, 36, 384. Literature, God of Roman 2, 320, 662. Liu Chun and the Melon Roman 2, 351, 689. Living Lictors of Purgatory, the I, 207, 180. Loans Roman 2, 171, 501. Locusts Roman 2, 242, 579. Lohans Roman 2, 321, 666. Long Robes Roman 2, 273, 612. Lots Drawing Roman 2, 73, 409. Love Matches I, 115, 113. Lucifer Matches Roman 2, 120, 447. Lunatics Roman 2, 30, 378. Lu Tungpin Roman 2, 296, 639. Magic Sword I, 6280. Mandarin Dialect I, 398, 327. Manslaughter I, 222, 192. Marriage Ceremonies I, 1045. I, 180, 153. I, 227, 195. I, 228, 196. Marriages I, 108, 109. I, 193, 165. Marrying a second time I, 112, 110. Mars the Chinese I, 39. Medical Testimonials Roman 2, 292, 633. Memorial Tablet, Inking Roman 2, 224, 558. Mercy, the Goddess of I, 241, 208. Messengers of Good Tidings Roman 2, 252, 589. Milky Way, the I, 152, 135. Miracles I, 396, 323. Mirror and Listen, Trick Roman 2, 251, 588. Misappropriation of Funds Roman 2, 224, 559. Moon, the Goddess of the Eye, 1949, The Lady of the Eye, 1949. Mothers-in-law I, 315, 249. Mourning for a Father I, 199, 174. Mules Roman II, 242, 580. Murders I, 230, 198. Names Family I, 92, 93, Personal Roman II, 132, 466. Night Divisions of the I, 215, 187. 9 Grades of Official Life I, 388, 313. Nunneries I, 262, 221. Oath of Confederation Roman II, 146, 482. Oblivion Potion of Roman II, 207, 544. Official Corruption Roman II, 79, 415. Responsibility I, 232, 199. Officials I, 237, 202. Old Age Roman II, 31, 379. Olive, the Sign of Peace I, 324, 256. Paper Men I, 4971, Money I, 391, 317, Roman II, 172, 505. Pao Shu I, 166, 143. Patra the I, 395, 320, I, 246, 211. Pawnshops I, 198, 173. Persia Roman II, 25, 376. Phoenix Tower Roman II, 270, 608. Physiognomy, Professors of Roman II, 290, 630. Planchette Roman II, 295, 638. Playing YCHE for Money Roman II, 271, 609. Poetical Proficiency I, 3362. Police System I, 221, 191. Politeness Roman II, 203, 536. Poor Scholars I, 160, 142. Pope of the Taoists I, 118, 114. Porterage Roman II, 180, 519. Posthumous Honors I, 305, 241. Praying for Good or Bad Whether Roman II, 294, 637. Praying Mat Roman II, 183, 521. Precedence at Table I, 332, 261. Predestination I, 4869, I, 156, 138. Primogeniture I, 203, 179. Prisoners in China I, 372, 299, Roman II, 96, 428, Roman II, 261, 597. Pu Scene, God of Action Roman II, 232, 569. Pulse the I, 3964. Punishments I, 381, 306. Pupils taken by priests Roman II, 119, 446. Purgatory, capital of Roman II, 238, 575. Quill fighting I, 7585. Quail's tail, a I, 209, 183. Rebel, the first Roman II, 52, 392. Red garment figure, the I, 1950. Red-haired barbarians Roman II, 179, 517. Relationship, test of Roman II, 278, 619. Religion and the drama I, 345, 277. Resemblance between soul and body Roman II, 280, 620. Retinues of mandarins I, 389, 315, Roman II, 174, 510, Roman II, 175, 513. Returning invitations Roman II, 227, 561. Revenge I, 310, 243, 244 for adultery I, 6281. Reward of filial piety I, 351, 283. Rising when spoken to Roman II, 280, 621. Rock the Roman II, 341, 680. Rosary, the Buddhist I, 369, 295. Royal Mother, the Roman II, 187, 525. Rulers of Animal and Vegetable Kingdoms I, 292, 235. Running water Roman II, 110-437. Sacred edict, the I, 203-179. Sale of children I, 183-154 degrees Roman II, 170-499. Salt monopoly Roman II, 215-547. Same year men I, 136-128. Saving life Roman II, 200-533, Roman II, 214-546. Scribbling and carving names Roman II, 123-451. Sea serpent the Roman II, 113-441. Secret societies I, 196-170. Sections of purgatory, the 9 Roman II, 205-538. Senses, the 5 I, 259-220. Separation of sexes Roman II, 167-496. Shaking hands I, 287-233, Roman II, 151-489. Sham entertainment I, 323-254. Shampooing Roman II, 53-393. Shangyang brings rain Roman II, 130-464. Shoes of silver I, 148-133. Short weights Roman II, 325-670. Shun the emperor I, 37-63. Shun Qi the emperor Roman II, 184-522. Sickness I, 107-107. Six boards the I, 26-54. Slave girls feet I, 430-353. Slavery I, 211-185. Small feet I, 76-86. I, 192-161. Waists Roman II, 47-390. Sons I, 64-82. Spirit calling I, 189-160. Entering another's body Roman II, 24-375. Spirits disembodied I, 79-87. I, 119-115. I, 123-119. I, 157-139. Spiritualistic seances Roman II, 133-467. Sponge a I, 248-213. Spring Festival Roman II, 186-524. Squeezes I, 219-189. Staff of Buddhist priests, the I, 395-320. Stealing pardonable Roman II, 217-551. Strong rooms Roman II, 172-504. Sticks the Roman II, 216-548. Subscriptions Roman II, 220-556. Substantiality of ghosts I, 239-205, Roman II, 236-574. Substitution theory I, 334-267. Suicide I, 311-244, meritorious Roman II, 142-475. Superior man, the I, 168-145. Supernatural government I, 292-235. Supreme ruler, the I, 242-209. Surnames, common I, 210-184. Sutra, the diamond I, 238-204. Tails of horses not cut Roman II, 286-627. Taking life I, 79-88. Talking when born I, 243-210. Tao I, 1446. Tao Dai Roman II, 229-562. Tartar General Roman II, 128-461. Temples, repairs to Roman II, 127-460. Theatricals I, 218-188. Thrashing floors Roman II, 236-573. Thunder God of I, 4365, Roman II, 112-440. Ting Piulang Roman II, 109-435. Titles of nobility I, 305-241. Torture Roman II. 81 417, supply of instruments of Roman II. 238 576. Tree worship Roman II. 72 408. Trousseau Bride's Eye. 256 218. Tungtiang Lake Eye. 271 226. Types of Friendship Eye. 166 143. Ti Zhuang, a Chinese Lancier Roman II. 287 629. Ulysses, a Chinese Eye. 9191. Ushnisha, the Roman II. 32665. Valuables in Coffin's Eye. 311 245. Verdict Eye. 5678. Visiting the Tudor Roman II. 126 458. Vital spots on the body Roman II. 356 693. Wang Wei, the poet Roman II. 149 487. Washing blocks Roman II. 315 656. Watchman Eye. 5172. Wedding presents Eye. 2857. YCHE Roman II. 268 604. Wernshu, the god of wisdom Roman II. 232 569. White Lily sect Roman II. 189 526. Widowers Roman II. 183 520. Widows Roman II. 39 385. Windows Eye. 6179. Wine Roman II. 259 595 596. Wine cup upside down, turning the eye. 264 224. Wine taken hot Roman II. 144 477. Witnesses in a court of justice Roman II. 156 491. Women ride astride Eye. 354 286. Wooden fish the Roman II. 195 529. Works of supererogation Eye. 426 346. Worldly mindedness Roman II. 312 653. Wu Wang Eye. 278 228. Yamernai 38. Yang Tahung Roman II. 310 652. Yang Tishi the Roman II. 176 514. Years names of Eye. 113 111. Yellow Girdle's Eye. 6684. Yin and the Yang, the Eye. 176 150. Yajana, a Eye. 394 319. Yu Chai Olai, the Roman II. 164 495. By the same author. Chinese Sketches Dima 8 Vo, pp. 204. Chinese Without a Teacher, being a collection of easy and useful sentences in the Mandarin dialect with a vocabulary, post 8 Vo, pp. 60, paper cover. Dictionary of Colloquial Idioms, in the Mandarin dialect, Demai 4-2 half-bound. From Swatow to Canton Overland, Demai 8 Vo, pp. 76, paper cover. A glossary of reference on subjects connected with the Far East, Demai 8 Vo, pp. 184, paper cover. Handbook of the Swatow dialect with a vocabulary, Demai 8 Vo, pp. 60, paper cover. Record of the Buddhistic Kingdoms, translated from the Chinese, Demai 8 Vo, pp. 130, paper cover. Synoptical Studies in the Chinese Language, Demai 8 Vo, pp. 118, half-bound. The Sansu Qing, or Three-Character Classic, and the Ca Chin Tizu Wern or 1000 character essay metrically translated, post 8 Vo, pp. 28, paper cover. A Short History of Kulangsu, Demai 8 Vo, pp. 38, paper cover. Transcriber's note. This book was printed in 2 volumes, of which this is a combination. Italic text is denoted by underscores. Obvious typographical errors repaired. Punctuation, spelling, hyphenation, use of accented characters, and stylistic presentation standardized when a predominant preference was found in this book. Capitalization and hyphenation of Chinese personal names has been standardized, otherwise left as printed. Footnote numbers were re-indexed in this electronic text. Internal references renumbered correspondingly. Footnote 46. Old changed to odd, presenting a very odd appearance. Footnote 109. Marriages changed to marriage. Marriage between persons of the same surname is forbidden. Footnote 267. CVI changed to CVI. Later story no, CVI. Footnote 427. Accepting changed to accept, except in the matter of light. Footnote 447. Of added first quarter of the present century. Footnote 479. Denouement changed to denouement, important to the denouement of the story. Footnote 495. Denouement changed to denouement, the denouement of the Uchirolai. Footnote 527. Ibu changed to Ibn Battuta writes as follows. Footnote 679. LXVI changed to LXVI, see number LXVI. Page I36. Villainous changed to villainous, he writes a villainous hand. Page I86. Dare changed to dared, nobody dared go near her. Page I306. Grottos changed to grottos, from each of the holes or grottos on the stone. Page I378. Shan changed to Shanhu, Shanhu held out her arms. Page I408. Watching changed to watched, watched the moon rising in the east. Page I411. Bid changed to bade, Wang's father bade him hide. Page Roman 219. Of added, a number of curious stones. Page Roman 265. Be changed to he, but he soon reflected. Page Roman 145. Sung changed to sang, whereupon he sang the following lines. Page Roman 198. He changed to be, that he would be only too happy. Page Roman 208. According changed to accordingly, accordingly when the king was looking. Page Roman 254. Chern changed to Chern, this frightened Chern. Page Roman 255. Chern changed to Chern, Chern himself was a cattle farmer. Page Roman 286. Servants changed to servant, rode away telling his servant. Page Roman 287. A Mr. Tsui changed to Mr. Tsui, who lived next door to Mr. Tsui. Page Roman 241. He then bit her across the neck should probably be, he then hit her across the neck. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volumes I and Roman 2, by Songling Pu.